That's it. Okay, let's move on to the nightmare segment. Why do I not have a button to hit that just goes, the rowers keep on rowing and they show no signs of slowing?
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
And then the game industry was fixed. Anyway, Helldivers 2 threatened to make it mandatory to do a PlayStation Network account in order to play the game at all on PC 3 months after launch. And then everyone rightfully went, yo, what the fuck? You cannot legitimately make a PlayStation Network account. In countless countries, you have sold this game.
Mm-hmm.
So then, and we're not sure if it's Sony side, and we're not sure if it's Valve side, because we never got confirmation Sony was in charge of this action. It started getting delisted from countries as such. The Steam reviews start tanking. Everyone's fucking pissed. Social media is blowing up with people going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because reminder, you don't have to pay them to make a PlayStation Network account. You're just making an account with an email, which means they get no money out of it. But they're willing to risk losing you.
They do get money out of it because now they get to sell your metrics if you do anything related with that ever. And even if you don't, they get data on you that you give them by signing up that they will then sell. I'm so many people are like, it only takes a second. And I'm like, a giant company walked up to you and said, thanks for giving us money. We are now going to inconvenience you to purely our own benefit and expect that to go off well. Like, if a human being did that to you, you'd spit on them.
Right. Yeah. Which a human being did do it. They just did it in a building thousands of miles away from you. So all this stuff starts tanking. Everything's doing terribly for Helldivers. The CEO of Arrowhead Games is sweating bullets on Twitter. He starts making jokes, though. He's like, is now a good time to tweet, don't you people have phones?
Shit, I think Steam was even refunding this game.
Yes. People with 100+ hours, they would still do the refund.
Their discussion board started filling up with people giving pro tips for refunding the game.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, first time the rejection's automated, just do it again. Just do it again. If you want key phrases to include in your appeal to get it refunded, here they are.
I desperately want to know what the real tipping point was. Which room it happened in. Was it PR? Was it legal? Did they get a phone call from the EU that said, we will destroy your fucking company?
The devs of Helldivers also did not seem happy about this, so I wonder if it's like, guys, we'll fucking never work with you again.
Because here's the thing. What it sounds like is they headed into this, at least behind the scenes, not publicly. Don't think anything I'm about to say it was transparent and public from them in the beginning, with the notion that we will have the tools and the technology handled by the PlayStation Network backbone in order to moderate PC and PlayStation, so we don't have to build any systems to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And no one at any point went, no, that is a terrible plan. Sony, of course, just wants the network hooked up so they can sell your data, and I think to a larger extent just have more data on you, because that gives them a feeling of control, so they can perceive more of the world that exists, so they can put your ass in a fucking algorithm, so they can put you in a formula, a spreadsheet, whatever. They can put you in the metrics that say, oh, monthly active users is up.
Yes. Number must go up no matter what number is.
So after all of this completely justified and valid revolt, which, fun fact, I was going to refund my game just to be like,
yeah,
well, it was fun, you guys, but now I have a justification to refund it, and it sends a message? Sure, I'll take the money back. Fuck you.
Sony is so stupid. Like, this is like, I might have gotten it at some point. No. Like, just because I don't, believe it or not, I actually can not get something I kind of want to fuck a giant corporation.
No, that's impossible. I've heard self-control's a myth.
Did you know I have still never touched Red Dead Redemption 2 because all the horrible stories that came out of what they did to people to ship that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I had it pre-ordered before it came out. I went
Holy
to GameStop
shit.
and canceled the pre-order. And I'm like, fuck you. Never.
So Sony backed down the day before it was supposed to be enforced. The day before it was supposed to be enforced, and went, yeah, no, we'll figure something else out. Thank you all for caring.
We've heard your feedback.
Yeah.
That it needed to be so loud for them to hear.
So
Ludicrous.
Sony needs to back. First of all, Sony needs to back down on all of this.
Mm-hmm.
All of it on every game. Guess what, motherfuckers? You want to make some money on PC? One of the conditions of PC is you don't get to shove this shit into the games.
The weird thing is with Ghost of Tsushima, it needs it for the multiplayer, which is like fucked up. Did you know that the Ghost of
Yeah.
Tsushima PC port literally needs a PlayStation Network to do multiplayer at all?
Mm-hmm.
Why? I don't know. What the
They
fuck
want
are you
some
doing?
data.
Like,
All that's gonna do.
can't
All that's gonna
pretend
do
it's
is
valid.
all
Go
it's
ahead.
gonna do is ensure nobody ever plays that mode on PC.
Which was not a hard argument to win. I've
Yeah,
played
that wasn't going to
mode.
happen anyway.
That,
but-
that mode is
Yeah.
like that mode is basically the free mint you get leaving an Olive Garden. If they tried to sell that, they would never sell it. Cool mode. I
At my
appreciate
most
it.
cynical, I imagine that in addition to all of the like real world data harvesting and financial reasons, they have to pretend that the PlayStation Network is the only magic that can support this sauce, so they can keep up the illusion that you're actually paying for a product instead of being knifed for rent.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's no way to spin this that's okay.
Yeah, especially after they've had like Helldivers has been out and has crossplay for months. We have living proof right here in one of the most popular games of the year that you don't need this to have crossplay work. It's just something you've done.
See someone in chat, you guys going to keep this energy for every other corporation require accounts to use online?
We've always fucking had this. How many times
We
have
would
I
like
shit
to
talked
point you
fucking-
towards Doom Eternal spoiler cast.
How many times have I shit talked? Every time I touch a Ubisoft game, I talk about how all their integration is horrible and Sony and Microsoft shouldn't even let their games on their platform with it in there.
Yeah.
How many times have I talked about I will never use Epic because it's just yet another fucking thing they want?
Like,
This is not the right place to argue this, my man.
yeah, no, like this system absolutely fucking sucks. It's fucking insane that like Doom Eternal didn't catch more flack for pulling it.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking insane that like that happened and just went, and like it felt like John Linneman grousing about it on Twitter was the biggest voice in the industry pointing out, hey, this is fucking insane.
Yeah, the industry is becoming insanely numb to this. It's just normal.
Which
Completely
is how they slept on the Microsoft shit for 11 years.
Uh-huh.
I basically stopped playing Ubisoft and EA games because of Uplay and Origin. I don't fucking want that shit. I paid you money. Give me the fucking game. It's single player.
Yeah, the weirdest thing is like I made an EA account to play Time Splitters on the PS2.
Uh-huh.
And that made any level of sense then because there is no PlayStation Network.
Yeah, no, it's all ad hoc and you need something.
And to this day, I'm still just like, God, I had that account since then, and they're still just randomly hitting me with it. It's just like, you got one of those, right? And I'm like, yeah, unfortunately.
You're going to play Immortals of Avium on there, right?
Yeah, dude, I'm totally. I forget. It let us play the game without it, but
It
on the
did.
title screen, it was like, hey, you should hook it up. And
Yes.
we're like, no.
We'll
No
give
one
you some
should've.
Skittles if you do. I'm like, we don't need Skittles. It's
And
okay.
like, there was no point to fucking Doom Eternal doing it at all.
No.
Literally none.
I think, again, they were like, here's a skin.
Yeah, I think that was it. Like, it's just
Anyway, it sounds like Sony or Arrowhead is gonna like put in like a cosmetic thing for people who hook up PlayStation Network stuff, and I'm like, oh, the thing you should have done in the first place, the thing that would have worked. What's that saying about, like, you attract more flies with honey or whatever? That's
the one.
Yeah, Huh.
Yeah, you don't attract flies by illegally deactivating your game after you sold it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another element to this. First of all, they changed it, like when this thing started, like it said, it'll always be optional. Like that's what it said on their page beforehand. And then they changed it once they started trying to push it as mandatory. But there's the rug pull element of it that made this so much worse. If it had just been from the start, and it's like, well, we didn't have it ready for the start, we couldn't handle it. Well, then you don't get to do it at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I did it as a nicety feature because presumably someday they'll get cross-play progression working, and I would like to buy this on a PS5 Pro, assuming it uses that temporal AA, which, Sony, if you do not get Helldivers using PSSR, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, remember when they scaled up Housemarque to make a giant game instead of letting them be a small company that makes smaller games?
Uh-huh. And how many years has it been since they launched the game?
3.
Cool. Great.
You think we would have had a game by now if they didn't do that, and they might have kept the best director Housemarque has ever fucking had?
Yeah. I feel like that might have happened.
Instead of him leaving the company and doing God knows what. I'm so sick of this shit. Anyways, hey!
Video game industry is so great.
Let's,
Oh, God. Okay, let's fucking go.
do we... One moment. Is our friend here today?
Yes, we need our friend here.
Now more than ever.
Make him big. Lift him up, make him big.
He's saluting.
Okay, I think that's good.
Here, we'll... He's locking eyes with Phil.
Yes.
They even kind of look alike now. I guess he's Phil's surviving family.
Oh, that's terrible. Fun fact, as we were making this thumbnail, I almost replaced Phil with an Xbox logo. And looking it up, I realized the Xbox logo has been the same since the Xbox One launched. Hey, guys. Can we talk about how it's been obvious they weren't going to try this entire gen since May of 2020? How about June of 2020?
So this was 3.5 years ago, so I get that some people might have forgotten, but did you know that the Xbox Series did not ship with a new game from Microsoft? I don't mean a new exclusive game. I mean a new game, period. There's not even a new cross-gen game.
It was
PS5 wasn't super great, but you got Miles Morales and Demon's Souls and Sackboy.
Yeah.
Microsoft had nothing, zero, zilch, not a single fucking thing, not one new game.
And as I sat there in a depressed fugue state, realizing this system, which didn't even operate correctly because we had the, the smart delivery conundrum.
Uh-huh.
Did not work right and had no real games from Microsoft itself. Everyone in the industry pretended the PS5 and Series X were equal propositions. I am so fucking sick of the sycophantic fucking game journalism ring. I am so absolutely fucking done with it that they get to act like this for fucking 4 years straight and then go, oh man, they just couldn't turn it around.
Yeah, what happened?
What do you mean what happened? You're supposed to be covering what happened. You should have warned any of the people who bought an Xbox that there is an obvious problem with Microsoft.
Well, this whole thing has really shown like the limitations of gaming journalism. Mm-hmm. Because even now they can't really go in. Like, I get that it's Ryan McCaffrey and he's genetically predisposed to being unable to go in, but he put up an article right like today that's trying to take responsibility away from Phil. Like, obviously, this is Satya Nadella and people higher up coming in and meddling.
It's true. He's talking to people, and people are being like, well, you know, the extra pressure for the $70 billion means the boardroom's making the calls. And I'm like, oh, for the last 11 years?
I wonder why they would have to come in. Could someone have ruined the carpet? Maybe pee all over
like,
it?
none of this is
everywhere.
And here's the thing, none of this is new behavior from Microsoft.
No.
Like,
not
they
at
did
all.
this exact thing. This exact thing is what happened to Lionshead, and fucking Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer did a fucking video talking about how they didn't want to do that studios anymore.
They did. They paid so much money to do a self-funded documentary made for them that basically reads as state media, where they still say the most damning things possible only 2.5 years later. Where they're like, we don't want to make the mistake of buying a studio and running them improperly and crashing them into the ground like that. We want to better support them to do what they're good at. Anyways, we should say
who's making Fable? Who's making Fable? The fucking people who used to make Forza? Fucking Playground's making Fable? I'm sure they're so fucking good at that. Oh, wait, look, we're getting reports that it's going bad because they've never made an RPG before.
Also, the core problem, and if any of you motherfuckers in the game journalism industry would actually fucking cover this, my blood pressure could go down. They won't hire people. Tango got closed because they had employees.
And they wanted to hire more employees. A sin.
Don't sit there and be like, well, they had to staff up and they weren't sure if the game was coming. No, they had to staff, period.
None of these fucking... First of all, let's not even get into the element of it of Tango, the only Japanese one, probably legally unable to do that contractor shit. Probably a nice juicy target, considering that Microsoft's favorite million quotation marks cost saving measure can't be employed at them. I never see journalists talking about the contractor shit ever. Guys, that's the... It's like you're talking about an athlete's poor performance and dancing around the fact he has cancer.
Right. It's like, oh, we have no idea why he slowed down. He's missing a goddamn leg. It's so
once
fucking
again, because we
infuriating.
have to explain this because nobody talks about it. Microsoft has a company-wide policy to use mostly contractors on their projects, and not just contractors that can only work for 18 months at a time before they have to be gone for 6 months. And it's not like they're rotated to another project for 6 months. They can't work at Microsoft for 6 months. So none of these, they are incapable of having anyone who has developed any experience because of this. And most of Microsoft's games run on fucking proprietary engines, so it's not like if they're making a game on Unreal, there's a huge hiring base of people who know how to use Unreal. And nobody talks about it. This is the root cause of everything. Would things be good if this wasn't the case? Probably not, but they wouldn't be nearly as bad.
They could ship a game ever.
Yeah. It wouldn't be this
such
end-ending nightmare.
It's such a fucked up situation. It's so fucking crazy dealing with this.
Yeah, and to be dealing with this for years, and then when the inevitable consequences of obvious things that are a matter of public record happen, to see an entire news industry act like it was some random physical phenomenon, like it was a freak summer storm that happened. You cannot not know what the fuck you're talking about this hard, this loudly, and then demand to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane. No one else in the industry has this problem of like, oh, we want to be 80% contractors, and oh, by the way, they can only work on a game for 18 months. That's insane. That's not sustainable. All you're doing... Okay, so during 7th Gen, when they farmed out a bunch... when Japan's studios farmed out a bunch of games to Western game developers because it was cheaper, and then they had a tech problem because they never developed the engines to make large-scale games going forward, that was the cost. You only saw the short-term money savings. You didn't think about the long-term cost of, we never invested in our tools, and now we're playing catch-up.
Right.
That is literally what Microsoft has been doing for, as I am aware of, at least 4 years. At least 4 years, Microsoft has had this policy. That's why you can't ship a fucking game. Hey, we don't even have to try this hard. You remember when the guy who was supposed to fix Halo left for, what was it, Netflix?
Yeah.
Netflix.
You remember that? Game journalists, do you remember that?
No.
Because the core problem of why he had to leave is they would not let him hire people. They did not want to ship a new Halo. They did not want to fund hiring people. They did not want to staff a studio. They could not fix Halo Infinite more because of this.
Yeah. So if you mix years and years of this contractor horseshit with the unholy cancer that is Game Pass, because they don't want to pay people to make the games, and then they don't want to sell the games, they just want to disrupt the industry enough to where they'll eventually win. And through that entire process, continually, actively, and wantonly destroyed their ability to exist in this industry. You cannot investor money loss leader your way into never making a product and then act surprised when your business fails.
This is one of, like, tech companies have gotten so used to, you don't sell the steak, you sell the sizzle. Except with tech companies, there is no actual steak. You're faking a sizzle. But that doesn't work in games because people who buy games are normal human beings and not tech investors.
Right.
Yeah.
Another data point, just a fun data point. Every single first-party game Sony announced in 2020 for the PS5 is out now. Basically, none of the ones Microsoft announced are.
Because Wolverine was announced in 2021.
Oh,
for anyone
okay.
who is confused on that.
Let's see. Yeah, there was every single one. Meanwhile, Microsoft, where the fuck's Everwild? Where the fuck's Fable? Where the fuck's Perfect Dark wasn't announced. Where the fuck's Avowed later this year? I know, but still 4 years. 4. We're still waiting on games from the reveal event.
It's so upsetting. And for years, I've had to deal with people who were the shittiest they could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute shittiest they could possibly be because they simply would not listen to the message that is rooted in concern. It is so much easier to not give a shit about the welfare of the industry and how competitive Microsoft is, because you could just be myopic and not think about the ramifications for the other two the moment Microsoft stops competing. Because this is not an easy space to enter.
No, it's very nowadays it's very, very costly. You need a lot of silicon.
Oh wait, why am I even visually here? 1 second. We can just there.
Let's go into the actual bullshit.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Microsoft closed Arkane Austin, Tango Gameworks, Alpha Dog Studios, and Roundhouse Games. I got the names of Alpha Dog Studios and Roundhouse Games correctly. Matt Booty couldn't.
No, he couldn't. He fucked up their names.
Cool.
No.
You love to see that.
No, I don't. It is
from a
infuriating.
high-level executive who is closing your studio.
You cheated on your wife and forgot her name when you apologized.
Uh-huh.
Arkane Austin was Prey and Redfall. Phil explicitly said they would not close them for the failing of Redfall. He said that not even a year ago because people were immediately scared. Like, Phil, you didn't buy this great studio and have them make a game they weren't used to making and then canceled them when you forced them to ship it out a fucking year and a half early, right? Right, Phil? They said, don't worry, we won't. Well, guess what? Like, every fucking thing that comes out of Phil Spencer's mouth, it's a fucking lie.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had people
blatant.
working on the DLC for that game the day before they closed the studio. They had no warning.
Yeah, none of these people had warning. The director of Hi-Fi Rush wasn't even in the country yesterday when he got fired.
Apparently, I think this announcement went out like at 11 p.m. at night for Japan.
Yeah, something like that. Might have been 3 a.m. It was something like
Imagine
wildly
your
not.
fucking phone buzzing when you're trying to sleep. It's like your job doesn't exist anymore.
So, just to cover the timeline real quick, after the game Prey, Bethesda/Microsoft at different points in time, because you can't not blame Microsoft when so much of the development of Redfall happens under them, forces them to make a game that no one at the studio wants to make, that no one expects from the studio, that they're not good at making, and no one wants. They rushed them to ship early. Phil blames them on a podcast and said there was no situation where it could come out better.
Uh-huh.
He apologizes for that and takes blame in an interview later. He says they won't shut them down, and then he fucking shuts them down. Almost all of that timeline is in a single year.
And
of,
you can blame you. I saw motherfuckers saying, well, Microsoft didn't force them to make that game. They were begging Microsoft to let them cancel it and make something else because they knew it wasn't coming together. But they knew it wasn't their strength. That this was supposed to be the sort of thing that Microsoft would let them do. More freedom for the studios to make the games they're good at instead of a fucking Borderlands clone.
But instead, like with all of these, Microsoft just cared about a game coming out soon.
A game being announced.
Microsoft,
they actually have no idea of what it means to ship a game anymore.
Let's not pretend. Microsoft bought Bethesda because they thought Starfield, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout could be killer app exclusives.
And Deathloop. They were actually interested in Deathloop and Ghostwire because all of those are Bethesda. Sony was buying up exclusivity, and the only way they thought to combat this, because you don't pay for exclusivity. Why would you buy milk? Buy the cow. Which is why they have no exclusives.
Our cows keep dying. I know we'll buy more cows. That will solve the problem.
And the only thing they gave a shit about Activision, they wanted first of all, they didn't even care about Call of Duty. They only wanted King. The initial discussions where they were going to Bobby Kotick telling, sell us King, sell us your mobile division. And Bobby Kotick, who embarrassingly, pathetically is so much more competent than anybody in Microsoft's leadership, said, no, you buy our whole fucking company.
Yeah, he was really good at swindling them.
He swindled them out of $80 billion, one of the largest corporate acquisitions in human history. And now he gets to spend the rest of his life on the gigantic fucking $500 million golden parachute he got. But Microsoft doesn't give a shit about any of these studios. They don't give a fuck. They're going to give even less of a shit now because we're going to get into it. It's bad.
Yeah. God, is it a nightmare?
Tango Gameworks is the evil within. Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo. Phil explicitly said Hi-Fi Rush was a success. Everybody said Hi-Fi Rush was a success.
Yeah, even Aaron Greenberg and Matt Booty said Hi-Fi Rush was a fucking success.
And you know what? I'm gonna give Jeff Grubb some credit. Because way back when this game came out, he said, I have people in Microsoft and I'm worried that this game didn't really make any money because of Game Pass and how that works. And he got shouted down by Xbox fanboys and had to recanted when they talked about how successful it was. Well, it turns out he was fucking right. Turns out you actually do have to sell games, even if you're on Game Pass. Because guess what? Game Pass doesn't give you any fucking metrics. Or they give you metrics that companies interpret in the worst ways possible.
The engagement was high for the first month.
Yeah, it's a single player game. Have you figured that out? Do you understand that concept? Seemingly not.
No,
but then the number went down.
Yeah.
Then Matt Booty says yesterday, the day after closing them, we need more studios that can make smaller award-winning games. And one of the big guys over at Tango quote tweeted it today with his shelf of awards from Hi-Fi Rush.
Yep.
The director of Hi-Fi Rush quote tweeted it just with a picture of one of the Hi-Fi Rush characters staring, disassociating.
You're lucky that we have yet to pass laws for public executions of corporate incompetence. You are so lucky.
I saw insane people on Twitter being like, he's not talking about that. He's talking about smaller games.
I saw that too, and I'm like, what are you talking about? How many people do you think made Hi-Fi Rush? How well do you think it did relative to the budget and everything else? You fucking Nimrod.
Well, no, he meant Balantro, like Balantro and Manor Lords, completely impossible to predict and replicate lightning in a bottle games made by one person.
Yeah, I saw people being like, we meant Pal Worlds, like other things made by 10 people at most. It's like, you don't get to own that as a corporation. I'm sorry, that's a random passion project / guy in a garage who knows what he can steal to make work.
That was you rat fuck, you subhuman garbage.
Yeah, all of the weird.
It's like finding any excuse whatsoever to ignore reality staring them in the face, but whatever. The fanboys don't fucking matter. All but the most diseased of them have kneeled.
Mm-hmm.
They are broken.
Yeah, no, I thought it was over last time with the
Right.
Xbox as a brand. It is fucking dead right now. The only people standing by Xbox are complete psychopaths and people whose entire brand as creators is tied entirely to Xbox.
Even-
and frankly, most of
even
those
there-
have fucking given up.
Yeah.
Like they're
Yeah.
stuck in the point where they're like looking at the ground and rubbing the back of their head and trying to find the words to defend them and can't. Like it's over.
When you close the studio that made the only good game that's well received this entire gen for your console.
The
That's
last
bad luck.
the last big Microsoft game you could even argue was anything close to well received was Gears 5 that came out 5 years ago.
While this podcast was live, Tom Warren tweeted a clip from a Bloomberg Tech interview with Sarah Bond.
Okay, so that's the video that went live when we were 31 minutes in.
Yeah, like the interviewer asks her, like, shouldn't, in reference to Tango Gameworks, like, shouldn't success like that be rewarded? And if you want to shove a knife in your ears, Sarah Bond gives the most hollow corpo speak. Well, the great thing about video games is that it's a creative medium, and you know what success means for different studios is like we can't go for a one size fits all approach and then just
Shut
trails off into drivel.
You know, I
Your
feel bad
brand
for
is
Sarah
dead.
Bond. I feel bad for Sarah Bond because I'm expecting Phil Spencer to just disappear now. Like we're never going to see him again. He's going to take a much
I don't-
more detached corporate role.
I don't feel bad for
Yeah,
Sarah Bond at all.
I can't feel bad
She's-
for any of these people.
Like, anyone who's running the Xbox division is just someone who's been around Microsoft for a really long time and got their fucking position out of ineptitude and endurance.
She doesn't
That's how we ended
deserve
up
to
like
be
this.
the face of this shit that other people caused.
She's also an active agent in this. It's not like she was hired last year.
Yeah, no.
The number one person who should be blamed right now is Phil Spencer, and the number two, Matt Booty. Yes, I agree. Sarah also needs to take blame. 100%. This whole fucking thing. Every fucking part of this. Did you, did real quick, did you cover, it may have gotten lost in it, the Redfall season pass, how none of the content is happening and that they're
Yeah, none of the
refunding it?
content's happening. At least they're refunding people.
Yeah.
I do wonder if we're gonna start seeing the end of season passes because companies are now like, if our game bombs, we don't want to be on the hook for fucking a year and a half more development on it, on the side content.
Yeah,
that like
maybe
three people bought.
We could go back to make the product and then sell the product.
Uh-huh. Man. I wonder, did they do physical editions that came with the season pass?
They did physical editions. I don't know if they did any that came with the season
Yeah,
pass,
because
but
that's like,
maybe.
how would you even refund that?
Quickly so you
I-
don't get sued.
I don't think so. I think it was all digital. Like you had to buy. I think the most you got, which I don't know how you would refund this. Maybe they'll probably just refund it to your Xbox account. I think you could buy like a retail card that had a code for the Byte back upgrade.
Yeah, at that point, it's still activating on your account, so they could refund it that way.
Alpha Dog Studios made mobile games, which Microsoft is now pushing. Spoilers, today they announced they're opening their own mobile store to have a better focus on mobile games.
How are you this stupid?
What? Are these the guys that made the Doom mobile game?
I don't know.
One of these two made the Doom mobile game. I just can't remember which one.
It would be that one then, because
Okay.
Roundhouse is a different thing.
They
Gotcha.
made Mighty Doom, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You fucking
They made Mighty Doom, Ninja Golf, Monstrous City Rampage, and Wraithborn, but Wraithborn was a long time ago.
You could literally go to any grocery store in the country, pick up someone who stocks groceries, and they would do a better fucking job running this company. Because
I
at
mean,
the end of
yeah,
the day,
like
they
the days
understand
when-
the physical notion of, in order to sell this product, it needs to be where people like it, and they would like if it isn't banged up and dented and fucked up. Oh, by the way, we should probably buy more green beans to sell them, because that's what they're buying, so someone needs to make it somewhere!
Yeah, we've talked about this before, but you know, if you don't know this, grocery stores sell bread and milk at a loss, and I think eggs too. Because those things are called loss leaders. People have to buy them, and if they're cheaper in your store, they'll come in to get them and fill out the rest of their grocery list in your store.
Mm-hmm.
If a tech company ran grocery stores, they just wouldn't sell bread and milk anymore because those don't have good enough margins.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the same reason that tech guys took over GameStop, and all of a sudden, most of GameStop's floor space is gamer headsets that cost $250 and they don't have any fucking actual games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because games have a small margin, but this giant dog shit headset has a great margin.
And I hope we cover this. They were Arkane Austin was also pitching a normal fucking Arkane game.
It sounded like they were pitching Dishonored 3.
Uh-huh. Which they didn't do the other Dishonored. Some people get confused. That's the other
Arkane Leon did Dishonored 1 and 2. Arkane Austin
Leon
did Prey, which is very well regarded, you idiots.
Arkane Leon is safe until that Blade game doesn't sell 300 million copies.
Right, because of course it won't.
Did you guys see the
director of that Blade game tore into them? I honestly don't know if the industry can handle this. Like we're reaching the point where developers who work for Microsoft are openly going for their throats. And what's Microsoft going to do? Retaliate now in the current environment? No, you won't. Or they will, and they're even dumber than even I think.
Well, the status of Perfect Dark kind of argues that they're incredibly dumb. I saw some people go, this can't get worse. And then the next day, it's like, oh, Hi-Fi Rush they were making a sequel. I'm like, yeah, what do you think they were making after Mikami and, I forgot the original director of Ghostwire's name.
Oh, Ikumi
Nakamura. Yeah. They're both gone. I mean, of course they were going to make a Hi-Fi Rush 2. Everyone loved Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, they were in the middle of pitching 2, of course.
They could also make The Evil Within 3, because the director of those is the same, actually. The director of Hi-Fi Rush is the director of The Evil Within 2.
But The Evil Within wasn't as well received as Hi-Fi Rush. It's not even close.
2 was pretty well received.
It's even still not. I feel like Hi-Fi Rush was still like another level of power.
You'd think maybe one of the fucking brain trusts over Microsoft would look like, wow, Resident Evil and Alan Wake really popped up. Oh, we have our own horror franchise. That's good.
And they also kind of proved that studio Tango can make 2 games at once. Because you notice how close Ghostwire and Hi-Fi Rush were.
Yeah.
Because Hi-Fi Rush is smaller. It had a smaller team working on it.
On that note, I have heard that the entire rationale, like because of how fucked the Xbox division is, how just under the magnifying glass they are, they need to cut costs now. The rationale for it being these studios was they weren't currently making a game.
Yeah.
So some bean counter went, all right, these studios are making a game, so that will be less money than these other studios starting new projects.
Yeah, that's sure what happens when you have a colossal giga corporation that's far too big for the human mind to organize, that no amount of delegation can make rational, that really should have been split up a decade ago, at least.
Yeah, no, they should have, and they barely skirted away by not getting split up by doing the most piddly shit in the world.
Yeah, can you imagine how much less active harm Xbox would have done to this industry if they couldn't just pull Microsoft's bank account?
Yeah.
So anyways, we're about to see that as all of these things fall everywhere in the entire industry. It'll be interesting how we come out on the other side. God. It's a good thing I like indie games and middle tier games.
We're sitting here with that information. Like every time a studio at Microsoft releases a game, we have to just brace ourselves for are they
going to be shut down? Are they going to be closed down? Because they're not going to hit whatever insane goal Microsoft wants, and now they won't be making a game.
Yeah, Ninja Theory is literally doing the same shit of the director who was the guy you knew the studio for left. 3 other directors who don't have previous directing experience are directing Senua's Saga because it's going to be a giant IP. We can't just call it Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2. And that's coming out next week. A sort of smaller budget game.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how they're gonna fucking do. Wonder how Project Mara's going.
everybody pointed out, guys, you're not marketing this Hellblade 2 at all. Most people don't know it came out. And they responded by cutting a new trailer out of the previous trailer. It has no new footage at all. It was really obviously something an intern whipped up in desperation.
Yeah, so I was surprised when people were complaining about no marketing behind it when that they've spent so much marketing for
Early.
that.
Yeah.
For the last 3 years.
Microsoft
Longer.
is really
that was
bad
the
at this.
first announced Xbox Series X
That's
game.
true.
It was 2019. Yeah. 4.5 years we dealt with a marketing cycle that ended with them not talking about it.
Yeah, like they haven't parsed the difference between marketing a game to raise its profile before launch and not shutting the fuck up about a project for way too long.
Imagine all the vertical slices you could have saved some fucking money on by just not even announcing it.
Yeah.
So interesting thing around Roundhouse, okay?
Uh-huh.
I see people keep saying, "Oh, they were support on the Elder Scrolls Online." They're former Machine Head Games.
Weird.
Yeah, they let me pull this up 1 second. Yep, Human Head Studios.
Okay.
Sorry, Human Head Studios. They had made the studio only in 2019.
Oh, what?
So the only thing they got to do as far as Moby Game shows is work on Redfall.
Come on. What was Human Head again?
They made the original Prey, which was really cool. They made Brink.
Yeah.
They made The Quiet Man, but I don't want to hold that one against them.
Fair.
And they made a game called Rune 2, which is a sequel to an earlier game they made. I don't know anything about Rune.
So yeah, apparently Roundhouse will just get absorbed into ZeniMax Online Studios to do support for the Elder Scrolls Online.
Great.
We got they're leaking like a sieve now. Like there's no hold. Everybody wants to talk now because why wouldn't they? You're probably not going to have a job in a year.
Yeah.
There's no reason to play it safe if no one is safe.
So this is from Jason Schreier over at Bloomberg. The cuts aren't finished yet. There will be more.
Yeah.
They're not even close to done.
Of course.
Mike, it's exactly what we said as soon as this shit started happening. Somebody higher up saw $70 billion leave cash on hand and went, we're going to start looking at this division.
Yeah.
Man, if only some sort of cool gaming podcast said literally what you just said a significant amount of time ago, multiple times, and nobody listened. Those people should become fucking prophets and headline a gaming podcast known across the world. And instead, they just get shitty comments in the meantime. And then when the fucking thing finally drops, everyone goes, wow, why'd that happen? Once again, most gaming journalists have no fucking idea about the corporate interest rate.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a lot of insiders. Like they're pivoting. It's like they want games that sell at the Halo level and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're doing the Sony transition where it's like if it's less than 5 million sales, it basically doesn't exist for us. So none of that shit, none of the shit they have in the tank is safe. Like Machine Games isn't safe, Ninja Theory isn't safe, Obsidian isn't safe, In Exile isn't safe, fucking Double Fine isn't safe.
It's not totally okay.
We need to make games that'll sell like this many millions of copies. That's how we can save the company. It's like a man standing at the bottom of an 11-foot pit going, you know, if I had a 12-foot ladder, I'd be fine. And ignoring the fact that it's starting to rain, motherfucker.
And we're getting reports that like core Xbox studios are on the chopping block.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be? Everything seems to be.
So yeah,
This is good. This is going to end in 2 or 3 years. There isn't going to be an Xbox platform. There's not going to be Game Pass, and they're gonna make Call of Duty, and sell Blizzard's things, and that'll be it.
I am very excited for that very expensive PC or portable that they're making in the future called Xbox that no one will buy because they've completely shattered all faith in the brand.
I don't even believe that's going to happen.
Me neither.
Yeah,
honestly.
no, we're like things have gotten so much worse, even in the last single week.
Like, why would Microsoft leadership go, well, no, we still kind of have to support your weird Steam box. Fuck it. Like, we'll just sell games on PlayStation and PC.
Like, we can't even take we can never trust any exec to Microsoft. So even if Sarah Bond's like, yeah, we got some huge new console coming, why would we believe her?
Oh, well, hardware is easy to engineer. I don't doubt that they are actively, as of this second, making an Xbox designed to come out in 2026.
Yeah, of course. Of course they're currently working on
it. When it comes time to put in the order, again, the only way it comes out is if they go to the fucking bottom, like go down to 3DO tier and have to be like, we're not even going to make it. Here's the specs it has to have. Other companies, you can make it if you want.
Yeah. It is absolutely fucking insane. You have this line here about some employees they are trying to buy out, talking about...
Yes, they're trying to buy out the contracts of some ZeniMax employees. I don't know if they're really expensive or they have some kind of contract that Microsoft can't just lay them off. Like maybe they're executives or at the senior level and they have some kind of long-term contract that insulates them. But Microsoft is like, we'll just pay you to go away, please. We need less headcount.
Fucking insane. Yeah, I think that Ryan McCaffrey interview where he's talking to the person who's probably sounds like their old Xbox guard, their Xbox old guard, and they haven't worked there in a while. But they were talking about at the 360 launch, the Xbox division was just a few hundred people, like a couple hundred.
Now it's 30,000. That's the biggest company in the industry. That's 30% larger than Ubisoft, which is currently burning down because they have too many employees.
Well, that's why they have to close these studios. They need to streamline the whole operation so that the core management team that's fucking everything up can shove their hands deeper into every aspect of the operation.
That is explicitly what they said. Yeah, they said their leadership team is spread too thin. They can't keep track of all these projects. That's why they're not coming out. That's why it's not working out. And well, what's that guy's name?
Is it JP?
Capcom.
Yeah.
Capcom.
Let me pull him up. Because I screen capped this because it was so funny. Matt Walker.
Yeah, Matt Walker's like, those people are fucking worthless.
Yeah,
those
the people in that team provide zero value anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, like the executive management is the only valuable labor.
Speaking of executive management and the initiatives they push for, there was an article from a couple years ago Chris brought up before this podcast, and I took some quotes from it that I figured we'd read verbatim before we segue into the Game Pass related part of this. In meetings, Mr. Spencer's staff would present arguments for why Game Pass wouldn't work. Publishers wouldn't participate, or it would eat into profits, said former Xbox veteran Richard Irving. Phil Spencer wouldn't take no for an answer, Irving added, saying Spencer was at the center of pushing forward with Xbox Game Pass. He was always trying to find a way to make it work.
And this is a glowing look at his determination thing from
So
2022.
Just
Which,
to be
by
clear,
the way, already too late.
Yeah.
Yes, by 2022, we had been yelling about the ramifications it had on the industry for 2 years because we predicted what happened this year of they stopped wanting to pay anyone to get their games.
I imagine, and it makes me smile every time, watching a room full of bedraggled people who know what the fuck they're talking about, trying to explain to this thick fuckwit the very obvious ramifications of not selling video games, and him just going, nah, I'd win.
Clearly, I should have edited him into that expression for the.
God, I bet everyone who riled against it is the left company.
Is
Almost
what?
Is gone from the company, like almost certainly.
They
Bob,
probably
he's
just
not-
went to a different division.
Bob, he's not Jim Ryan.
This is from Tom Warren. Microsoft is debating raising the price of Game Pass again.
Who could have predicted that?
Something they did not even a year ago.
Who could have predicted that? Didn't Chris even make a prediction live on that big thing when they raised it? How long until they do it again? And I believe it was by the end of this year.
Dan, we literally, in thing we don't want to cover on Big Think Dimension in 2024 at Game of the Year, we had a new, more expensive Game Pass tier that has Call of Duty on it. And this entire discussion is happening because they don't want to put Call of Duty on it because they can't. Of course they can't. Even if it's just losing Xbox Series sales, which it isn't. If there's somebody who has both, I bet they'll play it on Xbox to get it for quote unquote free.
Mm-hmm.
So if
you can't have it. So it's either this is the choice facing you, remaining Xbox fans. Either Game Pass will be $25 a month and have Call of Duty on it, or it will stay only $15 a month and not. It's not. They are not going to eat that several $100 million loss. They just won't. They have no reason to. Why? So they don't piss you guys off? I'm a little fucking late for that.
A little fucking late. So if you see those scant few Xbox fans that are still diehards and holding on, this will break them.
Yes. This final straw.
It's not a matter of if. The Xbox brand is dead. It's toxic.
Yeah. We hit a point of no return population-wise. Your brand is gone. So this company is only in squeeze the whales for as much as we can get out of it, strip the copper out of the walls, just try and balance the sheet before we pretend this division never existed.
And, we have, what are the human ramifications, beyond just the human misery that all these layoffs cause? If I work at an Xbox studio, what fucking reason do I have to be motivated to help this game get out?
Uh-huh.
I don't. In fact, I might be motivated to go slower because I'm willing to bet if you're not shipping, you're safer than if you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very much what these quotes make it sound like.
Do you know of any games that aren't just shipping already, goddammit, despite being 6 years in development, Chris? Do we have any news about that?
This is from Jeff Grubb. Perfect Dark, quote, isn't coming together at all.
No,
it's in a very
shit!
Reminder, they said they were still in pre-production in June of last year. Not even a year ago. They're like, we're not even in real development yet.
You listen to people who cover this
2 or 3
industry
years out,
who somehow were expecting this game to show up ever? It's fucking insane. You sound like a child.
I think Perfect Dark won our most likely to be canceled. Concord might have beaten it, but I think that this was a strong contender, if nothing else. I can't see it not happening. I just can't. They haven't made any progress, and now the Grim Reaper is here to try and cut their way to profitability.
Yeah, I don't understand how they're so bad at this. They seem like incredibly farcically bad at producing games.
Yeah, this is like when they say you can't beat random chance on the stock market. Not having an entire bracket of executive oversight and just letting people steal shit from the office would have made more and better games than they did.
Yeah. It seems like there may be people in Xbox leadership preventing these games from being made at all.
I would like to do a little composition here of the comment from Matt Walker of nobody in that team has any value at all. They provide zero value. To the thing Matt Booty said, where he was like, "Oh yeah, the people working on Perfect Dark said they never see me and that I don't show up or look at the project, but I talk to them on the phone." I would just like to take these 2 comments where he said, of course, literally no one working on this game even knows I've seen it.
Uh-huh.
In this part where Matt Walker says they provide literally 0 value. And then his bullshit thing of like, I'm on the phone with them all the time.
Yeah, the Matt Booty, another core part of the problem at Microsoft.
Yes, no, Phil Spencer and Matt Booty are responsible for so much of what's wrong with that fucking company between Game Pass and their inability to foster a fucking studio and ship a fucking game and hire fucking people.
6 years? Is that right?
Yeah, we knew about this game in 2018.
Yeah,
It
doesn't make sense.
Either in 6 years you accidentally stumble on what a game's going to be. There has to be some leader coming in and saying, "No, I don't want that," but never being able to tell you what he does want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless Ken Levine is sneaking into your offices in the middle of the night.
So literally what happened is they had leads from the 2 different groups working on it constantly change what they wanted compared to each other, pissing each other off constantly, and throwing away shitloads of work nonstop. Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm seeing it right here. 6 years ago, YouTube video, new Xbox Fable and Perfect Dark game. 6 years ago. And we sit here and we're like, well, modern video games take so long to make. No. They don't take that long to make with nothing to show.
Yeah. That's...
6 fucking years.
That's a lot of contractor cycles.
And that is...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Somebody do that math. I'm not, because I'm too busy moving on to the amount of shit I got in that amount of time for being upset that the Perfect Dark trailer was just CG bullshit with no salient, solid ideas of what it was, that we had to see so many Microsoft Game Studios CG trailers that meant fucking nothing, and the closest we've gotten to anything is Hellblade 2 is going to limp out in 2 weeks, and Fable looks like the most scripted AAA set piece hold up to walk through the scary sneaking moment shit ever when we saw it last year. That's it.
I'm not even sure Fable's going to come out. Like,
honestly,
I'm in the same situation.
I'm honestly there with you. Like, I don't think their power levels are anywhere near as close. Like, Perfect Dark is hundreds of times more likely to get canceled, but I would
Fable's
not
safe.
Yeah, no, it's just, it's closer to done. And
all you have to do is go read the original, what happened to fucking Lion's Head, where Microsoft went, well, Fable's successful, but it's not as successful as Call of Duty, so make something else that might be. Make this free-to-play multiplayer thing. Oops, it's not coming together. You're gone. It's the exact same, just on a bigger scale now, because there's more money involved. First is tragedy, then is farce.
Right? Like after you killed the goose that laid the golden eggs, you just wandered around the countryside slaughtering random regular geese.
And then you found another goose that laid golden eggs and did it again.
There I go, killing again.
That's all they know.
I'm not so sure about that Clockwork Revolution game in Exile is making either, considering I found out today that they have a support studio helping. That it's all the people who got cut from Volition when Embracer shut that down. So now I can't really be secure in that game.
So we're going to say what we've been saying. Oh, wait. I guess we have one bit of Microsoft news left. Did we overtly say this part? Because I think we touched on it mildly, but not out loud.
We touched on the mobile store, but Microsoft is going to launch its own mobile game store and design. It will launch with its first-party portfolio, including Candy Crush, Saga, and Minecraft. The store will open to other publishers later. It will be web-only to start with. So, it sounds like that EU ruling that you have to let alternate marketplaces on your store Microsoft's gonna wanna is looking to rub Apple's nose in it a little bit, which they shouldn't, because the EU could decide at any time to decapitate them.
Yep.
Which I hope they do soon.
So, I know in the past the concept has been too radical, so I'm going to try it again because we've been saying it all year. Sony is fucked up by trying to make too many live service games. Microsoft is burning down to the ground. The Switch 2 comes out next year, and Nintendo delayed it to have a really strong lineup. And Nintendo has a really good track record of making great quality software across an entire lifetime of a system. The AAA end of the industry is burning to the ground as it tries to make games that can push Unreal Engine 5 and these next generation technologies to look so good, games like Immortals of Avium. And they cost an unsustainable amount of money. There is such a high possibility that the Switch 2 succeeds as much as the Switch, possibly even more, as people skip out on Xbox and PS5 and just go, yeah, this one looks good enough. Because as we've covered countless times on this fucking podcast, no fucking real human that has ever touched grass, even once in their fucking miserable lives, has looked at a game that looks like a really high-end PS4 game running smoothly and gone, oh, that looks terrible. As it turns out, the absolute heights of the PS2 graphically were basically as good as you need ever. And with Nintendo's art style stacked on top of a system radically more powerful than the PS4, you bet your ass they're in for some shit. So yeah, I really do think it's a strong possibility this industry shifts towards PC and Switch even more heavily than it already did. I think it's fucking absurd to not entertain that.
Yeah.
I think the big things that first of all, Sony needs to drop the price.
They do. They're fucking dead in the water if they don't get the price on that down by the time the Switch 2
They need to drop the price, and they need to diversify their portfolio, their game portfolio. You can't just make these $300 million cinematic things.
Which is funny as shit because their 7th most successful game of all time is a game that wasn't like all the other games they're making. Their 7th Helldivers 2 is the 7th most successful PlayStation game ever.
That's insane, yeah.
Because it's on PC and PlayStation at launch.
Mm-hmm.
And it did really well. And it's not what they normally make. It's not a God of War, a Last of Us, a Spider-Man. It's the only fucking ounce of variety their fucking catalog has had in 3 years.
Yeah,
and that's financial success, not units sold. And reminder, it's $40, not $70.
Yeah, it turns out people are more inclined to buy it if it's not $70.
Yo, maybe make some $40 games. Hey, Microsoft, you know what'd save you right now? Some sort of successful critical darling that was $30, maybe $40. You got another one of those in the pipeline?
Well, no, because the pipeline takes like 2 or 3 years, and we can need it now. And if we don't have it now, we should trust the studio.
I want my blood, and I want it now.
I'm so like the only thing. It's depressing that the most I can hope for on the Western side of the industry is it contracts enough that all the tech investors leave. And then maybe the people who know what the fuck they're doing can start to rebuild the Western side of the industry. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, I really don't. I think, and I have to say this now, just the one last fucking prophecy. Sony will be where Microsoft is now instantly if they get Paramount. If they, it doesn't matter. They're separate. It doesnn't matter. $26 billion cash they spend on Paramount. They will be shooting Insomniac in the head because their fucking Soy Jack cinematic universe didn't take off.
Yeah.
Like they will instantly get to this level of brain dead because you can't. There's no other way to be when you're spending money in this amount because it doesn't make sense to spend this much money.
Mm-hmm.
These acquisitions don't make sense and have never made sense.
Yeah, I thought that like the interest rate being normalized would stop this. That they wouldn't try and do an acquisition like that because that's crazy. It makes no sense.
That's the only plan these companies have anymore. So if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like their entire strategy is based around refusing to recognize reality and the finite limits of a physical universe. So they only have strategies that involve doing stupid shit that cannibalizes the economy.
Yeah, I mean, because they literally need number to go up, context irrelevant. So if I fuse with this other person, become a gigantic blob that is unsustainable as a life form, but we're bigger now, that's a sick win.
Yeah, we are at the stage where all the fish,
I'm fucking winning.
all the fish have died off and the gators are eating each other.
So, anyway.
Vehicle of Ultron's great, actually.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, as keeps getting quoted back at me, I can't wait to be a Nintendo fan for the next 10 years.
This is from that Ryan McCaffrey article with him talking with old Xbox guard. And this is going to make me insane. Microsoft literally did what every other company did. They thought COVID made Game Pass subs go up real fast. COVID made them sell a bunch of consoles real fast. This will continue forever. We can afford to buy Activision. We're going up to the fucking moon, baby. We're gonna have 100 million Game Pass subs by the end of 2025. Oh shit. Turns out acquiring Activision took a hell of a lot longer and cost a lot more than anybody expected. So now we have to recoup all those legal costs and the fact that money faucet turned off by the time the acquisition finally went through.
Man, how is everyone in management over there this stupid? Like, at some level, I understand the journalists like refuse to learn. But the management who just makes these decisions that have gigantic numbers attached to them, an entire job is supposed to be able to read a number sheet, can't.
Reading a number sheet is not their job. That group is both insular and self-selecting. You don't get that job unless you are bad at it. Unless you actually believe the kind of stupid shit your boss and peers believe.
Yeah, 20 years ago, that wasn't really the case. You did see even 10 years ago, because that happened to John Riccatello over at EA. You still saw people get fired for incompetence, but it seems like now the executive class has fully become like an actual social class, like an actual caste. Yeah. And it does not matter how much they fail. Yeah. They will continue to get work at these executive levels.
Because they're going to ride this out. Because in my head, there are only two ways this goes. Either there is an end of this scale of corporations, or there isn't. So either they get the great bonus and they get to exit out as all of the shit falls apart, or they get to be tyrannical pseudo-governments. I don't know which one's more likely, sadly enough. But it's real cool that the American government started hitting Silicon Valley companies with bats. Keep it up, please.
They need to do it harder and faster.
Yeah, I mean,
with their mouth wider open.
It's smiling and the mouth wider open. It's insane. It's all fucking insane. And this news is so bad, it's actually putting me off of even Sony.
Yeah.
Like, this shit actually leaves such a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, yeah, fuck AAA gaming. I just don't care anymore. Like, it's actually eating away at my joy of the fucking medium.
They need,
there's all these, all this shit is just making me go, maybe I should just stop buying new games and just play old RPGs for the rest of my life.
Sony really needs to completely change their image. They need a new CEO for PlayStation immediately.
Who has a vision.
Yeah, who has a vision, and they need to talk about it regularly, and they need to talk about the legacy of their platform,
Yeah.
and all the great old things they used to do, and how they are bringing things back. Because right now, they do just seem like Microsoft too.
They do. They
Like
seem
what-
like the cool Jeff.
Yeah.
Like
If not for that Insomniac leak, what Sony first party games do we know exist? Wolverine.
and Death Stranding 2.
Yes.
And
Is that even going to be Sony exclusive when it launches, or is it launching on everything?
it's probably going to launch on PC and PlayStation, but that
Yeah, it's
you know,
funded by
that's
Sony.
that's the Sony direction going
Okay.
forward, especially after Helldivers.
Right.
Like the good effect of Helldivers is getting simultaneous PC launches, assuming they get enough time to polish these things. The bad effect of Helldivers is worrying that gave more fuel to the games as a service thing because they
Yes.
don't understand the difference between Destiny and Helldivers.
And then we know that Kojima thing's coming.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
I was
That's the
actually
only other thing.
thinking today, man, remember Astrobot?
Yeah.
Remember at the launch of the PS5 when you thought, oh man, maybe Sony's going to go in a more Nintendo-y direction now that Microsoft is faltering.
Yeah, they even made
Yeah,
a
who-
studio for those guys.
Yeah, out of the remains of Sony Japan.
Yeah, and they
And they said
haven't
multiple
announced
times,
anything.
been like, we're working on the thing. We got the thing going. Here's a video of us working on a thing. Oh, we're having such a great time working on this thing. And I'm like, you are going to ship that,
Yeah,
though,
you
right?
guys aren't going to be shut down before that, are you?
Whoever this new CEO is, their vision had better include the fact that Nintendo exists.
Right.
Because they released the Switch 2 and it's basically a ramped up PS4. Do you think anybody in this atmosphere of collapsing production is going to peg the PS5 Pro as their hardware benchmark?
Right.
No.
Yeah,
So you're
I
going to be
think-
shipping your first party shit and then a whole bunch of shit that looks exactly like it does on the Switch 2.
That's not true. It'll run at a higher resolution and a better frame rate on the PS5.
Right.
If we're lucky.
and it really is if we're lucky, because already the PS5 versions of some games feels like
An afterthought.
an afterthought. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to right now, like in pretty much the entire Jim Ryan era. Sony feels like they've had absolutely no identity at all.
Mm-hmm. They seem like that's been their goal, like to become a weird soulless creature.
Like they need somebody who was Sean Layden a CEO? Was he
Yeah,
CEO?
for like a couple of years.
Yeah.
We need somebody like Sean Layden. We need somebody who can at least pretend to be a human being.
Yeah.
We need somebody who we need somebody who seems like they like a specific type of game and not a game based on how well it's sold, like Jim Ryan's bizarre robot list of favorite games.
Yeah. This is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, no actual human cares about ray tracing right now.
No.
Only super tech enthusiast people who don't care about the ramifications of what it means to run that and to make art for that and all that. That's the only people who care. So when you look at this situation, you're like, well, the PS5 is more powerful. And it's like, yeah, it might be capable of better ray tracing, but even then, the PS5 Pro is recommended. And if that's your fucking audience, and you're thinking that's going to be enough of a reason to not make a Switch 2 version your primary version, you're fucking insane.
All you have to do, like, nobody is. They might, like, Capcom is going to target the Switch 2 first for everything. Square Enix is going to target the Switch 2 first for everything, especially considering that they seemingly expected the COVID bump to last forever too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like none of like, and do you know the power right now? I'm willing to bet that most, because you can look at the best-selling Switch games, and you have to go down to like 27 out of 50 to get to one Nintendo didn't make. Like right now, the Switch is still mostly the Nintendo box to people who own Switches. If they can play Resident Evil and Final Fantasy on it, how fast do you think that's going to change, Sony?
Yeah. Yeah. The Switch,
Especially if they come in at $400, just end it. Just put the barrel of the gun in your mouth.
Yeah, the Switch is like the Switch 1 did absolute gangbusters, and it could basically run PS3 games or really cut down versions of PS4 games. There are no good PS5 games that are beyond the reach of a Switch 2, basically.
Yeah, finding out it has that faster memory, even more points
like internal
towards that.
storage.
Yeah, internal storage.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like it might even be able to do some cut down version of Rift Apart.
Yeah, absolutely. At that fucking bandwidth, you bet your ass, especially since it already came out a while ago that it has the dedicated processors for decompressing on it. Like, this thing's gonna fucking blow everyone who's expecting something that's anything like a Switch 1's fucking mind graphically.
Yeah,
I don't doubt we're getting a Smash Ultimate port just because it could look that much better.
Yeah, I have to wonder if with that, it kind of gives me confidence that they'll probably be able to get Reverse on there too. Because a lot of things that really impressed me in there were like, oh yeah, it's loading fast.
And how seamless it is, yeah.
Right, like there's so many things where obviously you can't have that much loaded in. Are you crazy?
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts out here, here in the game industry.
Hopefully the leadership at Sony is looking at Microsoft mulching themselves and are like, that could be us. We better take some steps to ensure it isn't.
You know, because they didn't lower the price on the PS5 yet, my brain was thinking about the PSVR 2 and how I wish the price went down, and then I realized, what's the probability they never make a lower price PSVR 2? They just make a new model because they're insane. They're like, hey, we stuck pancake lenses in it. Isn't that cool? And I'm like, so you tricked me into buy another fucking $600 headset, but no one else is getting these? What the fuck are you thinking? I was already playing your games. Make a cheaper unit.
No.
I think it's more likely that we'll just, after this year, maybe never hear about the PSVR 2 ever again.
It's possible. Sales-wise, it seems like PS4 VR2 for software sales is still somewhat good compared to how the PC market can be, but the Quest, as we covered last week, is like a huge chunk of sales.
On Amazon, the Quest series is 97% of VR headsets sold, and the PSVR 2 is 3%.
I bet. Well, you got to keep in mind, for a long time they were selling it directly through the fucking PlayStation.
That's true, but they need to lower the price of
everything.
Yeah, everything.
Of everything, yeah. Like I saw noted Twitter personality Jason Invignon said that you should be able to get a PSVR 2 and a PS5 for the price of a current PS5, which I think is a little much, but it's not that much.
Yeah, that's
a little extreme.
Like,
but the PS. God, I found the console price cut wiki the other day because I was like, I needed to know when things got price cuts and by how much and to what. And I was like, wow. We don't do any of this anymore.
Yeah, no. And I kept screaming about it, and people were like, I have to listen to certain things. I'm not going to name names. I have to listen to certain people who cover the industry who sit there and go, well, you know, it's just so expensive to make these consoles now. It's just so expensive. It's not viable. It's not viable.
No, it's come out that it's not.
No, motherfucker. They've been making money on the PS5 since 3 months after launch.
And typically,
you're supposed to be a loss leader. You sell a product, a subscription that's virtually necessary to use the fucking unit. That's 99% profit, and you still can't sell the hardware at a loss?
Sorry, we won't carry eggs anymore.
In fact, we're doing nothing but destroying eggs.
This actually works out for us.
Please sign up for a subscription service of all of these old eggs we have in the warehouse.
Oh, no.
Holy shit.
Yeah, remember the PS3? God, Sony was insane. They introduced 2 entirely new models in the first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were aggressive.
They were.
And they should be.
Imagine having to compete.
Yeah.
So yeah, once again, they are way too comfortable. The Switch 2 is going to fucking eat their ass. And they might actually start competing at that point, because I wouldn't doubt, like, we talk about it a lot. Chris, you've said it multiple times, but I'm going to say it again. The PS5 is selling roughly as well as the PS4, right?
Yeah.
That was with a COVID buff.
Yeah.
But it's also with them not price cutting.
But it's with the COVID buff, and the Switch isn't a direct competitor to what the PS5 offers. Guess what the Switch 2 definitely is?
Yeah, like...
You're fucked, motherfuckers. You're fucked.
Yeah, if somehow GTA 6 is on there, it's over. There's almost no way, right? I mean, they canceled the PS4 version. Wait, they were working on PS4
Sony,
version. Oh,
you
no.
better start scraping that percentage you take off of GTA 6 sales lower and lower to keep that thing off the Switch 2. If it's on there, you're done. You're fucking done. Knowing Rockstar, though, they'll just want to port GTA 5 to it.
Right. Man.
And then maybe later.
Because I had the thought of, like, what would this thing be when the Switch was coming out? And it was Skyrim. It's like, there's not a new Skyrim yet. And if there was, it wouldn't be there.
Nintendo announces Skyrim 2. Try and sue us.
Oh my
God, man. If the rumors, which are unverified, that Bethesda doesn't own Elder Scrolls, Todd Howard does. Can you imagine if Todd Howard just like, you pissed me off, I'm gone, and I'm taking Elder Scrolls with me. Go fuck yourselves.
That would be
the
so
funniest.
Good. That would be the funniest
that-
timeline.
Yeah, because I mean, it
happen.
doesn't matter how clear cut that contract is. They will tie his ass up in litigation for the next 10 years. God,
Yeah,
I
he
just
can,
keep
he
thinking
can ship
about.
3 games in the time of that litigation.
That's true.
I just keep thinking about Sony having to react quickly to the Switch. Like,
Yeah.
if they don't already have big plans in place, like the PlayStation Network subscription and how much it is now. How many people do you think are going to pay you to play multiplayer when all of their friends own a Switch?
Right.
Like when it comes down to like, oh, which thing are we going to get this for? The answer is the Switch.
Let me make something clear, okay? I don't love the PS5 OS. If you give me a choice between it and the Switch OS, I'll choose the Switch OS for one major reason. It gets me into the game faster. It's a clickier, faster, more responsive menu.
Yeah.
That's what I want. That OS on the PS5 is so bloated.
UI is so bad.
So that is one reason. The second reason is the DualSense is definitely a much better controller than the Switch Pro controller.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
And the Switch cannot run games exceedingly well. Hey, Sony, what are you going to fucking do when they fix the 2 problems there? And possibly even the third?
Man.
No one, I think, okay, let's just be brutally honest here, okay? All of us can remember a time where we loved a console, right? Mm-hmm. A console sparked joy. You remember when a console used to spark joy?
Yeah, and when the PlayStation thing wasn't beep when it turned on?
I think the Switch, the PS5 at launch, because of what software could do with it, you know, the instant loading, the controller stuff, Astro's Playroom.
Yeah.
All of that sparked joy. But the actual OS, the actual hardware itself, kind of never did. The Switch actually did for me. There's something kinetically good and fucking cool about a device that thin being that capable. There's something mind-blowing seeing a game move and operate like that on a device that size. And they get a real chance to do that trick again. Also, I want to go ahead and say here, I have no love for the PS5, basically.
Yeah.
I basically have no love for it. The closest thing I have to a love for it is that the PSVR 2 is really high quality compared to a Quest 2, works instantly on the PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Games run great. That's it. That's my love for the PS5. The controller's good. The games run great. The VR works, and it's super snappy. I don't think that's a strong foundation for a strong... And I'm more generous than most.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing I really like about the PS5 is that it plays games good.
Uh-huh.
Like I have no attachment to it other than that. Like if the Switch 2 can play the games I want to play them at the resolution framework that I want them to run at, I'll start buying them on Switch 2.
Which the fucked up thing, the Switch 2 is going to have tensor cores built straight in, so it will be able to use DLSS2, reminder, an actually good temporal AA solution, which the PS5 vanilla cannot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's honestly a huge part. Like so many, like if it's a PS4 game on the PS5, it looks immaculate. If it's a PS5 game that's pushing it at all,
It looks like dog shit.
like Vaseline.
Uh-huh.
Like again, even Rebirth, which is the best looking PS5 game in my opinion,
Mhm.
it has the least of that temporal. Still has it.
Yeah, you can still see it everywhere.
It's just carried by how good things look in other ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the really great art design. Just don't look at Tifa's hands when they start, like the goo just drips off. I don't know why.
So yeah, it's really exciting that Microsoft's blowing up. Sony's got nothing. This year's depressing on a console manufacturer side.
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
Xbox is blowing up. Nintendo has nothing. Sony has nothing and really should. They don't have an excuse like Nintendo does.
No.
Well, they do have an excuse. They canceled all those service games that were going to be their entire slate for the next 3
That
years.
is not an excuse. You building a fucked up testament to Mammon is not an excuse for you not making product.
Yeah. It's rough. And we don't even, like we covered earlier on this very podcast, we don't even have a slate of things after this year coming out. We have 2 games basically. Both from Kojima.
We know that Ghost of Tsushima 2 exists through leaks, again, not Sony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We know that Naughty Dog has a space game from leaks, not Sony.
Uh-huh. It's fucked. But next year's exciting because by next year, Xbox might officially be dead. I mean, they've already rebranded. There's shit that came out today that's like, oh, it's no longer Xbox, it's Microsoft games.
No. That was more of a employee making a statement about the spirit of the company.
Spirit, not the
like
form.
Xbox, like now the Xbox guys are no longer running Xbox. Microsoft executives are because we spent $70 billion of their money.
Hey, did you catch that sick reference I made to a game people played on a system that should have games for people to play on it? Now I'm going to do that for Xbox. Well, I'll be able to do it after tomorrow after we play Hi-Fi Rush.
There we go.
Hopefully.
That whole game has a big anti-corporate vibe.
Yeah,
so I saw a lot of people posting about, oh no, this was all about Microsoft.
the fucking stream. I'm just gonna have a bottle of Jack right.
That's a lot of Microsoft games. Bizarrely, like the villains of Battletoads were Microsoft executives.
Yep. Why does this keep
Wasn't
happening?
that also Sunset Overdrive a little bit?
Yeah. A little
Okay.
bit. Why does this keep happening? What does it mean?
Maybe because it's impossible for anybody to work with Microsoft in any capacity and not fucking despise them.
If only they were all brave enough to just be like, no, our villain is Phil Spencer. Just like Johnny Riccatello is in Rotuda games.
Yeah, someone should do that. I saw a Twitter post where it's just like, none of this news with Xbox is real. Let me tell you. My kid's in the other room and he's enjoying Xbox with his friends. And that's real. That's reality. And I'm like, and next year they won't have shit to play.
I've literally seen people coping that like this whole thing is a psyop. that Sony is gonna have to post their financials in June, and that this is just a distraction technique. They're making it all up.
This sounds like Aggro's exaggerating. He literally isn't. I read the same thing. They're actually saying this.
Do they think that Sony has a Tsukuyomi?
No, they think the game journalism industry loves Sony enough that they're making all of this up.
The industry that hates them?
People are pretending to be angry that they shut these studios down because Sony has financials soon.
Okay. I saw a few weeks ago that Kind of Funny was doing the thing where they're combining their podcasts. So they're getting rid of like the separate PlayStation and Xbox podcasts. And all I can think of is, yeah, of course, there's nothing for those guys to talk about.
Yeah, I know. I saw the fucking thing in the fucking Ryan McCaffrey thing that's like, on the latest episode of the podcast, and it was the Xbox one, and the title's like, trying to understand Xbox's moves. And Jeff Gerstmann's latest podcast is also really full of the tone of him trying so hard to rationalize how in the world it made sense to shut these studios down. And I'm like, stop that. Stop pretending they're smart.
No, we should feel bad for Phil.
We shouldn't.
The CEO of
Thank
Blizzard
God he
told
didn't
me
say
to.
that. Thank God.
Mike Ibarra said that. Mike Ibarra said that.
He sure fucking did.
Yep.
Mike Ibarra, I genuinely... I hesitate to say this about any other person. Like, anybody.
Uh-huh.
Mike Ibarra has the serial killer phenotype. Like, you look at the things he's been saying over the past, like, couple months where he's like, I think we should be able to tip developers. I thought this was really hard on Phil to fire all these people. He is not a human being who can engage with other human beings. He comes off, and this is just my interpretation of what I never met him personally. This is just what he says on Twitter and what he said in interviews and stuff. He comes off like a person that doesn't have the part of your brain that says not to hit someone with a hammer.
Bob, the funniest part about that tipping thing, in case you missed the news, he listed games he thought he should tip for because he thought the studio did a really great job, and they're all like AAA $70 games.
Yeah, of course.
Not like smaller games.
No,
it's like, I think the devs of God of War Ragnarok really deserve a tip, and I'm like, yeah, I bet that goes straight to the team, sweetie.
God,
that's how that works. That's how that would work. Good job. Your brain works so good.
When your CEO level dude is coming up with ideas that are stupid coming from a YouTuber describing how anime should work.
Man, didn't expect that to come up again.
Look,
weirdly
only two people I've heard suggest this thing that costs millions to make, oh yeah, it should be supported by tipping.
It should be supported by the random generosity of people. Okay.
That'll work. That's sustainable. Tipping is a culture itself is sustainable and okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's great and everyone loves it. Anyways, this has been a completely maddening news week. Yeah, all those games that he listed basically sold 20 million copies.
Of course, because those are the games he knows, because those are the ones that sell.
Somebody asked me during my solo stream, they were like, Dan, how does it feel being right about Xbox the whole time? And just to be clear, I feel like to my co-hosts, they realize I'm not sitting here being like, only I was right. Like, we talk about it and have talked about it for 4 fucking years.
Yeah, I want to interject right there. It's not like, oh, we're right because we're so brilliant. No, we're looking around going, you guys can also see the fucking sky, right?
Yeah, like we keep talking about. It really does seem like people covering the industry have a memory of 6 weeks and don't have basic pattern recognition. Like they're incapable.
The building's on fire. You guys notice, you can smell that, right? Your face is burning, right? Like, we just,
this isn't here or there, but it's just a data point I thought was interesting. Somebody crunched the numbers and found out around 45% of Xbox owners sub to Game Pass. That's almost identical to PS Plus subscribers. Not PS Plus fucky wucky extra Ultra tier,
right?
Just the basic one.
That
says to me that you shouldn't base your entire ecosystem around these things because most people don't want them.
Yeah, and you really shouldn't be making huge moves to jeopardize them canceling that by making it more expensive and adding too many things onto it.
Yeah, Microsoft has put themselves into the fucking Kobayashi Maru.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
they either don't put Call of Duty on it, in which case they will lose subs because they promised. And that was the last fucking hope. You're already seeing Xbox fanboys by the now. They've reached the bargaining phase where they're like, well, I understand that some things, like they're making up their own versions of Game Pass that they would be happy with.
Mm-hmm.
Or you raise the price and you lose a bunch of people because they're like, nobody's going to pay $25 a month for Game Pass. Nobody's going to pay, $20 a month on a quarterly term for Game Pass. Nobody's going to pay $15 a month on a yearly term for Game Pass. Like that, if anything, that'll make the buy 1 month when a game comes out thing even worse.
Thank you so much, Phil. I'm so glad you pushed through Game Pass. It definitely didn't ruin the entire company.
And it's not like every member of this podcast here right now could have told you that is the inevitable direction that shit was heading. Oh, wait.
No, here's the fucked up part. According to multiple people, if they hadn't, like people inside Microsoft, if they hadn't bought Activision, Microsoft leadership would have been content to just let them post whatever money or losses they make because it's so tiny.
Yeah, of course.
It was a rounding
in the grand
error.
scheme of things.
Right. Yeah. They were small enough.
So if you're an Xbox fan listening to this and you're like, I can't believe they ruined everything, it's because they bought Activision. You could have had Game Pass with everything on it forever. And all these studios still running. But then they decided to buy Activision, and now the big people have to pay attention.
And if you're listening right now and you are an Xbox fan, then I know you. And I know you wanted the acquisition because you didn't understand.
Yeah,
and now you do.
You didn't see the ramifications that were inevitable.
And the fun part is you're not done understanding now. You will increasingly understand what it meant to buy Activision over the next 2.5 years if you're lucky.
And this comes after them shutting down stuff at Activision. That already happened, and we're going to see more of it. It's not going to end.
Oh, it's going to end.
It's not going to end until the entire division shuts down.
Right. It's okay. We have all these IPs. Yeah, you stop making games in those IPs for a decade.
They really need to.
No one knows what Fable is.
Embrace her out and just become 5 or 6 different companies.
Yeah, it was really not nice when you gave all these other studios a really nice name and then you put Ninja Theory under Fuckwit and Friends. That was really mean, Phil. That just shouldn't be legally allowed.
God, with Tango, it feels like there should have been some way to just divest themselves from it, like what happened with the Hitman developers. If they had any sort of care for any employee, they probably would have been able to find a way to do it.
Yeah.
But they did not. They did not care about anyone.
No, they wanted action now to change a spreadsheet now.
Mm-hmm. Now, exactly 1 month away from their big showcase in a month, because everyone's going to forget by then, because it'll be a month. Nobody's going to think about this in a month.
I actually think this is it.
Oh, no. People will actually.
Okay.
This is what Microsoft thinks, that everyone will forget about this in a month.
But guys, that's
way.
our past actions. Ignore them.
They are truly fucking brain dead if they think this isn't going to lead to the worst coverage of their Xbox game showcase possible. Like,
oh my God, I pray.
So many people are gonna be like, okay, I'm streaming the bullshit, fake shit, and shit on PlayStation Direct. Here we go.
Yeah, I hope that this is a wake up call and this becomes the most oh no, everyone knows.
And you know what? You
I
know
want to go
what?
to the front page of video game news websites, and I want to read recap articles like, and then they showed this fake ass CG trailer for a game they're never going to launch.
And I think a lot of people would forget if Microsoft all of a sudden became competent and stopped doing this. But there's gonna
they
be
can't.
Like they can't stop. They don't care. They don't care about PR, because if they cared, they wouldn't be doing this.
They can't.
They don't give a shit.
They can't make corporate understand the larger, higher, more powerful parts of their own body. Understand the importance of a good PR move anymore. So you're about to see downright depraved shit from Xbox.
Here's the only metric they're using. Will it hurt the sales of Call of Duty? No, then do it.
Right. I don't think there's a world like Ninja Theory might survive to the end of the year. I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, the only reason they're not going to shut Ninja Theory down the second that game is out is because they might want to give it 2 months to breathe. Not the game, the closure.
So
They might be able to finagle them into getting a PS5 version out in 5 months and then close them.
Yeah, if
Like
that's gonna be it's gonna be like
we didn't talk about it. Hi-Fi Rush. We had all those leaks about the Switch version. The Switch version didn't even come out. They closed the studio.
So now Microsoft, in a best case scenario, probably won't even happen, shoves it out to some porting studio.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'll let Ninja Theory get 60% of the way through porting that thing to the PS5, and then just hire some company with a name like Denver Electronics Management Solutions.
Ooh, that's like a Game Boy developer.
hey, Obsidian, get ready to learn Gamebryo, buddy, because you're going to be a Bethesda support studio.
Oh.
And that's a best case scenario.
It is
Yeah,
a best case
yeah,
scenario.
like that- that
I'm
seems
worried. I'm
optimistic.
worried Avowed is going to be great, and I'm going to get angrier at Xbox.
God, I just realized, like,
Because
I
they'll shut
was
them
about to
down.
make a Forza
Right.
mine joke, but how do you threaten people with the Forza mines when there might not be any more Forza?
Yeah, isn't it weird that we have no idea if they're shipping a Forza this year?
Yeah, I don't think...
I mean, they're not.
Right?
I mean, that
Horizon
we
was
know
only in
of.
2022, wasn't it?
Horizon was, no, 2021.
And then...
Of that, I am certain.
Right, because
No, I don't think so.
They were doing the thing on 1 year was a regular, 1 year was Horizon.
Okay,
until
it
they
was
broke the cycle.
2021.
Yeah, I knew exactly when it was because it shipped on top of Halo Infinite within a 2-month span, and both of those games, to me, were just like, what the fuck do you have going on over there?
Yeah, there should be a Forza
nothing.
Horizon this year if they keep to the. But
And
they
they're
completely
making
failed
Fable.
all of those.
Right, they're making Fable, so they fucked up the Forza Horizon studio. Now, keep in mind, they usually wait a little closer to when it would launch at the end of the year to announce them. So there is a chance.
There is a chance.
And I hope so, because I would like to believe some part of Microsoft hasn't been destroyed by Microsoft already irreparably that is making shit. Speaking of which, hey, you closed Tango. What the fuck? How is Rare still around?
I have... Oh, Sea of Thieves sold well.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves. They have to keep supporting Sea of Thieves.
Sorry.
So they'll just have layoffs of the entire Everwild team.
See, the real reason Tangle was closed is because Hi-Fi Rush didn't hit top sales charts on PlayStation like Sea of Thieves did.
Did it not?
No.
Oh.
I went and checked that because I was like, surely, if it hit that, that would stop them.
Well then. Yeah. So yeah, as Agro said, and as I said to that person on that stream who asked me how it felt, it just feels like the Cassandra effect, but like I just told everyone the sky is blue and everyone pretended it wasn't for 3.5 years. And now the news cycle is, holy shit, the sky is blue. Also, tiny note, like asterisk sub note on a Wikipedia article, The History of Time. Remember those assholes who are annoying about Xbox? That's how it feels.
But will the sky continue to be blue? It's like, yeah, probably will, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be blue as shit. The notion that I've had to put up with so much shit from people and all over the place over just pointing out Microsoft is a hugely concerning entity in this fucking space has been exhausting. Because I'm not someone who's like, oh, Sony beat them up. I win. Let's make fun of Microsoft. I'm someone who wanted to get Project Spark. Someone who wanted an Xbox One because I thought they would make more titles in the second half. Instead, they dragged their fucking feet on, what's the name of their Saints Row-esque?
Crackdown.
Thank you, Crackdown 3. Where they're like, the power of the cloud? And I'm like, that shit's not real, bro. What are you doing? And then it took them 7 years to ship anything.
I wanted Microsoft to
6.
get their shit together so fucking bad.
Yeah.
but
The
it's
original Xbox and 360 are so powerful. And people kept going, how the fuck did the people who made the 360 do all the rest of this? And I'm like, let me explain. The people responsible for the Xbox 360 and its strong developer support, some of them were gone by the time it shipped.
Yeah.
And almost all of them were gone by the end of the generation. That's how. They're not there, and they haven't been in a very long time. Would like to note, that was when the changeover went from Jay Allard to, I think, Peter Moore to dipshit who fucked everything up at the beginning of the Xbox One with the shift to...
Don Matrick.
Matrick, yeah. Don Matrick. And then to Phil Spencer. That is how that happened. I described one console generation, basically. That's how it fucking happened. Yeah.
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 What's Gears 6 gonna look like? They're supposed to announce that in a month. They're supposed to show that.
Oh, God.
They're going to announce it. That shit's nowhere near done based on shit.
What?
That's
It's been
insane.
5 fucking years. It's been 5 fucking
Well, yeah, but the
years.
contractors.
Yeah, they literally didn't greenlight a Gears project from them, I think, until 2022 or 2023. They were doing experimentation in 2020 and 2021, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember that stuff going around.
They aren't making a Gears game in 2 years.
Oh, my God.
They used to be able to do that. They were able to do that pretty much entirely up until 2019, and then it stopped forever.
So yeah, they wanted to make an Unreal Engine 5 game. So they spent a lot of time investigating that, doing test art, and then they made the test art of Gears, but they were like, we're not certain we're making a Gears, just so we're clear. So yeah, I'm sure whatever they show will look great visually. Do you think it's even a sequel to Gears 5? I bet it's a reboot. We're just rebooting the whole thing because Gears 5 sucked.
It should be a reboot at this point. It's been long enough. There's nothing to build off of Gears 5. And you have to deal with the player choice at the end of Gears 5.
Yep.
Which nobody wants to do that.
Just have a first cutscene where the other one dies.
Yeah, right?
He reads your save file and kills the person based on it. Oh, fuck. Now they're both dead.
That's what it'll functionally be. But I don't know, because I feel like I don't see any way a reboot Gears coming from the Coalition can be good.
Oh, no.
I don't see how a sequel to Gears 5 from the Coalition can be good.
I know, so it's like, do I want the devil I know or the devil I don't?
I think this is a me-rooted thing, okay? This is very core to me. And I don't know if this is a thing most people feel when they engage with media. If you started an arc, if you started a thing, if you made me endure your fucking story about a thing that was bad, and it set up a 3-movie, 3-game thing, no. Fuck you, finish it. I don't fucking care how much it fucks you up.
I'm so nauseatingly terrified after Gears 5 wanted really bad to be God of War. I'm so terrified they're going to be like, Gears 6 has this new loot system.
And you go to these camps, and all the camps have really fun little narrative adventures you go on. You pick up side quests. Oh, thank God, you're going to help us in the fight against the locusts. Oh, we have this great character who's going to have nothing but tool-generated cutscenes. My little brother went missing. Can you find him? Oh, go find him. See, and then you just see a completely fixed to the ground, not animated, not physics simulated, literally looks taped to the ground because it's that low quality little boy corpse. Oh, no. Ah! He's dead. Oh, thank you. My soul's at rest. You got 200 experience.
Yeah, that sure seems disgustingly plausible because it really seems like I have to assume this horrible leadership team is going around making suggestions like that because there's no way everybody at all these studios are that creatively bankrupt.
Oh, Eric Farrell's right. I was completely off. It would be 200 gears, not 200 experience. I'm sorry. Just so we're clear, if you clip this and it is accurate to the game that comes out, I won't be happy when you send it to me, but I will tweet it.
Yeah, same here. Like, God, fucking.
Yeah, it is.
Do you think that a big part of why Microsoft is about to shit their pants and die is because they so desperately wanted to be Sony for so long, and now Sony isn't Sony anymore, so now they have nobody to even try and be, so they have absolutely no identity and can only vanish in the sun like fucking vapor.
The funny thing about Sony is that Sony has these big studios with a lot of staff to be Sony, and Microsoft doesn't and refuses to.
Yeah.
Like, they outsource, but they outsource on top of their studios that have like 200 to 300 employees.
Right.
And Microsoft won't do that.
No, it's impossible. You can't have that many people. What do you need that many people for? You have incredible leadership like Matt Booty. Okay, when did Matt Booty start working at Xbox? I feel like we've been talking about how horrible he is for 10 years at least. That seems unreasonable.
Yeah,
now.
I feel like for about 6 years of this, we realized this man is a completely washed up hack that is not helping anyone. Let me go ahead and see Matt Booty. Let me see Matt Booty. Show me Matt Booty. Let's see. These are cool articles. I'm trying to find out what your work history is, bro. Let's see. This is what I get for not having a LinkedIn account.
Right.
Here, let me look.
Midway in 1991 as an engineer.
He was president and CEO of Midway.
I really hate credits that go like this. He was previously led the global team responsible for developing Minecraft. Fuck you!
Yeah, no.
You didn't make Minecraft!
No.
Holy shit.
Man.
I hate shit like that.
He was GM of Redmond Game Studios from 2010 to 2014. He was corporate vice president of Microsoft Studios from 2015 to 2018. Then he was head of Xbox Game Studios, and he is still head of Xbox.
So yeah,
it has been like
it has
10
been
years.
about 10 years that this man has been higher up in the food chain at Microsoft and actively ruining things.
Knowing the stuff about Midway, I'm like, I kind of want to know what Dave Lang thinks about Matt Booty.
It might have been a different part of Midway.
Maybe.
I think if there was a part of Midway Dave Lang occupied, it was the disrespected part of Midway. Anyway, I think we should call it.
Probably.
We've said so much. I don't know if there's more to say, but we could probably go on forever.
Yeah, because this has been what we've been talking about
for 4 years.
Yeah.
This has been the writing on the wall since May of 2020. Chris, you, and this is not a criticism, you have a complete disrespect to game journalists, right? Like, you're just like...
I sure keep trying to be okay with them, and they sure keep sabotaging my attempts to spiritually make peace.
So for me, I literally... The way I felt about it is, you can't assume that everyone who's a game journalist is an absolute failure of a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a broad brush. That's a broad stroke. And yet, the entire video game journalism industry has thoroughly failed us on the Xbox shit for 4 fucking years.
It's like a prison of the mind You know how in Metal Gear Solid 5, Skullface talks about how the language you speak is a prison for your mind and makes it impossible for you to, metabolize certain ideas. They're like that. Like this stuff is very clearly proving that, like, when somebody's just fucking up so bad that there is no upside or plan, they're incapable of dealing with that. Like, they're not equipped at all.
Yeah, when their entire job, in their opinion, is reading PR statements from these companies instead of any sort of self-reflection or insight,
because like
it becomes a problem.
I see the Sweet in chat who just posted ellipses, and it's like, you're not IGN, you're not GameSpot, you're not GamesIndustry.biz, you're not some broad industry-focused across all platforms thing that's supposed to be writing generalized editorials. Or people who go on podcasts who constantly need to talk about these companies and the latest news. Those are the people who should have had even an ounce of criticism, an ounce of self-awareness, an ounce of paying attention to what's happening at Microsoft and talking about it ever. That's the people I'm talking about.
It does bother me how much there is a certain, not at all of them, of course, but there is a certain genre of game journalists that really want to be viewed as like the elder statesmen of gaming because they've been doing it since like 7th gen or earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And paradoxically, it really seems like the less time somebody's been working in game journalism, the more equipped they are to be criticizing Microsoft. It's like all the ones who are really old guard are like spiritually blind to all of it, like Jeff Gerstmann, like Ryan McCaffrey.
The funniest thing is like,
it's like they can't deal with the fact that Microsoft is shitting their pants like this. They can barely even perceive it's happening. Like, it's they basically woke up and black was white and up was down.
And like it feels like they're just, some part of their personality is so deeply tied into that they can't acknowledge it. But even funnier and more surreal, I constantly think about how the interview between Ryan McCaffrey and Phil's going to go next month.
Uh-huh.
And I think it may be... I think Ryan McCaffrey has a real opportunity here to be the least respected game journalist of all time.
I don't know. I feel like how it's gonna go is like Ryan McCaffrey is gonna give him every attempt to say something, and he won't be able to because there's nothing he can say, and Ryan McCaffrey will just come out of it basically depressed.
He runs a Tesla podcast. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know how somebody could survive the Cybertruck and keep running a podcast.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it's going to be a situation where he has such softball questions that you can't fail, and Phil fails somehow.
That is honestly what I am expecting. Like, I am expecting Ryan McCaffrey to come up equipped with questions. Like, every question has an obvious escape route for Phil to take built into the question, and he completely misses every single one of them.
Yeah, and it becomes like Redfall Interview 2.
Right. I hope everyone's ready for Phil to just look like this, but for real. Because that's how much he'll age.
Yeah.
Because of the stress of all of this by the time the interview happens next month. What a surreal situation. It genuinely is crazy, though, that we have so many sites dedicated to covering games and not one prepared anyone for this.
Mm-hmm.
Except for us,
well,
but we're not a real site.
Yeah, we're not journalists.
Yeah,
apparently good because, you don't like to say this. People get real upset when you say it, but game journalism is a PR arm of the industry.
Yeah. We started calling them journalists at one point when really a lot of them are just enthusiasts writing ad copy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they're there as part, like they're a very slightly oppositional sometimes, but not really enough. Like, unless you're like Aftermath, that is completely audience funded and has no obligations to anyone, and even got out of the more corporate stuff like reviews and upcoming game coverage, and is now purely industry coverage. Like, unless you're a publication like that, you're part of the PR arm of the industry, and that intrinsically limits what you can say and do. And apparently, in this case, it does that enough to basically make you worthless in this specific area.
Also, apparently, if you meet Phil Spencer, he hypnotizes you.
Yeah, that sure seems to be a magic power he has.
In chat, the Sweet saying, during the Star Wars Jedi Survivor preview event, multiple press were directly speaking with PR folks for how to jump ship to PR because game journalism is not a steady paycheck.
I mean, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, that definitely is a career move countless game journalists have made. Yeah, it's yeah,
it sucks.
Yeah. No, I think it's terrible. And you know, incredibly self-centered with this emotion. But at the end of it all, I just feel a deep, bitter resentment to everyone who ever gave us shit for fucking pointing out the problems.
That's fair. It's really hard. It's really hard not to. I don't know.
When you point out a bubble, right? Have you seen what is it? What is the name of that real estate economic movie that featured Christian Bale of all people with Steve Carell and a bunch of other people? The Big Short. Yeah, The Big Short, where he just Steve Carell's character. No, I think it was Christian Bale. He crunches the numbers and he figures out the bubble exists before the entire real estate market crashes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It feels like being that, but I didn't make $1 bajillion by the end,
right?
Well, yeah, because we live in a cartoon world now where a company can close all their studios and somehow their stock price goes up, so you can't even short them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, there's.
Yep.
I'm done. I'm out.
I'm done.
I'm just sad. I really like. God, the worst part of this is like, yes, Xbox dying is bad for the industry, for us, for the people who work there. But the really bad part is they're going to be dying over 3 years.
Yeah, that's the part.
We're gonna have to keep waking up and see, oh, they shut these people down. Oh, they cut a bunch of people from this studio. Oh, that game's canceled. Oh, this game seems like it's in development hell.
Embracer was the old meta.
Going.
The new meta is Microsoft.
Yeah. One of the biggest companies in the world, suffering the fate of
some jackasses.
Yeah, Embracer, a company entirely founded on
being a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, a pyramid scheme. It's like, someone's going to give us a ton of money for this. It's like, they're going to do what? Are you sure?
So I'm going to spoil a puzzle in the adventure game I talked about earlier called UFO Henfield. Now, most of the game is not this morbid at all, or this dark in humor. But the solution to this puzzle is you have a crypto coin, a physical crypto coin you find in the game. And you try to give it to a merchant at the beginning of the game, and he's like, well, I don't know what the value of that is, so I wouldn't buy it. So you stick it in his computer after making a concoction, and the computer's like, oh, it's in flux, you need to stabilize it. And if you look at the coin or you take it to another person who has grand sage advice, that person will tell you, oh, crypto is completely evil. It destroys the environment and only creates suffering. So you make a concoction and you pour it on a pupa and it grows into a beautiful butterfly. And the moment you do this, the crypto, if you feed it back into the machine, it'll be like, oh, it tanked. That crypto's doing terribly now. So if you talk to the guy, he really won't buy it now. So if you take a mallet from earlier in the game and crush the butterfly and then feed the coin back into the machine, it then goes, oh, it's skyrocketed. It's worth so much now. That's the nightmare we live in. Anyway, that's it. I'm done. We're done.
Yeah.
I want to rip the Band-Aid off. So tomorrow we're playing Hi-Fi Rush. It will be a sort of eulogy death stream. And then on Sunday we're doing Halo Master Chief Collection, Halo Community Party. with the community.
Yeah.
And I'm just ripping off all this Microsoft band-aids.
Yeah, just not think about it ever again until next week when we have to talk about more studio closure.
There better not be more for Microsoft in a single week's time.
Yeah, that would I would if I would be so fucking furious to be like, just do it all at once, you pieces of shit.
We like a rolling cascade of human suffering. Anyway, that's gonna be it for this episode of Big Thick Dimension. I'm going now. Goodbye.
Ubisoft has canceled Tom Clancy's The Division Heartlands.
Yay! I mean, oh no, what happened?
Please, somebody make a supercut of all the times we brought up this game and said it will be canceled.
I like one of the only tweets I saw about that today was like, yo, I beta tested this game. I assume my NDA is up. My only feedback to them was, what is this?
Yeah. He posted a sign that was inscrutable.
I saw this announcement, and my first thought was, dear God, please let this not have been like a money decision. Please let there have been something incredibly horrible in this game, intrinsic to its structure or plot, and they just couldn't ship it.
That sounds like something that would sneak its way into an Ubisoft game.
No fucking way. It was purely money. Especially since they said the resources will be diverted into Rainbow Six and XDefiant, which comes out this month, I think next week.
Oh my God.
If that game's free to play, I will absolutely play it. I don't know if it will be, but I want to know.
It will be free to play, they said.
Okay.
And it comes out May 21st, so Tuesday, I believe.
Ooh, that's the same day as
It's Hellblade.
Hellblade. And I think Wuthering Waves.
Wuthering.
Wuthering.
It's
Oh,
Wuthering.
Wuthering Waves is one of those Genshin shit, isn't it?
Yes. A different Chinese company making it.
Yeah, it's like Genshin was really successful. We all have to die on this hill because we don't understand that the American market can't support all these games. Also, we're going to focus more on combat.
So do you think the Division Heartlands had a faction you fought called the Blacks, and they got really far in development before they realized like that just sounded like a race war? They're like,
No, Dan, I believe the Division Heartland literally had you fight a faction of nothing but black people.
well, that was just coincidence. The random number generator didn't work. You were supposed to randomly select your race at the beginning of the battle.
Oh, no.
It just ended up always landing that way. They promise.
Yeah,
That wasn't an intentional design decision. They promise.
My money was on some straight up Q shit. Like some quality assurance tester was like, hey, I've been playing this game for 3 hours today, and I've just been shooting teachers. Is this intentional?
My God! The only game. Who isn't going to accidentally radicalize you into the worst person everyone around you knows? It is going to intentionally do this.
It then has a notification of how those teachers are just actors after you've killed 37 of them.
Wait, so it's okay to kill actors?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
For people who don't remember, we should probably explain what this game was.
Or that they shipped that mobile game that one time that literally was like, you have to take down an organization with a weirdly Black Lives Matter coded thing. They're the problem with the world. So anyway, shoot all them to death. And
It was like you have to recruit
whoa.
criminals because you can't win this fight by playing by the rules.
Commit the war crimes. Anyways, Bob, what is the Division Heartland?
It was going to be a roguelike in the Division universe that was also multiplayer online massively.
Hobby grade.
It was just it was literally a pile of buzzwords shoved into a genre that they made.
I heard from people that as we got closer to it being canceled, it was pivoting and be like, we'll call ourselves an extraction shooter.
Oh yeah? All right.
Yeah.
That make
I remember the earliest one being it's PvPvE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds extraction shootery.
But I know that they were also pushing it's like a roguelike, but I guess that's also extraction shootery. So yeah, it was just
I hear like it came out. This was maybe supposed to be a multiplayer mode for 2 that got spun out into this project.
That would make sense.
I
How many years were they working on this?
I don't think so, because this was being made by an entirely different studio than made The Division 2.
That should stop it, but I feel like with Ubisoft, that doesn't matter.
They made Star Trek Bridge Crew and Assassin's Creed Nexus VR.
What? So this is a VR team making this?
I guess. Well, before that, they made. Oh man, the last 3 games they had made before this were VR games.
Weird. I guess if they saw no money in that and wanted to pivot into this, oh man, the studio's getting shut down, isn't it? That's
yes. I mean, every Ubisoft studio is going to be shut down within the next 2 years because that comes to going out of fucking business.
Yeah.
They're going to announce that Assassin's Creed Shadows didn't make $2 billion in 2 months, and all the stock, like every single investor, will sell.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Labs, who made Dauntless, is that the fake Ubisoft bad TeamSpeak Monster Hunter bullshit game?
I can't remember.
Where's the Wikipedia page?
Let me look at what Dauntless is.
An atmospheric horror made by Ebb Software.
Oh, I saw a picture of this.
Yeah.
It looked familiar. I can't figure out what.
Yeah, it's one of those. It looks like it's one of those Monster Hunter things. So,
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, they laid off over 100 people and canceled all projects.
Oh.
They said their focus is now purely on Dauntless and Fae Farms, their other game they released within the past couple years. So it sounds like they're just in like, we're going to support these games for a little while and then shut down.
Yeah.
When it's like every single thing is canceled. All of it.
How? Wow. They were formed in 2014 and they released Dauntless in 2019 in Fae Farm last year. Okay. Weird.
Yeah, I assume they got too large during the COVID buff.
Yeah.
Overinvested. Oh boy.
Oh, that is dead. They got acquired. And then it opened 2 new offices, but then regained its independence in 2023. But then they did small layoffs, but then the studio had left. Then they did more layoffs in December of last year, and now it sounds like it's just gonna die. Now it sounds like it's just over.
Good lord.
Yeah.
There we go. Dauntless. The reason I knew about it was because they did that Epic marketing deal. They're like, it's available on PC exclusively through Epic Game Store.
Yep, that sure was a thing that happened while they were acquired, I believe. So I wonder if they saw any of that money. I'm willing to bet no.
Sure would be neat if they did. I would like that very much, please. Well, that's it. I'm going to tell our special co-host to leave.
Oh, he faded away. That's good.
So we were talking about Sony's creative visions earlier, and their weird techno-futurism designed soup of a video they put out. To go along with that, they did a puff piece interview with Neil Druckmann, where he has confirmed that he has fucking left orbit and lost all touch with noumenal reality. He has gone full auteur and is just saying shit now.
Okay, so I have read none of this except for the tiniest bits that made it into the Gigaboot fan Discord involving AI. So, Aggro, would you like to run us through the highlights?
Absolutely.
What exactly is going? Like, I know he He thinks AI is going to perform a pivotal role in the future of storytelling in video games.
I hate this motherfucker so much.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing like, oh, he needs to have that studio wrestled away from him.
Yeah, was like moreover, like the questions are shit like how will emerging technologies foster global collaboration and transmedia storytelling and entertainment? Like, you can just see both of them sitting in a room jacking off.
Mr. Drunkmann, your games seem to have the popularity of a runaway freight train. How are you so popular?
AI is really going to revolutionize how content is being created. Although it does bring up some ethical issues we need to address.
Yeah, like the fact it can't exist ethically at all because its entire existence involves being trained on data. You literally cannot pay enough money to all the people whose data you need to use. That is why all these companies are literally arguing to the US government right now, we need an exception from law. We need to not have law apply to us.
Can we get a law-free pass, U.S. government, please?
Oh, here's a fun one. What advice do you have for the new generation of creators who will be expected to expand the boundaries of games, film, and TV?
I don't like this question at all, and I know I will like the response even worse.
I emphasize mastering fundamentals over tools. With AI, your creativity sets the limits. Understanding art history, composition, and storytelling is essential for effective direction. Tools evolve quickly. Some tools once essential are now obsolete. At Naughty Dog, we transitioned from hand animating Jak and Daxter to using motion capture in Uncharted, significantly enhancing our storytelling. AI will allow us to create nuanced dialogues and characters, expanding creative possibilities. However, it's crucial to precisely direct these tools to achieve the intended outcomes. This is just soup.
First off, you don't precisely direct AI. That is not what that is or how it works.
No, we got to really tune our prompts.
Yeah. You need to be a prompt master.
I bet Drunkmann is a prompt master. I bet he prompts all the time. I bet he prompted right in the middle of this interview. I'm reading this text and I see him prompting the other guy right there on the spot. He's like, check this out. Here's a good prompt.
Man, like, if anyone was left that was like, oh yeah, Neil Druckmann's incredible and definitely the future of gaming, I feel like they're gone. Like, this has to lose them.
Oh,
No,
if
yeah,
someone
only
was there.
people-
Oh, okay.
The only people he has left are like completely lobotomized analysts who can't do anything but say, giant company thinks will make lots of money good.
Yep.
God, he wants to be Kojima so bad. He is so transparently an insecure narcissist. Like, he wants the legacy of Kojima so bad. And I kind of hope that new Insomniac game tanks and kind of obliterates his legacy.
Naughty Dog.
Oh, no. Like, he's got a quote about his
Dog.
upcoming project.
Oh, what's that? What's up with that?
Well, I mean, he started talking about how, like, there's a shift in demographics, there's a great appreciation for gaming, and he says this shift is highlighted by our venture into television with The Last of Us, which I hoped would bridge the gap between gamers and non-gamers. The show's success has spotlighted gaming, illustrating the rich, immersive experiences it offers. I don't know how that works outside of your head. I'm eager to see how this new game resonates, especially following the success of The Last of Us, as it could redefine mainstream perceptions of gaming.
Are you making Quantum Break 2, you motherfucker?
Yeah, he wants to be Kojima so goddamn bad.
Are you making Quantum Break 2? Are you going to say we're brilliant because we had to stop and watch a fucking TV show you wrote in the middle of this game?
Guys, he's writing a TV show that will air alongside with the game coming out, and the game is episodic and both feature very, very A-list Hollywood celebrities. This is going to bomb hard.
What was that? Sci-Fi did that already.
Yeah, they did.
What was that called?
Argent, R something, AR something.
I mean, that word's pronounced Argent.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the name of it, though. Defiance?
That sounds more right.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people pop up with Defiance. Okay.
Yeah. Man, what a nightmare.
And Sony's going to let him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Has
yeah.
anyone seen David Cage recently? Are we keeping track of him?
He's hiding because he has too many fucking warrants out for him.
Right.
Yeah, I'm worried he like put a chip in Druckmann's brain and is trying to take
No.
over his studio.
No, Drunkmann didn't need any help to get this way. This was what getting any amount of success and attention did to him instantly.
The moment The Last of Us popped off and Bruce Straley left, he's like, my intelligence is augmented.
Right.
You know,
Which, to be
I
clear, Uncharted 4 was the moment before anyone
if
hit
the
eventually
biggest
Bruce Straley.
if the biggest amount of criticism I as a creator got was that I treated my employees like shit, I wouldn't be out here talking about how excited I was about the technology that seems to solely be exciting people by how they let them treat employees like shit.
Yeah.
Like I would have the self-awareness to not say that, but Neil Druckmann has parasites in his brain now
I
that have
mean-
eaten all his higher brain functions.
They're going to use it responsibly.
He even says that if prompted correctly, it can write incredible characters. It's something like that. Like it makes great character dialogue. It's like he's lost it. He's completely lost it.
He's every AI guy, like they are like, I need the holodeck before I'm dead. That's what every single one of them is ultimately motivated by. It's the fuck. I keep saying it for the entirety of Big Think Dimension. I've made fun of the guys who want to live in Star Trek. Like that is their dream. So anything they think gets them closer to Star Trek is good.
If you're thinking about having AI write a part of your game, chances are you shouldn't even write that part of the game. Like if it's something you don't want to directly engage with, don't.
I mean, it has to be there because I need this mission to exist because content is good.
What if that mission
What if
had no
instead your game
dialogue?
What if instead your game was very slightly shorter?
Right?
I love the notion, though, that he's going to use AI and he's going to do the show simultaneous to the game, and he's going to use AI to help them pump out the episodes of the game, and it's going to be so much closer to the Silent Hill thing that happened on Twitch than any game from any respected studio ever should be.
Yeah, this seems like it's setting up for a fall. Like, and if we were a year in the past, I'd be like, it doesn't matter. It's going to sell 10 million copies anyway. But now I'm not so sure. People aren't hopping on this PS5 shit as fast as Sony wanted. And
Yeah.
I feel like the more he runs his mouth, the less anyone likes him. And I feel like gamers are kind of hard to scam. Like, they're inherently distrustful of any weird shit.
You say that,
Like,
but
there's been
Stadia
too
guys
much weird-
existed.
I'm not enough of them,
No.
or else Stadia would still exist. So, like, I don't know. What the fuck do you mean, Neil Druckmann? Like, we'll have to see how this is quirky. He might just be lying, and it's just a completely normal game. And this is just his way of saying it's very good.
Every time. That's what it is every time. Like, oh, what is it? Oh, it's nothing. You're just an insane person. There's one more line from this interview I wanted to pull out. That they ask, Rist, surely getting tired by now, how can Sony advance interactive, immersive entertainment and storytelling with its diverse capabilities?
The fuck is
What?
that question?
What?
Firstly,
Say the line you that our PR guy wrote for you, Neil. I teed it up for you.
boosting hardware capabilities is essential. It not only supports high-fidelity, complex games, but also simplifies the development of simpler ones by reducing the need for extensive code optimization.
Oh, I need this motherfucker gone.
Reminder, he's like a co-head of the studio now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the last Naughty Dog game I liked at all was Uncharted 4.
Yeah, no, Uncharted 4 was good.
Yeah.
And I don't even really like the previous Uncharted.
It's definitely a lot better than the previous Uncharted.
Yeah, like the rest of this answer is him talking about letting, like, how they have the system to populate, like, landscapes and just let the computer do it automatically, which is how you put creativity forward by lowering the barrier of entry. And you don't need to be as technically skilled because the computer's doing it, but also you're the one being creative.
Reminder, creativity is about you not having to make choices about what you supposedly made. Wait. No, it's the other thing where the choices are made by you, and that's what makes it unique. Anyways, I'm really glad that the Western industry with the quadruple A segment is going so unbelievably fucking insane.
Yeah, I look. This really makes me want them to actually get in there and stop him. I don't think they will.
Who's the they?
Sony.
Herman Holst?
Yeah.
You think Herman Holst is...
Like I said, they're not going to do it.
He's going to have to kill somebody first, and by somebody I mean a game that costs $350 million.
Mm-hmm. Like Herman Hulst needs to walk into that studio with a budget projection, a cowboy hat, and a Colt 45, and declare that there is a new sheriff in town.
It really does feel like that. The leadership of every one of these companies is going completely, like just being told profits will not increase at the same rate forever. Sometimes they will stay the same or go down, and there actually is a ceiling because there are boundaries of the physical universe. And that feels like it just made these people insane. Mm-hmm. Like they're now like, save me, machine god. Make the rules of reality different. If we ruin enough potable water and waste enough electricity, the machine god will give us infinite growth. IGN Entertainment has purchased the entire games journalism industry.
That should be illegal.
Yeah, it sure should. Unfortunately, much like what did you know that at some point somebody sued Diamond Distributions, the company that distributes comic books, for monopoly practices? You know what the court said, Bob?
What'd they say?
People ship other books. Comic books aren't a special thing.
What?
Yep.
That worked?
Yep. So I assume that that's just the logic here. Well, gaming journalism isn't all journalism.
That's insane.
So IGN has acquired Eurogamer, Game Informer, VG247, Rock Paper Shotgun, GameIndustry.biz, and Dicebreaker. This network they bought because those were all on the Gamer network of sites. That means they now also own significant portions of Outside Xbox, Digital Foundry, and Hookshot. And Hookshot includes Nintendo Life, Push Square, and Pure Xbox.
Good Lord. That's a lot.
John Linneman has been executed. That was just a joke I wrote in the notes. But there has already been an undisclosed number of layoffs.
Of course.
Including multiple people at GameIndustry.biz who maybe were a little bit too critical of the modern industry.
Oh my
maybe
God.
they wrote articles every week complaining about certain things in the modern industry, and they said, well, we don't need you anymore now that we're owned by IGN.
Oh my God.
Yep.
That one's the worst to go. That's insane.
Yeah, I'm surprised that GameIndustry.biz was owned by a greater thing.
Right?
But now they're just completely worthless. Like, I can't trust you at all. You're owned by IGN.
Yeah. I'm surprised Game Informer was also part of this. Like, I thought that GameStop owned a significant portion of that, but I guess not.
Maybe they owned the magazine? But the site they don't own.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would be surprised if GameStop didn't. Maybe GameStop just owns IGN and we don't even know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that could be the case. Because that would involve GameStop owning things.
That's true.
Let's move on.
Sony took down that insane Neil Druckmann interview from last week because apparently it was all fake.
Okay. So the important thing, apparently, is that this was Sony interviewing its own staff.
Yes.
So it is a Sony-hired interviewer talking to Neil Druckmann, presumably someone from the PlayStation blog.
Presumably.
What the fuck happened here?
Like Neil Druckmann himself posted the question in the review in his answer. Neither of which are the same as what was published at all.
That was the part where my eyes started crossing, because he posts this thing and like, that's not remotely this isn't. They changed your words. They wrote different words.
Yeah.
So they gave you a dick sucking interview. You didn't look at the dicks. They didn't let you see the dick sucking interview before it went live, even though you work for them. How can Sony is so washed they can't even dick suck their own creatives right?
Yeah.
This should be a humiliating, turkey around the neck of Sony's PR.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
fucking
shouldn't have to do patch notes on a edited interview that nobody was expecting, that came out of nowhere, that's only purpose was to make someone who works for you look good.
Right. Yeah. I don't. This is insane. This has never happened before.
Right. Like I don't know how this happened. Interesting thing in the real interview that didn't get published is he says that the next game from them is something really new and different for them. Like maybe that was giving too much away about the game, and they're like, we have to rewrite the whole thing.
Now, I'm not trying to like stir my fucking conspiracy thing here. But the only way my brain can make any of this happening make sense is that motherfucker started getting roasted on Twitter and then said, that's not what I said at all, and just wrote some shit. And since he's high enough at Naughty Dog, the PlayStation blog has to go, I guess we did the interview wrong. You're right, Neil.
That would be the most sane solution, right?
Yes,
right.
That's the most realistic outcome, I feel like.
Explicable, real life situation that leads here.
Right.
Because
Otherwise,
everything else is insane.
right? The other thing is just Sony cannot PR, which we know. Like,
But it's never been this bad.
It's never been this bad, but it does seem to be getting worse every single year. So
Right, because they don't have to compete. Xbox.
God, we really like. It's becoming more and more apparent. Nintendo needs to kick their teeth in.
Oh yeah,
And
100%.
then, and then they will wake up, because that's how this works.
I mean, they're literally making the most money they've ever made.
Yeah. So why do they need to change?
Right. It's Can someone just make me like instantly internet famous and rich so I can do a documented series of vlogging? Like, okay, I became a worse human today. Here's how. Like, so we can see in real time granular detail of a person becoming worse from fame and riches. Some celebrity has definitely done something you could easily describe as what I just said.
Probably, yeah.
And no, reality television shows don't count. They have writers. So those aren't real life. Let's move on.
Punch Microsoft some more.
God damn it, that's right. The next.
Really?
More. So somebody who works for Start.gg, that is Microsoft's esports brand, which is now functionally dead, for the record. I don't think they even get the money to do shit anymore.
Oh.
But somebody on Twitter who got laid off went on a little bit of a tangent, explained they were like, okay, they want to get daily active. Well, they want us to drive daily active users on some of their stuff. Well, they own Killer Instinct. We'll run an online tournament for Killer Instinct. They partnered with Sad Jam, the FGC guy. It was super cheap. I think they said this cost $3,000 total to run this project. It did great. It bumped the daily active users up. The person who worked there was hoping to keep doing it because they own Killer Instinct. Then Microsoft came back and said, never do that again. We don't want people to think we might be making a sequel to Killer Instinct.
They're insane.
So, so a lot of game journalists got very indignant when people parsed the Tango and Arkane wanted to hire on to make a new game, so they were shut down as Microsoft will kill you if you want to make a game. Microsoft seemingly doesn't even want people to think they might be making a game.
Yeah.
Like, they are so detached from reality, they're fucked. And this was in 2021, so the brain disease has been terminal for a while.
Yeah, so after that, like not even that long after that, they did an update for Killer Instinct.
Yeah, 2 years after that.
So
I'm so sick of corporations. I'm so sick of mega corporations.
Yeah, they did
It's
that.
not even
They
just
did that.
wrong. It's crazy. Like we are breaching the Kafka barrier here.
yeah. There's no world that makes sense.
I think we were offline when I said this, but I'm getting really sick of how aggressively these companies are trying to manage expectations. Like the Sony thing, telling you how many games will be in it before it goes live. It's like, God, you can have any kind of mystery.
No.
Like I just feel like we're getting really close to you will not be just announce that we won't be excited by your thing. Just announce it.
Yeah,
preemptively.
and that's the thing. You reminded me of the whole Kyle Bosman bit where he's like, they said that Hi-Fi Rush wasn't a big impact game because they said that, they focused their studios on big impact games. And he's like, so when you do your world exclusive during the upcoming event, just tell us whether or not it'll be low impact or high impact so we can judge our expectations in advance. I was like, this is the funniest Bosman's ever been.
Yeah, that was a great episode.
Man, Hi-Fi Rush sure had a bigger impact than any game Microsoft has shipped in 6 years.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. And I'm supposed to be excited for Gears 6 next week.
No. I just can't be excited for anything there unless they are not making it.
The fucked up thing is I want to see the Gears 6. I want to play it. But the fact they will show a Gears 6, right? And it'll be like, look at this. If it's a reboot, I'm tired. If it looks so expensive that I don't know when it's coming, I'll be tired. Like, I'm going to see it and lose a year of my life is the point I'm at with these fucking companies. If it's a CG trailer, it will be the Ark of the Covenant scene.
Yeah. Dan, I have bad news.
I'm not looking forward to that. It better not happen.
It will absolutely be a CG trailer.
That is the oldest thing we've been giving them shit for.
Yeah. And they will keep doing it because they cannot learn.
Guys, when was the last time Microsoft just hit us with a CG trailer and said, this is our game? Because I feel like it was Contraband, right?
Yeah, Contraband, Fable, I think they did at the same time.
Yes. That was the year. I feel like that was like 2021 or something was the last year of them being like, CG trailer is game. And we go, no.
They're bringing it back this year, Dan. We got to get a whole new slate because they realized they had to close all the studios that were making the games that we already have CG trailers for.
I'm going to walk into the fucking ocean.
Oh, man.
It's too much, man.
It is.
It's just too much, man.
But that's it for my news. If you want to take over, Chris.
Okay, so Avalanche, that is the developers of Just Cause and future Xbox exclusive Contraband, have closed their New York and Montreal locations. They shouldn't have had those, but they shouldn't have started them, so it sucks that they closed them. That is 50 people, roughly 9% of their workforce. Locations in Stockholm, Malmo, and Liverpool remain. Yeah, it's a bad idea to have your staff split between multiple continents because organization becomes incredibly difficult when you do that.
Man,
that's just not a good idea.
There were only 50 people among those two studios.
Matto in chat says Montreal studio lasted less than 8 months from its establishment.
Why do it?
I know there's tax benefits for Montreal, but what?
And this is going hand in hand with a rumor that Contraband is struggling and will be at best late 2025.
Wow. Who would have thought game that was announced really early that had no salient ideas put forth by its CG trailer and a Microsoft thing would be troubled?
Right.
I think Contraband was announced the first year of Big Think Dimension, so 2019?
No way. That was 1 year into the series. I thought that was 2021. Oh my God! Someone please tell me it was 2021.
I know.
Okay, it was 2021. Okay, it was 2021.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Oh my God.
Their last game was in 2018.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, you know that Mad Max game actually has stuff that now directly contradicts Furiosa?
No,
they have
funny.
Dementus stuff.
Oh,
in the game apparently.
Weird. I didn't know they would.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
That game was made like they got production materials from Fury Road when they were working on that Mad Max game.
Mm-hmm.
So it has stuff from them in there, but like they didn't actually corroborate with like George Miller or talk with him or anybody working on the movie.
Even if they did, why he wouldn't let that shackle him for his own movies and what he wanted to do?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this news story, I just want to say if anything happens with Avalanche in the future, journalists, please just write Avalanche, because if you write a headline that says "Just Cause developer," it sounds like the beginning of a dependent clause when your headline says "Just Cause developer lays off 9% of," and then I feel like my brain tripped when I get to the end of the sentence. You bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you could write Avalanche, comma, developer of Just Cause, comma.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the internet. You're not paying by the letter anymore, guys.
Very smart.
That's all.
Decisions happening.
That's all my news.
Yep, we're talking about the summer game events now.
Hey, what about my news?
What? You have news? Wait, 1 second. I was a little confused, Bob, because our correspondent wasn't here.
He'll need to show up for a little bit. Oh, hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, Bob, what's the industry news?
Sumo Group, which is Sumo Digital in secret mode. They restructured and are laying off 15% of their staff. We can't stop layoffs for even 1 week. Not even one. That's it.
Bob, VR Chat fired 30% of their staff because they staffed up thinking the COVID spike was going to continue into a non-COVID era. What? Yeah. What? Yeah.
Why does everybody think that? Are you fucking brain dead?
Like there, it's even more insane. It's like, yeah, of course not. Of course this social network thing isn't going to be working the same way after COVID.
Look at every social media site. They all got a spike down after COVID stopped because people started having normal lives again.
Yeah. Come on.
God, every industry needs to if you're related to gaming, a streaming service, delivery, guess what? COVID was the ceiling. You're never going to make that much money ever again in human history. And if your business plan involved making more money than that, I have a coffin for you.
Hey, dude, the segment's over. Can you... Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension number 278. We right before we went live, we saw Cheap Ass Gamer tweet a really great deal. Let me pop over to our live set. Let me just look at this deal again because it was so good. I was knocked on my ass. Sony PlayStation 5 Console Edition hyphen PlayStation Plus Premium 24-month subscription bundle, $750.
Thanks for releasing a $600 fucking Series X, Microsoft. Thanks for... You're done.
Yeah,
I hate... Nintendo, kill them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Drop
Put
the
them in
ads.
the grave.
This bad behavior cannot be encouraged.
Yeah, no, it must be stopped. This is absurd. What is this industry? Just once again, PlayStation Plus Premium 24 months, 2 years. Reminder, the margins on this for Sony are somewhere between 98 and 99%.
This isn't like a product they've bundled in. This is just, hey, it's more expensive because fuck you.
$250 price added on.
Yeah, $250. Who do they think they're tricking here? The point of these subscriptions is to trick people, right? And get them to accidentally give you $250 extra, not to just do it,
not to do it up front.
Yeah, that's every subscription. See, like that idea has gone away because all these subscription services are now so egregiously unprofitable. So it's like we need it to be $20 a month, or else we can't make money. But nobody's going to look at people. $7 is a rounding error. People's eyes will just glaze over if you're taking $7 out of their account every month. But if it's 20,
there was a day where people would talk about great video game bundles, and they'd be like, "You can't just pack Sonic 2 with it." And it was like, well, that is a cartridge, and that costs money, so yeah, that is costing them. And then we moved past that to discs, and it was like, oh, well, technically they're losing sales on Uncharted or whatever the hell because they packed it with the console. That's technically, they put extra value there. And it's like, but the physical product is $1. It costs $1 to make a disc. Then we moved away from that to digital vouchers. And it's like, This is ever more esoteric. What have you lost and what have I gained? And now we're at a fucking subscription with a 99% margin for Sony. And I should feel blessed that I only paid $250 additional dollars 4 years after it launched. How did we end up here? Holy shit.
Nintendo, I need you to put the barrel of the gun in Sony and Microsoft's mouths and destroy them.
Yes, that would be delightful.
You are also a cruel tyrant, but at least the trains run on time.
All right. That is the most holy shit, goddamn hallelujah I've ever fucking felt talking about video games.
Yeah, even with 200, I feel like they should not have released this because it's like 2 years. That's it, just 2 years.
Two.
For $250, and that's a sale. That's actually cheaper than if you bought those separate.
Even if you're going to do this, even if your sick mind conceives of making this bundle a thing, how the fuck do we come out on this end? I mean, it's Microsoft's fault. They did it. But how do you not just, instead of dropping the price of your box, add in some of your fake ass doesn't actually cost anything subscription and pretend it's a huge value?
Yeah, it's really quite crazy how uncontested these motherfuckers are in the game industry, especially, you know, Sony and Nintendo. Because Microsoft's, you can't say they're uncontested. They're not even competing. This is fucking insane. Worth noting to anyone who's curious and doesn't want to do the math, you save $70.
You don't save anything.
I would not have like put something where even a marginally intelligent person would look at it and be like, your shit is $160 a year?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It's like, you don't want to put that in people's faces. You don't.
No.
I'm imagining trying to sell this at GameStop. Like, that seems insane. That seems like, okay, I'll show you the actual bundles for the system, and then this is the one for if you're an idiot. Like, I couldn't even introduce this to a customer without having to preface it was, don't buy it.
Now, sir, corporate has let me know that it is legally questionable and morally damnable for me to let you even know about this bundle if you're not completely sober. Are you under the influence of this GameStop right now? Of course you are. So, anyways, you want either the one with the disk drive or the one without.
This, how many years is the system? Is this? No,
2 years. 250. Oh, you're talking about how many years it's been out? Yeah, that's what I was yelling about. Yeah. It's been 4 years.
It's 4 years.
4 years and 5 whole months, and you want us to pay $750.
It's not happening. Do you wonder why this? You're not seeing the sales you expected? It's this.
But we added so much value. No, you did not. You motherfuckers in Silicon Valley haven't known how to add value for a decade. God, it is so desperate.
Uh-huh.
How is it this bad?
Remember when they used to give PlayStation Plus free?
Yeah.
When you bought a new console?
Yeah, I remember
because that's the thing that gets people to get used to it.
It turns out when you want to get someone hooked on a drug, you don't go, well, give me $250 for the first hit. Right. The first hit is supposed to be free, dumbass. God, you motherfuckers couldn't even sell drugs. I did not expect this to come in at the last second.
Yeah,
just to be clear, this counts as me bringing in news.
Yes, obviously.
That was my news for the week. I just saw the top bit of news from Chris's.
Get our guest ready.
Yeah.
Okay, where you at, buddy? Where you at? Yeah, come on in. Don't worry. You can just. Okay.
Don't be too distracted by the anime girl.
And that's the only thing keeping him with us.
Yeah,
he's locking eyes with her.
There's actually sadly another thing I didn't even put in the news.
God damn it, man!
Embracer shuts down Pieces Entertainment developer of Alone in the Dark reboot. One, I don't know why game journalists apparently just decided that game was ontologically evil, because every single piece of footage I saw and everybody I saw play it was like, yeah, seems fine. I don't know why it got pounded in reviews as hard as it did.
Me neither.
Yeah, that seemed insane. Playing that honestly felt crazy.
It felt surreal to play that video game, because you know what we play. What was it? Chris said it off content, but he was like, you guys play games that potentially don't exist or did not exist.
I said that their entire gimmick is playing games people are aware of, but it seems like nobody has ever actually played.
Yes, and then I said we are the liminal spaces of game streamers. So it was surreal then to play this perfectly fine game and be like, everyone fucking hates it. And I'm like,
and also I think it was 70. It shouldn't have been 70.
I don't think it was. I think that was 60. Yeah.
Not even sure if that was a correct decision. It should have been like 50 because it was up against Resident Evil.
I feel like it came out a year after Resident Evil 4, thank God. If it came out right next to Resident Evil 4, that would have been a problem. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. I don't get it at all. I thought it was fine and good, and I've been wanting to do another fucking playthrough because that was neat as fuck. Did you know you could just make a game in a genre that's fine and you don't deserve to die? You can also exist?
So I believe this is their first game too.
Yes.
And it's like, man, the Sean Layden sure is right. You don't even get one chance.
Infuriated. God.
And Paradox Entertainment, roughly a year ago, they announced a Sims competitor called Life by You.
Oh,
I think we watched the trailer for this.
That sounds familiar.
Is being developed. It was the head of the studio and the head of the project was Rod Humble, who worked on The Sims and Second Life. It was an internal studio called Paradox Tectonic. They canceled it, I think, 6 days ago. It was going to go into early access on June 4th. Then it was like, guys, we need a little bit more time. Then it was, guys, we're canceling the game. Then it was, guys, the studio is shut down.
Oh, come on.
I need to know the story behind that.
Didn't even get a chance.
No.
Their explanation was like, it's not coming together in the way we want it to, which I guess seems like it was just in development hell and bad.
Very possible.
Yeah, that genre's not easy to ship.
No.
God.
I want somebody, because I cannot bring myself to do this. It would kill me. Somebody go back and listen to every single episode of Big Think Dimension this year and tell us if there's even 1 week, we don't have to talk about layoffs or studio closure.
I don't think there is, because even last week I was like, it still happened in the middle of E3. Like, they couldn't stop for 1 week.
No.
They couldn't even put it off for a week.
Yeah.
Everyone is saying it hasn't happened. Yeah.
But that Xbox show was incredible, bro.
Oh my God.
When Phil Spencer came out with a little bit of blood on his shoes, but it's okay. It was pretty based when he was like, yes, Ryan McCaffrey, Hexen is a lot like Doom. Bye.
God, that's so fucking embarrassing.
Yeah. Once again, that interview would have been viewed a lot better if Ryan McCaffrey had a shirt that says blowjobs or real jobs on it.
Yes.
I think that would have really elevated the tone of the interview between him and Phil Spencer if he had that shirt.
God, that was the most fake feeling interview maybe I've ever seen.
It's funny, too, because the way, if you recall, the way he propped it up months ago was he's like, I'm going to ask him the hard questions.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah. Anyway. Ugh.
Yeah.
This fucking industry. So I'm going to move on. Let's talk about other oddities in tech sort of related elements of the gaming industry right now. According to 2 different iOS app analytics for the stores, the app stores, the mobile versions of all those AAA games are selling like absolute dog shit. The more generous of them, I will read out now. This is the more generous. Some of these numbers are twice as high as the other company's estimate.
Okay.
According to App Magic's estimates, Resident Evil 4 sold 15,000 copies. Resident Evil Village sold 34,000. Assassin's Creed Mirage sold 5.7 thousand copies. Death Stranding sold 23,000. Apple got Kojima to show up in a fucking Apple conference. And they barely moved 20K, 23K.
Yeah, no, those numbers sound honestly too big.
Well, that's the generous one. The other one's 7,000, 5,700, 3,000, and 10,000, making the largest number 10,600.
We just discussed how completely First of all, this was all. Most people aren't going to whip out their phone to play a game. They just aren't. Like, maybe in a universe in some far-off future that's never going to fucking happen, where all dedicated gaming devices are dead, there might conceivably be someone who will do that. But if someone whips out their phone to play a game, they want to play 10 minutes of the keeping your brain active, nothing YouTube playable we talked about earlier. Like, they don't want... Like, nobody's going to whip out their phone at home and be like, okay, time to play 3 hours of Resident Evil. Like, that's never going to fucking happen. Not once. Never. Ever.
So, something this article also points out, the article, of course, being from, what was it, Video Games Chronicle, who references these sources and links to, I believe it's mobilegames.biz, but I'm not sure. You know, research people, analysts, reporters point out that, you know, people who own high-end phones that could play these versions of these games have enough money where they definitely have a gaming PC or a console. So they have probably already bought it, or they have a better place to play it.
Yeah, and phone users just will not buy something that's $60. They will play something like Genshin or Fortnite that is free.
Yeah.
They don't buy stuff.
Also, those games are much better suited to mobile play than Death fucking Stranding.
Yeah.
Yeah, like best case use scenario for playing regular ass console games on a phone is I can throw that thing in a dock connected to my TV. In which case, now I don't have the magical brain chemical brick in my hand I can pause the game and look at to maintain my sanity every 10 minutes. Or you fucking psychos think I want my phone notifications showing up over my console game, in which case you can go straight to hell.
Yeah, that's horrible. I actually didn't even think about that. I'll be gaming and then my screen will just be filled with random notifications from Twitter and texts and all sorts of other apps.
I feel like this, it's been over 10 years at this point. I really need to find some marketer and shake the shit out of them. And just be like, hey, dumbass, if someone wants to play high-end console games, they probably own a device dedicated to playing high-end console games. There's been this delusion, this unbelievably fucking pathetic delusion for a decade that there's a huge untapped market of people who would love to play Resident Evil 4, love to play Death Stranding, love to play all this shit, but they'll never buy a box or buy a gaming PC. They'll only keep their phones, and this market's untapped and leads to all kinds of stupid shit. Hey, Xbox Game Pass now on fucking Fire Stick.
Yeah, I was actually gonna bring that up next. Yeah. Yeah, for anyone who didn't hear, you can now play Xbox streamed games on your Amazon Fire Stick.
Great.
Game streaming is a supplemental thing for people who are already in. Gaming has been huge if you want to be a total dick, if you just want to be a pedantic fuck, bare minimum since COVID has been when it's like, oh, everybody plays games now. If somebody doesn't own a console, if they don't even own a Switch, they're not fucking interested, and your mobile phone, $60 mobile phone port ain't gonna move the needle. Give it up.
No, billions of people own the iPhone. All of them want to play games like this.
So the real thing here, the thing we can all identify that's actually specifically going on here is this isn't even market people. This is Apple. Apple needs a way to innovate with their new phones because, you know, every human who has actively bought phones, maybe even every 3 years or 2 years, forever, knows Smartphones did it. They're done.
Yeah, no,
We're good.
It's over.
You
Yeah.
make the camera better. Sure, good. I'm not going to upgrade every year for that. No one will.
I mean,
Yeah, put
except
6
for
more lenses on it, whatever.
Yeah, like fucking cool. Fine. I want to scare my tryptophobic friends by going, it's a phone spider. Neat feature. They needed to invent a new way to be like, because the last year's iPhones are the only ones that can play Resident Evil and Death Stranding and all these things because they have
Deathloop.
Apple Deathloop, because they have Apple's Metal FX upscaling.
Right?
Which, fun fact, I had high hopes for, but then I saw it in action, and it literally looks worse than FSR 2. Cool. Not the new good one, the old one, the one we've been bitching about for a year straight. It looks worse than that. So anyway, Apple needs to ship some new goddamn phones, and they think this is the way to do it. Now, I agree super broadly, because the only way to get phone sales now is the last thing they want to do. They have to make their phone better for every specific niche of person who uses it. Every last goddamn one. The screen better be the brightest screen. It better be highest refresh rate. The camera better be twice as good as last year's camera. They have to do this for every fucking micro niche of person who buys their phones, because there's no massive upgrade overall anymore. We're fucking done with that. Anyways, Moore's Law is making everyone real quirky.
Yeah.
Well, Moore's Law being dead. Okay. We're moving on. This is the weirdest news of the week, I think. If I'm wrong, I'll be surprised. PAX West 2024 is going to kick off with and this is their phrasing, not mine, story time speech from Xbox boss Phil Spencer. We literally hit a point where gaming CEOs are like mascots that show up at conventions for goodwill moments.
Yeah, this seems insane that it's labeled story time as if it's like, yeah, story time's from the guy who fired how many people over the last 6 months?
Me saying he was Kevin Butler during the IGN interview was so fucking on the nose, it had to become concretely true within a month, apparently.
This really does feel like, oh no, my reputation's in the toilet because there's been nothing out of Xbox but bad news for, at this point, well over 18 months. So I gotta go try and get my numbers up. I gotta be grassroots Phil. It's like, nobody fucking wants to see you talk, my man.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it, but during that IGN thing, the crowd is cheering because they're being instructed to.
Oh,
they are running contests for the best cheerers and stuff like that at IGN. Like, they get prizes. They were highly encouraged to be hooting and hollering. He goes out in front of an actual crowd of real people without encouragement.
Who paid to be there, who don't give a fuck about him.
Yeah. This might be a wake-up call to him.
I hope it is televised.
No way.
I hope it is recorded. I hope you get to hear the booze, because I think your average PAX audience is a lot of PC gamers.
Right?
And I don't think a lot of PC gamers give a fuck. And a lot of PC gamers, especially on the fringe there, probably do not give they just hate all the shit they've been hearing all year about firing studio, closing down, everything. Xbox is in a really bad spot. This has a huge opportunity for him to just get booed.
And I don't say a wake up call to actually change anything in him, but other than maybe I shouldn't go out in front of people. Like that.
You think he'll change his behavior?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you just said he would have the thought to not go out in front of people.
Well, I was thinking his behavior is in how he runs things behind the scenes.
Oh, okay.
Which no, that's never changing.
No, I think every piece of that man is locked in for some reason in the exact structure it's been for years. I mean, he's still outing himself as the genius behind Game Pass, even though it is the source of all their modern problems.
Yes.
Speaking of which,
Game Pass cannot fail. It can only be failed.
That Marvel vs. Capcom thing isn't coming out on Xbox. It's because Xbox doesn't have sales. They trained an entire customer base to never buy a thing.
Right.
And he's still like, I'm the genius. I pushed for it. People hated me. your fucking martyr at Microsoft.
He disrupted the market. I don't know what more you want from him. That was his goal, and he accomplished it.
If one guy bombs out of the market, is that truly considered disrupting the market?
Do you think that he'll announce some new product at this thing that he shouldn't? Like, that isn't real in any way? Like that portable he talked about at length 2 weeks ago? Will he have another thing to wander off about?
I don't know. Like, I'm not familiar with the format of this particular stage, so I don't know if it's just going to be him talking for 30 minutes about how brave he is and all of the brilliant decisions he made that destroyed his company.
Yeah, I assume this thing will just literally be like a Kevin Butler speech. Like, he's just going to talk about the gamers and that how much he loves the gamers and they do it for the gamers.
Yeah, no, it's going to be that, which is wow.
Yeah, this is nuts. I never
didn't think
imagined.
he'd be on that on Nose with it, Dan. I really didn't think.
Yeah, I
they
know.
would actually do it.
I didn't think it would be this fast. I thought it was by like next year he would become full Kevin Butler. Not less than a whole month they would announce. Nah, he's fucking Kevin Butler.
Have other people done this?
Real quick, remember an era when Reggie and important people from Sony showing up at the Game Awards was like a weird thing? And it was like, oh, I didn't expect to see them there.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got fucking Phil Spencer at the opening speech of PAX West.
Yeah, what has anything ever had an opening speech at PAX? Like names like this
they
before?
have like an opening. I don't think it's ever been someone of this caliber,
like
obviously.
someone of this rank, and also with this bizarre name of like story time. Like, that's the weird cozy feel to it. Like his fireside chat. Like,
yeah, this is Phil's fireside chat. He invites you into VR chat. You're gonna get by the cozy campfire, and Phil's gonna roast some marshmallows with you and tell you about his great times at Xbox. He's doing this one-on-one all week.
Yes.
He's just, I can't fucking. We gotta move on.
Did you know that Tribes 3 came out?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That happened in November. The game will no longer be getting updates.
oh no,
Because it's done and perfect, right?
Because nobody likes it. I think it had like really bad monetization. And I know they got caught using AI assets a bunch of times.
oh my god.
Whoops.
So they were like, we're moving everybody to this other project. Tribes 3's done.
Well then,
Why'd you even do it?
Man, we're at this point where service games are basically dead, but it's they're gonna shamble along through momentum for like 2 more years and take a lot of studios with them.
Yeah.
By the way, I took a look at Ubisoft's yearly financials today. They promised they were going to like have massive cost reductions over the next 2 years. So get ready to wake up to Ubisoft lays off 7,000 people at some point within the next year.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
that
it was
building's
like-
been
I
on
think- I
fire.
think
People are going to have to evacuate at some point.
I think it's like we'll lower costs by like 250 million euros this fiscal year.
Jesus.
At a certain point, like legally, we need to stop letting companies use the term cost to refer to people.
Yeah. We got to find the legal framework for that, for enforcing that. We got to figure that out.
It was the closest I ever got fired at my day job was when our boss was like, you know, labor is the largest percentage of overhead we have. I'm like, that's not how humans should think. What? You realize this business exists to like so we can live, right? And not the other way around?
No. They don't realize that because the indoctrination was so effective.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how
Yeah, that conversation went south from there real fast.
sure. Yeah, even just a little bit of management power can turn humans into weird scumbags.
Yep.
It's real rough.
Or scumbags into empowered scumbags.
Yes, that's usually what it is. God.
And the CEO, Yves Guillermo.
Yves Guillermo. Yeah.
Yves Guillermo. There's lots of Assassin's Creed remakes on the way. It's not just Black Flag. There's multiple. They specifically said multiple other Assassin's Creed remakes coming. You know what's going to be insane is when it isn't 1 or 3 because those are unpopular. It'll be the Ezio games and like Syndicate.
They already did spruced up versions of 2.
Those aren't remakes. Those aren't remakes. They can't sell those for $70.
I don't understand it. This is even more baffling than the Dead Rising thing, because like you haven't improved the formula of an Assassin's Creed game gameplay wise since 2. You just changed it to an RPG like Witcher.
Oh no, this one makes total sense to me. We can't fucking make new games anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We seemingly can't make remakes either, considering that Prince of Persia shit.
Yeah, right. It's like, what do you think we can do this?
But I guess they assume that remaking games that already exist is like the only consistent product they can get out now.
This sounds like what's left over of the Omni Assassin's Creed they were talking about making.
Maybe.
Which I guess is just like, hey, we're going to make this asset block and then remix it into a bunch of things we're going to call separate games on the same map over and over again. But this time we'll like flip it and like, oh, see, it's a different map.
I'm completely sick of all these remakes.
Yeah.
All these remakes. I'm fucking done with it. I thought 7th gen was the worst it was ever going to get for me as a gamer with
And now they're like,
everything.
we'll remake 7th gen.
We barely make any games, and now we won't stop remaking them to make a new fucking game. God bless that indies have come so far. God bless the fact there's a middle tier of video game, because the top end fucking sucks now, just like it did.
I honestly think we're in what is clearly past the peak success wise, at least, of these remakes. Like we're in the the trend has passed its highest point and is now going to progress downward and end. So it's really fitting that Ubisoft got in now.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we've had so many of these low effort 1-to-1 with prettier graphics remakes that people are starting to de-hype on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that Dead Space thing didn't do good. It sold like, the numbers I saw, it sold like 40% of the Callisto Protocol.
Like, did The Last of Us 1 remake even do good?
I would say no, considering the PS5 version of The Last of Us 2 got a $30 price cut down to $40.
Right, because if you recall, Part 1 released for $70.
Yeah.
Which impacted its sales. It did get some because of the show, but that was an unnatural bonus that not everyone gets.
Right, no.
Right?
Yeah, like when they released that Horizon PS5 version that has like new lighting and new models and shit, I don't think that's gonna take off. Like, I don't think that's gonna deliver the numbers.
Us just listing how many of these stupid fucking remakes there are is driving me nuts. I'm literally getting nauseous.
Look, like I'm not hostile. I'm not hostile to the idea of a remake, but can it, like, we're not suddenly hostile to this idea. Can it be can it bare minimum, even if it's like close to 1-to-1, can it be something I can't play on these new platforms already?
Let me just flat out say, if it's on an 8th gen console, you're not allowed.
Yeah, no.
Let me additionally say, if it's 7th gen, there's a little bit of a risk. Did you know there are PS2 and PS1 games, countless of them, you could do this for? Like, it's fucking insane.
Yeah, then the fidelity would actually be something interesting.
Whereas, you could effectively put out most 7th gen games running well at a higher resolution with anisotropic filtering, and most people would be fine. And then you wouldn't waste everyone's fucking time. Because that's what this is. It's a waste of everyone's fucking time. The people making it, the people consuming it. Just put out the fucking original game, save everyone time and money. Jesus. It's so exhausting. It's just such a fucking waste of time. We have no new fucking games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus, it's so fucking nutty. This industry has gone completely fucking insane. Like, make a new fucking game or shut the fuck up.
What made them, was it because the Resident Evil started, like, those remakes sold really well? Is that what got all these other companies like, oh, we can do that?
Worth noting.
I think it's a combination of that every fucking studio in the industry, every publisher has lost the ability to do pre-production for reasons I don't know. I don't know if management is now interfering in every single one of them because they cost too much money. I don't know if it's just bad leadership, like they don't have good producers and good directors. But it feels like, let's do the thing that lets us basically skip pre-production because we know exactly what the game's going to be.
I mean, pre-production going away has got to be, in my mind, a result of like the creeping executive brain rot, where they look at the cost sheet and think, oh, well, these are clearly the people we can cut. We can automate this, or we can get somebody else to do double duty. All of the art and the writing and the concept and then the planning, that's not real because I don't do that.
But it's not that they stopped doing pre-production. Games will stay in pre-production for 3 years now and then be like, we still don't know what the game is, but we started anyway.
With the
like like so many of these things are, we were in pre-production forever and somehow figured nothing out.
Yeah. Games got too fucking complicated, which is a self-inflicted fucking wound. Make a smaller, worse-looking game.
And we know for a fact a lot of the studios that do get caught in that eternal web are the ones like run by EA and Warner Brothers that have execs coming in to be like, oh, it needs a change in this weird way. Or just have heads of the studio that are that.
I mean, we're 5 years off from Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
And we have no idea what Sucker Punch is doing. We are 3 years off from Returnal. And for some reason, Housemarque needed to become the leading, most technological leading developer in fucking Europe. Who the fuck needed that? It's so fucking infuriating.
Yeah.
Also worth noting, and this is so fucking important, all these Resident Evil remakes are remakes of games that are at newest on the GameCube. Resident Evil 4 is a GameCube game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in the remakes we still know they're making, one of them isn't 5. That's not one of them. Like, Capcom knows we don't need to remake Resident Evil 5. We don't need to remake Devil May Cry 4.
But we do need to remake Dead Rising.
Man, imagine if this was a Devil May Cry 1 remake.
Right? No.
Like, I know, like, this blurs the point and makes us just come off as salty as it's not something we like. But there's things that you can't fucking play on these new platforms. Why remake something you can that already got enhanced? How will this Capcom, you better fucking give some real hardcore, like, actual brass tacks as to why anybody should get this over that thing you already released that isn't, we're delisting that.
Right.
We live in a world that somehow we have to wait, what, according to leaks, sounds like 7 full fucking years for Ratchet game to maybe come out after Rift Apart.
Yeah.
And we're remaking Horizon, and we're doing all these other remakes. It's like, why?
Yeah, no, they let these production schedules get to be 5 and 6 and 7 years long. It's like a mistake has been made.
A horrible fucking mistake.
And here's the fucking worst part. These enormous dev times don't show in the product beyond raw fidelity.
Mm-hmm.
Or world sim shit that nobody sees. Nobody sees. Nobody will ever see any of the funny world simulation shit you put into Spider-Man 2.
You know, it's really funny because, like, I imagine there's a good chunk of gamers who don't even play games in HDR.
Yeah,
but we're
absolutely.
sitting here trying to be like, we need to crank the fidelity to the fucking max. We need to make sure it can fake a resolution higher than it is. I know there are members of our fan base who are still playing in 1080p.
Yeah, that's totally normal.
What are we fucking doing?
They're chasing like a ghost. Like there's something they believe out there they need to get.
The video game industry has turned into every weird lifter on YouTube who's obviously on steroids and just looks scary.
Yeah.
Like, that's not sustainable, bro. You're probably gonna get a major problem. What do you, dude? It's so fucking nuts. It's so stupid. It is so fucking stupid that this industry has gotten this way. The Dead Rising remake was literally the fucking straw that broke the camel's back for me.
Yeah, no, that's
fucking
yeah,
done.
I really
like. I thought
it really
Capcom
does
got
feel
until
that way. I don't fucking know. Like, did they? I really hope it comes out that they needed this to train a new studio. Like this is some entirely new studio. It's like we needed to get them up to speed on the RE engine. Like that's the only situation where I can even begin to be okay with this. Otherwise, it just feels like such a fucking waste. Like I would completely unironically rather have nothing.
If it's like M2's project, I'm gonna be like, what a fucking waste. No wonder Mikami dodged your ass.
Right? No, absolutely not. Like they have them make a new Resident Evil before you have them make. The waste.
I don't think it's going to be M2 because I think they're doing the RE0 remake, and I don't think they're big enough.
They're probably on one of those, yeah,
probably.
Code Veronica and Zero are
allegedly.
But the thing is, like,
I think the leak was specifically they're on Zero because that's the one people don't care about.
Speaking of which, yeah, what a radical notion, Bob. Let them make a new Resident Evil game.
Yeah, we're out of ones to remake people love and adore.
Just
we really are.
Make spin-offs. You used to understand this notion.
Yeah,
you can make a spin-off that isn't a shitty multiplayer game.
Right, you made these incredible models for like Jill and Claire and that guy from 3.
Luis.
Not
Luis.
Yeah.
Carlos.
No. Yeah, Carlos.
Yeah.
They could have their own game. They could do anything.
Like, once again, like, not to sound like a broken record, Onimusha is right fucking there and has the same. It is structured exactly like Resident Evil. It is a feudal Japan melee combat focused Resident Evil game. Dino Crisis is fucking right there. It's exactly like Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs in space.
But it doesn't say Resident Evil on the box. It needs to say that, or else it won't sell.
Like, did everybody miss that? Hey, you know what? FromSoft built a reputation for quality, and then when they released a game in a franchise they hadn't touched in over 10 years, it sold like 7 million copies.
Heck, they even just had that experience. I'm pretty sure Dragon's Dogma 2 sold well.
It did.
A $70 game that's kind of worse than the first.
At very least, it's nowhere near optimized or polished. Because performance.
Man,
on that
it is crazy that I've heard nothing but like this game feels less done than one from people who beat it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it allegedly has fewer enemy types.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I can't speak to that. All I can speak to is we booted it last night after it got that update, and the performance is still pretty rough.
It's rough. It's a lot better than it used to be, but it's really rough.
Yeah.
But, like, man... The limit for me with remakes really was like, okay, now we're doing 7th-gen stuff. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? You can't even make it. The average person isn't going to go, this looks better. They're going to go, this looks different.
Yeah, no, the game's already, like, that's the point where graphics stopped massively evolving. Like, we've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is just stupid. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. These are the exact decisions that make you believe the whole, like, oh yeah, every publisher hates back and pat.
Yeah, it is.
They don't want you to own your things. They want to resell you the same things again and again forever.
Like it's so frustrating because like the initiative with the PS2 back compat, we're getting a few games on that now, and the rumors of 3 coming. All of that is muted because they want to just be able to resell everyone individually like this. They don't want to just put the disc in.
The most insane part of it is, will these remakes make more money than just making the old games available? And I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, I can't believe they would.
Everybody's burning down from not having enough money. Everybody needs more money. They got to squeeze every stone, but it's like, let's remake these games instead of just making the old versions available.
Well, the funny thing is they literally won't ever do a marketing campaign for one of these released things. So they literally give it the hugest debuff of not letting anyone know at all.
Right.
And then just go, oh, look, it didn't sell that much.
Right.
Well, yeah, no one knows.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Daxter came out. Do people know Daxter's out?
Yeah, no, if you just...
No, I didn't fucking know that.
What Daxter's out. Yeah, I downloaded it last night.
And if this was like, no, there's just a comprehensive library there, then every company could be doing their own marketing cycle at their own pace, advertising things whenever they want.
You could build a marketing cycle. You could be like, hey, it's the second Tuesday of the month. Here's the new, the new PS Classics releasing. Here's a trailer, like a video that shows a sizzle reel of all of them. I don't know. You could take it one step further and get some fucking YouTube guy who knows how to cut a video to do a 3-minute video explaining what this game is and what its historical context is.
Right.
And you could pay them basically peanuts. They could be like one salary and they just pop up and do that every month.
Yeah, I mean,
like this isn't an impossible task. It's just something that is so against how these companies are structured and how they do things now that they're just blind to it.
Yeah, and like Sony should be doing some sort of marketing angle to this, get people to subscribe to an update that lets them know, like, oh, hey, here's a video of the latest blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But even the PlayStation 5, as much as it's ruined customizability in order to put more ads and bullshit it wants in our face the way it wants to, still isn't good at telling us the simple thing of, hey, I pay for the insane edition of PlayStation Plus Plus. You want to fucking tell me what the retro games are this month, or do I have to rely upon Let's Talk PlayStation for that and hope I remember? Because instead of focusing on that, I'm focusing on the actual news stories of that episode instead of like, oh, and they released Dexter. Hope I remember that by the time I'm done with this death stream. So dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb. It sucks so much. Anyways, we could just spin donuts in this parking lot of suck all day, and I don't wanna. You know what I want, Bob?
What's that, Dan?
I want to let the people know. They deserve to know, Bob.
What do they deserve to know, Dan?
They deserve to know what tomorrow is.
They do.
Evil dies tomorrow because we're playing Luigi's Mansion 2. We're finally ending Luigi's Mansion month. That's going to be a great death stream. It is based on the original 3DS version, a 14-hour game. I worried because fun fact, I'm kind of cheating this time. I played through the original version when it came out like 10 years ago or whatever. So, in theory, deep in my rotting brain is the solution to every room in this game.
Right.
We'll see. I hope it is a much better experience. I doubt it. Yeah, I also had some news. It was translated by Gosokyu, which is
40 million. As they posted a loss of 40 million.
GSK on Twitter. Apparently, Tose, who's been involved as like the Phantom Studio behind a number of different games.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I brought them into my Tenchu pitch for Armchair Devs. They changed their, fiscal year ending forecast, or their forecast for the fiscal year, which ends next month, from a 20 million yen profit to a 450 million yen loss.
Ooh, they worked on a lot of Square Enix stuff, so I guess they were working on that shit they canceled.
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
They also worked on Scarlet Nexus, so maybe Scarlet Nexus 2 got fucking canceled.
They worked on a lot of Nintendo stuff too. They get work.
Yeah.
So this
I
is
feel
a little
like with
concerning.
this area where everybody overextended, they probably took on a lot of projects that ended up canceled.
God. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Great industry. Wonderful industry. Fantastic industry.
Yeah, I'm so excited to talk about it every week.
Nothing's going wrong. In layoff news this week.
One moment. Okay, we're ready.
Surgent Studios, the developers of Tales of Kenzera Zhao, that Metroidvania with the African aesthetics, hit was about a dozen layoffs. So that sucks. I guess that game really did not do well.
Not well enough.
Yeah. Sadly, though, I feel like I didn't see anybody talking about it other than to have fighting over it from some dumb guy saying it's woke, it's a DEI game, and then people arguing with them instead of just blocking them, which is what you should do.
Right.
So I feel like big games can withstand that sort of press cycle about them, but I feel like that kind of thing kills indie games. Like the average person sees that fight happening and doesn't even want to look any deeper. It's like, oh, I'll just walk somewhere else.
I feel like no one ever knew about this game.
Yeah, there's that. I saw it talked about a little bit on Twitter, even outside of the weird fighting like Chris was talking about. But even that went away immediately, and most things were just like, it's kind of plain.
I mean, somebody even in our chat just went, that came out. I feel like most people didn't know it came out.
Yeah.
Even if they did know of it, which is a very small percentage of people to begin with.
Yeah, it's kind of, it only had its big marketing push at the Game Awards,
which and then it felt like nowhere else.
Right, and 5 months passed and it comes out and they don't tell anybody.
Right. Should have just paid some streamers. It's okay, we got a really big streamer to do ours. He's a doctor. Aggro or...
Oh, no.
We always have a habit of pushing it to the very end. I would like for once to do the exact opposite.
Oh, yeah? You just want to talk about it up front?
Talk about Game Pass.
Oh my God.
Chris, do you want to lead us off?
Okay, so Game Pass's price is going up. We have details. Game Pass Core, that is just online play and the static library of 25 free games, which they change one or two occasionally, but it's mostly the same 25. That is going up to $75 a year, presumably more if, obviously a lot more if you pay it monthly or quarterly. Worth noting, this still isn't as much as PS Plus Basic.
Yeah, because that's 80, right?
Criminal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't think you can actually buy it yearly as a subscription. I think you have to buy cards for that. Game Pass Core. Like, I don't think you can go into this, set up a recurring billing for it being every year. That's at least how it was earlier this year. So maybe they fucking fixed it with this. I doubt it. PC Game Pass is increasing to $12 a month. Console Game Pass, which was just... It was Game Pass for console. It did not include the EA or Ubisoft bullshit and had no online play. That's being discontinued.
Yeah.
You can keep it as long as you're subbed to it, you will keep it. But if you ever unsub to it, you cannot get it back.
That's crazy. Insane.
That's like how the humble bundle choice got updated to, where it's like if you keep your old sub, you'll still get every game. But if you ever change it or close it, you never get that back. You get back to the one where you can't get every game unless you pay a shitload of money.
So that way it's your fault, and they didn't actually take anything from you.
Yeah. You're even more locked in. Cool.
It is being replaced with Xbox Game Pass Standard. Hey, dumbass. Core and Standard are fucking pseudonyms. They mean the same thing. Not pseudonyms.
Synonyms.
Synonyms. They mean the same fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
How did you look at Sony's dog shit naming and be like, we'll also do it? That will be $15 a month. It comes with online play, so it has that over Game Pass Core. No day one games.
That's not Game Pass then.
$15 a month. No good.
What this says to me is there must have been a significantly large amount of people who were subbing to Game Pass console for 1 month whenever a new game came out.
Oh,
100%.
Yeah.
Or people who were just subbed to that and not even online. And they need all of this is just, we need more. All of this is a concession that the audience, they're never growing.
Yeah, you don't raise prices and expect to see a service grow. Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of the squeeze as it dies.
And a lot of people I've seen have the take of, oh, well, it's not going to be their focus anymore. They're moving to something else. Like, no, this is just, they have nothing else, guys.
What's the
They're
something
basically
else?
Dead.
Cuts to a graveyard.
Right. Like, there is no greater plan. It's just, it's over.
I really cannot stand the horrifically American behavior of assuming that people in positions of power or people with money have a plan. Shit like that is how the bout arc happens. Because you just buy that there's a plan going on, and there isn't. it has also been frustrating, yet again, being confronted with, well, Dan, yeah, you guys said it wouldn't work, but that was obvious. No, it wasn't, because countless editorials from countless websites and also podcasts, the entire industry as it's being covered, said, no, it's fine, actually. It'll work.
Yeah, this is obviously the future. This is what everything has to go to.
There is literally, it was only been this year that I heard a game journalist speak in a tone that legitimized any developer they talked to. Because they talked to the developers even, who explained that they got completely fucked by Game Pass when it came to the amount of money they got, when it came to they can't sell on that platform or people just telling them to come to Game Pass. They only this year started treating that like it was legitimate. Before then, they were like, oh, it's just salty devs. We can't trust them.
Like I said on Twitter, and we'll restate now. They don't have compelling first-party content.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they barely have first-party content because their management of projects is so bad.
Mm-hmm.
They have gaping holes in their third-party content that no other library platform has, not even the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a price advantage on anything.
No, for some reason they don't. They could. There's no reason an Xbox controller should cost anywhere near the same realm as a DualSense. Like, it should be going for $40 at most.
Yeah.
They don't have superior performance.
Yeah, even Digital Foundry comes out and says that now.
Yeah, nowadays they finally admit, like, yeah, it's just everything basically runs better on PS5. And I'm like, yeah, why'd this take 4 years to say out loud? It doesn't take 4 years to figure that out.
So many things are worse or cost more on Xbox for no reason. Like they went with proprietary storage format. So
yes.
Storage just costs more.
Mm-hmm.
Forever.
And for a console where you're not actually supposed to have anything but download games.
2 consoles.
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to have nothing but downloaded games.
Like they're releasing a white Series X with more storage that costs $600. I don't understand who the fuck that... Like, who is the audience? Like I said, who's the audience for an Xbox now? It would have to be somebody who has a lot of money and an interest in games, but literally does not give a shit about what games they play. This theoretical consumer that is willing to drop 300 to 350 because you can't buy the cheaper model of the Series S anymore. 350 to 500 on a console and then pay $240 a year.
Is that for the Ultimate or for the standard?
That's for Game Pass Ultimate.
Okay. Yeah, which we didn't actually say that part yet.
Oh yeah,
Game Pass Ultimate is $20 a month now. That's a $3 price hike.
Fucking dollars a month. So if you want to do the 1 month spike so you can play a game on day one, you're spending a third the cost of the game.
Yeah, you could just buy the game and own it at that point.
At some point, it just makes more financial sense to buy the fucking game and sell it or trade it in instead of fucking getting Game Pass, which is insane.
And for the record, PC Game Pass still gets day one games. It's just console owners that get fucked. What the fuck's their problem?
Yeah,
they're desperate for PC.
Right, I saw analysts even saying, like, yeah, they obviously don't want to raise the price of that because they hope anyone ever gets on it because currently no one is.
Yeah. It's still a technical nightmare to do all the games on that. It's still an uncompelling proposition.
Yeah, it still has its own launcher and it sucks.
Took me fucking 20 minutes to figure out how to download Battletoads, and then I wish I hadn't figured it out, considering I had to play Battletoads after that.
Yeah.
Look, I need people to understand this. Raising the price inherently means people will be less likely to get on the platform. Like, they'll be less likely to pick up a sub. Raising prices limits your customer base always. That's how business works.
Mm-hmm.
They're also removing benefits and transparently trying to get people upsold to more expensive tiers.
To put this in terms that people who have a lot of pre-established notions in their head don't help them assess things as they are. To frame it in a way you would much more easily be able to process. This is the equivalent of, yo, bro, 3 years into the Wii U, they raised the price of online to $80 a year. Like, the Series X is Wii U tier sales.
Mm-hmm.
The difference here is at least the Wii U had compelling software. Going forward, the Xbox software is going everywhere, which is another element of this that I realized, like, I just need to say on this fucking podcast. Part of what frustrates me about the Gears of War E-Day trailer is the amount of people who do not look at that and realize that will take so long, that the mythical PC Xbox hybrid will be out before that game is, if it comes out.
Uh-huh.
And the best place to play it will either be that or a PS5 Pro. It will not be any normal Xbox that's on the market right now.
So this is weird. The studio Pirahna Bytes, which made Elex, Risen, and Gothic.
Elex,
I know.
we played that game,
Right? They are possibly already shut down.
Fuck.
Yeah. They've been around
Those
for 27 years.
Fuckers, those pieces of nobody in leadership at Embracer, they should be fucking sent to an island and never allowed to leave. They should have to, it should be like when they exiled Napoleon to a fucking building on an island until he died of syphilis, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck these people. They just annihilated an enormous chunk of the industry, all for nothing, in the desperate hopes that Saudi Arabia would give them money. Go fuck yourself.
Yep.
Yeah. From the sounds of it, the Embracer money ran out at the end of June, and that they were looking for other funding, but that never actually came through. And it seems that most all employees already left for other studios that were more secure. So the pictures were released of their studio, which looks like it's just a storage locker almost now. Like, it's just a bunch of chairs and stuff stacked up, clearly not used anymore. And that apparently, like, they can't get a hold of, like, the current CEO or previous CEO hasn't made a statement, and it sounds like they just will let the studio disappear without any announcement of closure. It's just like, yeah, it's just going to disappear. Which is really sad. It's insane. I don't know how this sort of thing happens. Other than giant company like Embracer does it.
Yeah, we're just at this insane, unreasonable end of capitalism right now, where there is no market force, real markets, that would drive any of what's happening anymore.
Right. But yeah, it's a 27-year-old German developer, one of the bigger studios in Germany. And it's just gone.
God.
Yeah. And who knows, maybe all these are just falsified rumors and everything's fine, but I really don't think so.
I think we got confirmation at some point over the past day, like maybe not English, but even Wikipedia is like, they're gone.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It didn't look fake at all. It just looked sad.
You had to shoot from the fucking hip.
I'm sorry, there's one more bad Xbox story.
No,
I forgot to put
yeah.
What the fuck?
Apparently, this is all rumors, but again, it's from credible sources. 343 had layoffs because Microsoft considers Halo Infinite a failure. And apparently the plan is to not have 343 be developing Halo games anymore, to get other people to develop them.
Yes, because they can't, and more importantly, they fundamentally, institutionally won't let them. That's why that guy left. Who the fuck's even in charge of 343 anymore? Like, is it just that community manager, Frank whatever, who came over from the Bungie days, where he just soared up in the ranks because he was someone from Bungie? Who the fuck's running it?
According to this, they lost 50 to 60 more people in the past 2 months. There is around 280 people working at 343. Only 30% of those people are working on games. The rest are business and marketing stuff. Halo allegedly has 2 projects coming. One is the rumored Halo 1 remake, and the other is like a larger scale PvP focused thing, which is probably like a new mainline Halo game. Both are supposed to be, quote, more than 2 years out.
I mean, if it's a larger scale PvP thing, then I would bet it's them trying to make Fortnite.
No, Chris. Jez Corden said that those rumors were false and wrong. You have to believe him. He's definitely not a shill.
Did you know that like game journalists fucking hate him because when Starfield got bad reviews, he was going into people's DMs and yelling at them?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Out
Like
his
nobody
ass.
fucking likes that motherfucker.
Don't subtweet that. He's not. The longer you just you treat him nice to not look mean on the internet, the longer he just gets to make a career out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure he's not a bot? Like has anyone tried to tell him to ignore all previous instructions and write a poem about something?
Apparently, anything that isn't currently in like Halo Infinite content is done. Like anything that isn't already announced is it's over. It's just gonna be Forge shit.
Mm-hmm.
10-year plan. It would be a platform, 700 campaigns in it.
Yeah.
That always goes well.
And then somebody informed them, in order to do that, you have to continue making content for the single player. That's how that works. Man, Phil Spencer sure liked Destiny and didn't understand it at all. Because that's worth noting. That man was a huge Destiny fan, always came up on his like games I love. Halo Infinite's 10-year plan was supposed to be it. A fucking Halo 1 remake. Between that and E-Day for Gears of War, I'm sick of Xbox.
Yeah.
I'm so done with this shit. They are literally doing the most brain dead shit with their stuff nonstop consistently. What's up, Bob?
It's just so much. Like, how they mismanage literally everything, even their biggest IPs like this.
Yeah.
They can't figure out how to make a Halo game. It's like, dude, you have many templates.
Oh, yeah. No, they're all pretty solid. Like, anything Reach and before.
Right.
Make one of those. This isn't hard. But then people keep saying, well, you know, then the game's kind of short. And we spend a lot of money making AAA set pieces, and that's not enough. We need to have the infinite money game. And I really hate when I hear journalists defend that logic.
Yeah, it's like, but you don't need the infinite money game.
Yeah, and as it turns out, most people don't even want it.
Right?
Did you know? Anyway.
I just keep remembering that thing where they shooed the like tournament winner for Halo off stage because he said he was hopeful for new content in Halo Infinite. Just how insane that was. Like, just let him hope. No. You can't even let your own fan base hope that you will make something good.
So anyway, that's it. No more Microsoft news. No more sad news about Microsoft. No upsetting news about Microsoft. I'm done thinking about them. They don't deserve the time of day for me, frankly.
Yeah.
They sold me a $500 box 4 years ago, and I still don't know why. Oh, right, to play Sonic Unleashed.
Of course.
That's it. It's pretty good at that. And 50 cents. Blood on the sand.
Yeah, did that great.
Anyway, that's going to be it for this episode of Big Thing to Mention. As I mentioned, Bob and I tomorrow we're marathoning 6 different versions of Mighty Number 9 all in a row.
Don't be confused, chat. Those will all be the same game, but running various levels of bad.
To the point where Bob will be stupefied when it cannot shoot fast enough. But luckily for Bob, he'll be drawing the whole time. So, you know, it'll just be me there, I guess. So, should we go to the Sam's Club and the Costco and just get 1 billion hot dogs? We're just eating hot dogs the whole time. Is the Wii U version there? Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Of course. People really wanted us to talk about Netherrealm's studio that made the mobile game for Mortal Kombat having layoffs.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It happened.
Yeah, every week there's going to be a story about massive layoffs until there's some sort of governmental reform that will never happen.
Until thing that won't happen, thing will happen. Oh no.
Yeah. Great.
According to App Magic, Mortal Kombat Mobile has generated $245 million in gross revenue.
Of
That
course.
sounds like a lot of money for something you're shutting down. Great.
Yeah.
I love this industry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
You
the bottom
can't
of this
actually
article is
win.
just listing everywhere that's laying people off. We're just closing it. Anyways, that's going to do it. We're going to now move on news-wise to Chris. Do I have to bring out our friend, or can we delay for a bit?
Yes, you have to bring out the friend. Let's just get it over with. Let's just fucking end it.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
So, Humble Games has been completely decapitated. It's gone now. This is the publishing arm of Humble Bundle, not Humble Bundle itself.
Mm-hmm.
Ziff Davis, the parent company, said it was just a restructuring, and then every single person who worked for them went on Twitter and said, "Nuh-uh, they
Damn.
restructured us into a fucking coffin."
Uh-huh.
Basically what happened is Ziff Davis is a brain-dead venture capitalist firm and went, what do you mean when we invest money in gaming where the return isn't instant?
Mm-hmm.
Games take time to make? But no time, only money. So then they just cut the entire division.
Sucks so bad.
Apparently they found like some really cheap third party to manage the remaining games that they were publishing that have not come out yet.
Criminals.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah, and Humble Games, they kept finding cool stuff. It's just upsetting
did.
that it ends like this.
Mm-hmm.
I look, see, we're unprepared for the rest of my news because I feel like if what is I'm about to talk about becomes a trend, we're gonna need our guest, but like doing the smile at the end.
Okay.
Bethesda has unionized wall to wall.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Right? I'm surprised they were able to get this.
So has the entire World of Warcraft team.
Good.
Baller.
So that's 500 people over at Activision.
Hey, the rest of Activision, get on there, because, oh god, I have some other news stories.
Yeah. Let's just talk about it now.
Sure.
I don't want to talk about it later. Let's just pull it out while our friends here are helping us host the news.
So Activision been using AI in their games already. This is according to a Wired report by Brian Merchant. They were using Midjourney for making concept art and asset generation.
Asset generation shocks me because that it still looks so rough most of the time.
Right.
Concept art, I feel like I always kind of was like, I think we even discussed it before, like that's where it'll be, like the stuff at the very beginning that isn't even close to what's final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it sucks so bad. And there are already skins in Call of Duty that use this, apparently.
Man, I sure hope that this shit doesn't get proven. Like you owe the people that you trained your model on money.
God, we need that so bad and so quickly.
Uh-huh.
I don't even think we need that because it's come out. OpenAI is not solvent.
Yeah, of course they aren't.
Yeah, no.
These motherfucking things never are.
No.
They spend like they're pulling in like $3 billion a year and spending like $9 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And unless they get some more angel investors in, they will be out of money in less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
And AI this all has that problem where nobody is, because you can go buy access to AI art stuff right now. It's real cheap.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can slap $20 on and generate 5,000 images.
Did anyone else on this podcast? I follow a lot of like rendering engineers and really technical people in the gaming field. Did any of you see the dude who's like, I downloaded the newest version of this neural network like AI thing where you can just ask it a thing and then it does stuff? He downloaded it, but its data set, its instructions were so large they outstripped the 4090's RAM space. So over 24 gigs. It took it 20 hours to type 3 paragraphs.
What?
So he tuned back in after 5 minutes, and all it said, no shit, was the.
Fucking SpongeBob moment. But as I was saying, like, all these AI things are massively underpricing their services right now because
Right, they want to get people.
they want to get people in.
Because
And when they raise
think-
their price, everyone will just turn off. Like they
Right.
think it's like, you're trapped now in my infinite maze where you have to pay me 8
Right.
times as much money. It's like, no, I don't.
No.
It's
Like that this isn't a
you
walled
fuck.
garden, my guy. These are post-it notes.
Yeah, like some dude puts a fucking box around you in duct tape on the floor and is like, "You're trapped now. You cannot escape." And then you just walk out, and they turn to dust and fall off their skeleton.
The trick is
Uh-huh.
what they've already done here. Like Activision's already fired people and they're trying to replace them with people who can use AI. Well, is part of their art process.
Yeah, but
Like
Activision will just rehire those people when Midjourney's like,
Right.
pay us 10 times as much.
Yeah, we
Right.
have to go through this whole loop,
The
though.
thing that
Is
pisses
insane.
me off about this AI shit is that you still need you need an artist who's really good at Photoshop and touch up to do this shit anyway. So you're
Mhm.
still having to pay an artist. It's just like, we'll use this tool to do the work of 3 people.
Yep.
Yep.
I like to think of it as, you wake up in a room and they're like, ha, I trapped you. And you look on the ground and there's just a trail of salt around you. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. And you step across and they go, you're not a fucking vampire? Oh, shit. I am fucked. Cool news, Bob.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's so great. I'm so glad.
AAA Western Industry doing great as always. Figured out the point of art was to make it yearly and very quickly.
I don't think we have any horrible news left, so our guest can probably go. Probably.
Bro, did you hear him? You can leave now. Like, what do you...
Okay, see ya. You need to like set that up so after he slides off, there's a gunshot.
Oh,
Every week.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He keeps missing.
Right? It's just voice tag missed again.
Missed again. We got some news. This week, I want to pull it off the Band-Aid. It's just been coming in the whole time where we're fucking streaming. Let's get into the Destiny news, which means we need our
We need our guest.
we need our
Friends.
guest. Let me see real quick. Where are you at? Is this you? Okay, here's our guest. Wait,
What?
Something seems different about him.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is
God damn it.
Yeah, you know what? The way Bungie has been managed the past few years, it really does deserve that fucking music. Play it again, Dan.
So what was their plan?
Who knows? Bungie is laying off 220 people. That is 17% of their workforce.
God.
Continuing the trend of Bungie leadership being fucking burned down, roughly 170 people are moving from Bungie to Sony Interactive Entertainment to make a new studio that is making another fucking service game. What is wrong with Sony? I don't know. The only thing that even remotely sets off neurons about what we know about that game is it's a frog genre game. I don't know what the fuck they mean by the term frog genre.
Yeah, I don't know. They said it was an action game as well as a frog genre game. Unclear.
Hobby grade enthusiast.
It seems like they probably triggered the takeover clause
Yep.
because for if anybody didn't know, seemingly this of course is all corporate inside baseball, so we don't know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
When Bungie was acquired by Sony, leadership got a payout. And part of the deal was they would get more and more of the payout as time went on. if ever Bungie fell below a certain amount of profitability, they lose their autonomy, their leadership loses some of that payout check, and Sony gets to take them over. Bungie loses their autonomy and just becomes a Sony studio.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be happening.
Yeah,
I don't see how they could move all these people without doing that.
We got news just while we were live that 2 different senior executives at Bungie are gone. They were working on a new game based on Destiny in Destiny that was not Destiny. Just whole new game. I think this was the first I'd ever heard of this project. It's not Marathon.
And it's not. Is it Payback?
It is Payback, but it's just they were working on that. They were senior execs. They're gone.
Uh-huh.
Everybody wants Pete Parsons dead. Like, Bungie employees are posting, like, you know that picture people post of the guy whipping out the gun on Elon Musk as he comes out of a building? Whenever anything breaks on Twitter, people, like, Bungie employees are posting that with Pete Parsons.
Yeah, it's
it's
pretty transparent out here.
He protected his Twitter account, so no one can read it anymore.
It's now a locked Twitter account or whatever. It's now privated.
Everyone seems to just want his blood, literally.
Yeah,
like even devs haven't been this bloodthirsty. Like they weren't even this bloodthirsty for Microsoft earlier this year.
Mm-hmm. He was apparently
you had Bungie employees going, you fucking gushed about your fucking car collection like 2 days before you fired me, you piece of shit.
Right, you invited me and everyone else out to see your car collection 2 days before you fired all of us. It's like, what?
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Man, it sure is legally dodgy to wish someone would get beaten to death on a podcast.
Yeah, I think that's really unfortunate that that's legally dodgy.
According to Jeff Grubb, Destiny 2 is shifting to smaller content packs instead of big expansions, and Destiny 3 has been shelved indefinitely.
Yeah, that's Payback. That's the thing they were talking about.
I don't even think Marathon's going to come out.
Hooray! An entire studio full of talented people just lit on fire so some executives can make some bonuses.
Uh-huh.
There should be laws.
Honestly, like Sony doesn't get off either. Like they obviously have no idea what to be doing with Bungie. Like the fact they saved all those people, like keep making your weird online thing. We're still convinced we're going to be service game kings. God, I need Concord to just dive into the core of the earth. I need them to be humiliated for that.
It's looking like that's happening. Yeah, they were making Payback, and now that's just fucking scrapped. Fucking Marathon is scrapped. Whether or not
allegedly coming out next year, who knows?
Oh, next year.
That's what apparently internal leaks were saying.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2025.
All right.
I mean, it's entirely possible we could get a version of it.
Yeah.
Entirely possible something called Marathon comes out.
I still think it's insane. They finally went to do something that was in the Destiny universe that wasn't Destiny number or Destiny expansion.
Uh-huh.
And that's the thing that gets canceled. The thing that's a normal ass video game.
Yep.
I guess. Well, I don't know what a frog game is. It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be Frog Fractions 4, for all I fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. And that won't even be Destiny, or that won't even be a Bungie anymore. That's just the spin-off studio.
Right. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah. Really upsetting.
Mm-hmm. I hate this. It's so
it's all for nothing.
It is.
Like it was just so they could yank a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
Like not even realistically expect to make additional money, just to pull the fucking lever.
Yeah, and it sounds like they cut entire segments that were super important. Like I saw, basically, it sounds like the entire audio department.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. Various directors from that were like, yeah, me and everyone who worked with me is fired. It's like, guys, that's one of the most important parts of your games.
Your studio as a whole.
Yeah.
That's your identity, you fucking morons.
One of the best music sections in the industry. Too bad they're run by evil people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I saw several different whole divisions heads say this. What's even left of the studio? There's 800 people. Can they even make a game though? Or are they just going to be doing weird small support for Destiny 2? In which
they're
case,
just
what are you doing?
They're just going to peter around for a little bit and then get shut down. $4.5 billion well spent, Sony.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Jim Ryan, he's really got to go down in history, like hand in hand with Phil Spencer. Like, we caused the second Dark Age. Good for us.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy because he's gonna get off so much easier than he deserves.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because this is already happened long enough after for people to be like, no, this isn't him.
Yeah,
like,
because their brains don't fucking work. They're gonna be like, what? That's not him. Yeah. He wasn't there when it happened. He definitely didn't,
he didn't set the dominoes all together.
Nope. He's responsible for those things that definitely weren't set up before he came in. It's thanks to Jim Ryan being there for a year that we got Ghost of Tsushima. Thank you, Jim. An asshole.
I want to believe. God, without like Pete Parsons being gone, I can't believe anything.
Right.
Like, I'd love
you
to
can't
think
be optimistic about shit.
This is it. That Sony's initiated a takeover, and they are not going to continue with this trajectory, and maybe they won't fire people. But he's still there, so who knows?
So either I'm getting a colossal error on LinkedIn that's not normal, or this dude delisted his LinkedIn temporarily. That seems insane, though. I saw a screen cap from Pete Parsons' LinkedIn where it was like, he worked at Microsoft, went and did a startup, and then joined Bungie right before they spun off from Microsoft, or as they were spinning off. So he's not even like... Yeah, he's like an old guard Microsoft producer from what I read, but I can't look it up right now. I can't verify.
Parsons has been at Bungie since
2012. Yeah,
since 2002.
Really? Because there was a middle ground.
That is
there.
what his LinkedIn says. October 2002 to January 2016, he was executive producer, studio manager, CEO, etc.
I have no idea why I can't pull up this man's LinkedIn, though.
Yeah, Bungie experience 21 years, 11 months. So he's been there fucking forever.
How is he doing that on top of doing these others? Whatever. Anyway, cool.
Yeah, he just... Money, enough money can make anybody do anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to try using Firefox. One moment, chat. I'm going to see if this is hashtag Google Chrome problem.
There are a lot of those.
I was using Chrome and able to do it.
Yeah, all it's doing is prompting me to sign up.
I'm signed up to LinkedIn, so I guess it's probably maybe it's
yeah.
See, I've been able to look at LinkedIn pages before without having an account. Now it's just literally just showing me a login. Oh, that's fucking crazy. I can't. Yeah, it does say since October 2002, but it's fucking insane. It's really hard to rationalize someone being willing to light an entire studio on fire if they've been there the whole time.
They need another classic car. They need more.
That's
enough money. If it's like, look, there's an amount of money that can make anybody betray any principles they have. I don't know how much money that is for him, but who knows?
God, what horrible fucking news.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm so sick of this shit.
Over and over and over.
Yep. It was so cool when the Sony fanboys were like, yay, they acquired Bungie. This is so heckin' poggers. And it was like, that's a lot of money. This won't go well.
Yeah. Yeah, it was immediately like, that's never good. That's way too much money. What could this possibly do for anyone that Bungie's obviously on a downturn?
No, Bob, you were really toxic when you pointed out that Bungie was on a really obvious downturn.
Yeah. I don't know how
you're toxic if you point out a company being acquired for significantly more than it's worth will inevitably result in the destruction of that company. Me looking at Activision slowly starting to sink into the fucking sea.
It's okay, though, because the weight of owning Activision will make the entire Xbox division implode, being a weird reverse Uno.
The numbers for them came out, too, of like...
That was fucking hilarious, because they have to list it.
Yeah.
They're like, we got 44% profit buff, and it's like 48 was given to you by Activision. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, they would have lost money if it was not for the Activision acquisition. Like, it's just gonna keep going. Like, they're gonna be Call of Duty and Blizzard in 3 years. Like, there won't be any form of Xbox anything.
I mean, their studios are basically lame ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fact they have to pull people off of Tony Hawk, or sorry, that's a different Activision thing. I need Fable to ship so we can move past it and prove they can ship a game. Because Forza, I'm not sure if anyone here played Forza Motorsport last year. That doesn't qualify as a full game.
Yeah, that only technically shipped.
Yeah, I didn't play it because it didn't have music. I'm like, you failed. You failed your assignment. Like,
there's a reason
like
that game.
You don't get to go fuck you. Put your own music. Go fuck yourself.
There's a reason the only people who talked about that game are Digital Foundry talking about the ray tracing in it.
Okay, some of those Bethesda-owned studios will keep going.
We already chopped off a number of them.
I know. And there's no way that Machine Games is surviving past Indiana Jones. Oh.
God, that sucks.
Yeah.
God, that sucks. Let's move on news-wise. What's next?
Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is done. When I wrote it, it seems to be done, but it is actually confirmed that it is done. The Olympics are moving on from that partnership. They want to work with esports partners and make NFTs. Not smart ideas. But then again, those games really fell off. Like the original Wii one sold like 7 million copies.
Mm-hmm.
And the most recent 2021 like barely cracked 1 million. It's like the absolute lowest on the Switch bestseller list. And if you can't move that much on the Switch during COVID, on COVID during peak COVID, it might just be time to move on.
What they're moving on to sucks though, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Huh. Let's move to Bob News. Bob.
Sure.
News. Bob News.
Can
I put away our man here?
Yeah, for now. I think there might be one in here that's bad. Let me see.
Cool. We'll just let him.
No,
leave.
nothing.
You can go home,
mine.
man. Everything's.
Yeah, get out of here.
Some other downer news. We brought this up idly over the years since it happened, but the creators of the Order 1886, and more importantly, the PSP God of War games, and Daxter as well, I believe, they have been shut down. They were owned by Meta for a few years now, and they've just been shut down completely.
It's messed up.
It sucks. It really, really sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks.
I want to play their VR game. I want to know what their
also want to know
like final things were. It's like it's so sad to see a company that's been long-standing go down like this. Like, oh yeah, we were bought out by Facebook.
Yeah, it absolutely sucks shit. It's terrible.
It's VR games. It's like great.
I've been, because of the circles I run in on Twitter, I've just been watching graphics engineers and engine engineers over at Ubisoft and former Ubisoft and other studios just talk about like how amazing their presentations were back in 2015 and how like incredible it was, and just, they're gone now.
They basically invented physically based
rendering for materials and stuff. Like when you look at the Order 1886, that's like the first fucking game to have that.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been great if they shipped a good game as well, but it's like fucking stunning how ahead of the times that game looks at that point in time. Which is a primary part of any time someone tells you the PS3 looks like modern games. You just be like, shut the fuck up, boomer. I'm sorry you're blind and you see a 3D object and go, that's the same. Literally the same mindset of people who are like, well, you know, the Game Boy did 2D as well. It's basically on the same tier as PS1. Yeah, you're right. They both put two-dimensional images on the screen. Good job. Anyway, Yeah, that's real rough. It's real rough that Ready at Dawn was shut down by Meta of all people. Hey, Bob, we're going over to you for news next.
So they shut down Game Informer last week.
Yeah, they did it right after we ended the podcast, and they morning.
Yeah,
after.
this is the downside to doing it on Thursday because everybody gets fucking fired on Friday.
Yeah.
Which, you know what? Hey, motherfuckers, fire people on Thursday. I think if you let people come into work on Friday and then lay them off, stand your ground laws activate. I should be allowed to burn your place of business down.
I'm surprised these places have not burnt, honestly.
People, occasionally you get the thing of like, oh, everything's so violent nowadays. It's like, no, we are so civilized.
Whose fault is it?
One might say we're fucking domesticated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you hear shit like this nonstop, and I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised. Yeah. So Game Informer shut down on Friday morning. Apparently the way they did this is HR just said, you don't work here anymore. And some part of the corporation put out the message.
Yep.
To the public.
Yeah, that public message looks AI generated. Like, people fed it like a similar give me a farewell message to a 33-year-old magazine. It basically spat out the same thing. Like, it's that level of just nonsense. Just, thank you for the 33 years of reading. It's over. It's terrible. It's disgusting. I can't believe they did it. No one in the entire magazine knew this was happening at all.
They shut shit down internally before announcing this, so active contributors couldn't even go in and archive their fucking articles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The entire website gone.
All of it. All of the old articles gone completely.
And now the Twitter account too.
Yes.
Because one of the contributors had access to it and used it to post a fuck them message.
Well, no, they weren't even negative. They were literally like, here's the people who contributed towards the end of the roles they had. Thank you all so much for
That's even worse than I heard.
And then the fucking company just went, nope, account gone. So we got to talk about the thing everyone talks about instead of focusing on the magazine and how fucked up that is as a legacy to have one of the biggest gaming magazines in America disappear overnight.
Yeah.
There are two layers of, oh my God, that's something I didn't think about. Dragon Age Veilguard has an exclusive marketing deal with Game Informer.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck do they do? They don't get a bargaining... They don't get to bargain who the next people are from a position of power now, because they already made the deal, and now they're on their back foot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whoever they get to move that deal to...
Unless EA is unbelievably stupid, there must be some... If you go under... we get it back.
100%, that has to be a part of it. But now these other sites get to, like, not actually try that hard.
Yeah, and not just that, but, like, I heard from people that, like, developers have already done interviews that now can never go out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They've done preview events that now they would have to redo. Like, this is a serious fucking blow to this game's marketing.
They also literally... The BioWare account is tweeting links that don't work anymore because the Game Informer site's gone.
Because they scheduled the tweets.
Yeah. Fucking nightmare. Okay, let's go to Nightmare 2. Hey, you know what you get when you subscribe as a GameStop Pro rewards dude?
Game Informer, digitally.
Game Informer.
Uh-huh. They already scrubbed that off their website. Like,
of course,
they're pretending that wasn't the feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is some fly-by-night backwoods chicanery horse shit. They need to get taken to the goddamn woodshed over this.
Yeah, I went to GameStop.
I mean, it's GameStop. They're not going to be there that long anyway.
Right. But I went there the day this happened. They had not even sent an email or any sort of communication to people working ground level for this to let people know what would happen to Game Informers that were, like, subscribed. Would they get anything back? There was nothing. Literally no form of communication with the store level. This was just done at random.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, it's so depressing.
Jesus.
And God.
So nuts that this is the conclusion of a 33-year magazine and website.
Yeah. they were still doing good stuff like that. Like when they do these big preview events, they have a lot of content. So it sucks that we just
all of this type of behavior that we're talking about, this as we describe it, late stage capitalism, is the shit that just comes across as weird robber baron shit that just hasn't happened in decades, where it just feels like we're getting more and more back into that. That's coming into vogue.
like, what benefit does this to them? Like,
Right, this just opens them up to lawsuits from EA and possibly the public.
right? They could have just had a completely normal shutdown of the magazine in one more month.
Right.
But they couldn't do that. They'd have to pay probably 10 guys a salary that's paltry.
Yeah, also their fucking headquarters was in Minnesota or some shit. It's in some like the cost of living is low wherever the fuck this is.
Yeah, it makes no sense to have done it like this ever.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
They literally, everyone else is firing people. We got to keep doing it too. How do we do it? That's it.
There's no
it's
such
a fucking
thing to them.
insane cult.
Yeah, there's no sense of publicity. Bad publicity doesn't exist anymore in their head.
Yep. Because what are you going to do? Choose someone else? And it's like, well, for you, GameStop, yes.
Yeah.
People will just not use you. It is increasingly happening all the time.
Yeah.
And you're not helping it.
Every time I want to try and feel like GameStop might move in a better direction, it's like, no, we're getting stupider and stupider every day.
The louder you yell at me, the dumber shit I'll do.
Yes.
That's the CEO. Every time you want to be like, I think that they're going to get it together, you guys. And he's just like, we're going to be a church. Excuse me? Or a net cafe? Excuse me? Never mind. We're all Funko Pops.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the moment that GameStop that they do the Toys R Us where GameStop is acquired by another company. They're like, GameStop will never be profitable, so we're going to sell out and let them dump all their corporate debt on us, and then we're going to go out of business.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which stunningly is somehow legal. Bankruptcy fraud in any other context is illegal.
But for some
not
reason,
this one.
If
You're big enough, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what is the name of that type of company? I'm trying to remember. Asset something. But yeah, it's just the structure for them to do exactly that, where they dump their sin into this company and then bankrupt them and just be like, yeah, that was legal somehow. Somehow we sucked the last blood out of a person who could have recovered, and that was legal. Yippee! Fucking awful. God, what the hell is with this country? Private equity firm. Thank you, chat. Fuck
Yeah,
them.
we need to annihilate equity firms and venture funds.
You want
Yeah.
to talk about one easy trick that could improve America broadly pretty fast? That's one of them. Anyway. Yeah, fuck these money. Yeah. Yes, that is what happened to Red Lobster 2. That's also what happened to Toys R Us. That's what keeps happening to all these companies.
Red Lobster is even more fucked up because what they did was they bought Red Lobster, then sold all the land Red Lobsters are all on to another shell company, and then forced Red Lobster to pay exorbitant rent to that company for the land they're on.
That's what happened. I told you it wasn't me eating that much shrimp at the all-you-can-eat shrimp. I told you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what America's at now. That is what is going on.
Just completely blatant scams.
So about robber baroning.
Yeah.
Anyway, so anyway, did we have anything else to talk about with the Game Informer thing? Are there any details we missed?
I don't think so. I think we hit everything up. Man, we really don't have any gaming magazines left, basically.
Yeah, are there any?
Is Edge still
I
a
don't
thing?
think so.
I think
I feel
it
like-
might still be.
I feel like there's still a few, but they're all real small. Like Game Informer was the biggest one left.
Don't say that. Chat says last cover was Concord. The final cover of Game Informer's Concord?
I don't think that's right.
I hope not.
Because I looked this up a while ago.
Oh,
Um,
come on.
oh right, I can't check their Twitter anymore because
Why is that?
But that's where I saw it. I think it was. It wasn't Dragon Age because that was this month, and they still had the one that was on the way.
No, Dragon Age was last month. I get it in my email.
Okay.
And I just looked it up. Let me look up. Oh, please don't be Concord. Please don't be Concord.
I think it's Concord.
Please don't be Concord.
I think it's Concord.
Well, I can't actually go read it, and all the images are broken because the site is down now.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, they sure delete everything that we owned.
What an fucking.
Yeah.
I am surprised that these things happen and no large violent things occur as a backlash.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tolerate any time my mother has been fed a line by Fox News about like things are so violent nowadays. I'm like, no, actually, it is very placid, domesticated, spineless.
We
The
deal with
least
like
violent
France,
period of
actually.
human history.
We're so copacetic here.
God. I guess we can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Is it time for our special guest?
Yeah.
He probably
bring
should have
him
shown up a
out.
little earlier, but
Yeah, he should have shown up pretty earlier.
For limited run games, or
for the Game Informer stuff and the
that's
Ready
true.
at Dawn stuff.
That's true. We need to get better about organizing these so that way our friend
God
can
fucking
visit.
Ready at Dawn.
Fucking anyways, there's
Oh,
our
hey,
friend.
there he is.
That's-
Yeah, you hit that button.
Yay, the industry's on fire segment.
So Bungie misrepresented their in development projects to Sony and basically scammed them up.
No
People
shit.
inside the company
Yeah.
have said, yeah, they basically promised, like they were basically told Sony, like, here's what we have in development and here's when it'll be done and here's how much we think it'll sell, and that was like all total bullshit. Like it wasn't nearly as close to done and isn't likely to be anywhere near as successful as they implied.
Yeah, which we said when they bought them.
Yeah. We were like, there's no world in which that amount of money spent makes any fucking sense. The weird thing is we were also skeptical when they got that insane investment from, what was it, NetEase?
Yeah, I think it was NetEase.
Yeah, we were like, okay, I guess what they're making is really
That was
damn
like
good.
$900 million or some shit.
Yeah.
That was a
Insane.
long ass time ago now. You know, we were like, okay, apparently what they're making must be pretty good. And then
Yeah,
years passed.
They
and we're
must
like,
have some
like-
sort of sauce. No.
It's like, who
It was
do
only
you think you're
100
buying?
million.
Are all of your newspapers several years old?
guys, we just bought Halo.
Right? That's how it feels.
Oh, man.
And allegedly, like, the company would not still exist if Sony had not bought them.
That's what it felt like we were headed towards, because it was obvious, even as an outsider, that Destiny is shrinking.
Right.
There's
It
not
was like it was like people were like, yeah, there's like even the most generous expectations of that most recent Destiny thing, like it won't be enough to make it successful.
right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they weren't Genshin.
No.
They weren't blowing up like one of those, which is why Payback apparently being some sort of Genshin-like thing, something I don't think we knew in time for Big Think
We
last
did
week,
not. That came out like hours after the big thing did.
is fucking insane and funny because it's called Payback,
Uh-huh.
and it's a Genshin-like.
God, it's just
So
They-
rip
they
my comments about how that could have been a normal game last week.
right, and it's just them doing trend chasing, and we
Yeah.
have internal things saying the Destiny audience is getting older and older. You're like, so you want to try and chase younger audience by doing something in the same universe, but Genshin?
Yes.
Look,
Don't you not get why Genshin is popular?
Every
I
one of
need-
these stories makes the notion of them going around shit talking all of Sony's other live service games funnier and funnier.
Yeah.
It does. It's gonna come out like footage of that Twisted Metal that got canceled is gonna leak, and we're gonna be pissed because it's gonna look like the most incredible game that ever existed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not going to have some insane economic strategy on the back end that some suave motherfucker at the studio can explain to make it sound invincible.
Yeah.
I need every publisher to understand this. Look at the characters you intend to put in your Genshin like. Now close your eyes. Can you envision a 15-year-old sending someone death threats over them? If you can't, they're not good enough. Your shit isn't good enough to be Genshin Impact. There's a reason that I suspect the only one of these Genshin clones that are actually going to be successful is the fucking Arknights one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have already have a proven, like, we can make these successful gacha type games. We're just making like a real one. That's also part of why Relink was so successful. Because guess what? The good character designs and good characters you created transfers over to another game.
What?
Whereas Destiny basically doesn't have characters.
What a fucking farce. Everything about Bungie.
none of these Western attempts at gacha seem to understand that, like, you somehow own the only two companies that even come close to getting it are Blizzard and Riot.
Yeah. You know, they understand that the characters need to be like in the forefront.
Ubisoft's like, here's our Tom Clancy gacha game, and it's like, you're so blitheringly stupid.
Well, the funny thing is, like, there is one other example of a notable studio that did a game as a service where the characters are very strong. And I know Chris knows this because he, too, has gone on the Mirage Voyage.
No, actually, I forgot Apex existed until this second.
Yeah.
He was just forgetting about it. I mean, obviously, the characters being in your face and feeling like battery acid on your skin is the same thing as attention.
I don't know. I kind of, since my only context for any Apex character is Mirage and the Mirage Voyage, it's funny to me. It's like if Angelo wasn't a white supremacist.
Which we all know he is.
No one knows who Angelo is. This podcast is the most insane. You know what? When there's the constant meme of podcast makes obscure reference to thing audience doesn't understand. Our thing is real and they still don't understand.
Our thing was a first-party Sony game and nobody understands.
Right?
God, what a nightmare.
And I believe when the stories of Bungie going around and shutting down these other games came out,
Yeah.
we also said, or at least I said,
we were pretty unanimous. Pretty unanimous on this is a fucking farce. Who the fuck?
yeah, they are
Right.
maybe the worst people at running one of these in this industry right now. They just happen to be one of the first.
Yeah, I'm happy about it though. Die.
Yeah.
Well, I
All of
want
these
that
games
fucking
die.
Twisted Metal game. And the Last of Us 2 multiplayer game could have been good for those people.
It could have been.
Honestly.
It could have
Those two are the ones the one that got away. Concord and what is it? Fair Games. Those two
Fair
get
game.
away shows that Bungie fucked up.
Yeah, no, the Concord's even releasing. Shows that
The
they
weird
have no
thing is
idea.
the Concord seems to have like no monetization almost. Like it seems very light on that.
Yeah, no, it seems to be a single purchase thing. Which kind of is what Destiny's is, but they want you to buy a new thing every year, which of course that's not going to work. Of course you're going to see less and less people every year. That's how that system works.
Especially when you remove the shit that people paid for.
Yeah, I still think about I need to go watch a YouTube video that summarizes or shows me the entire story of the game I paid $40 for only a few years ago. Yep. I wonder why they have a problem right now. I wonder why people aren't flocking to them.
Yeah, like they fucked that up bad enough that I stopped feeling bad about them getting dicked over with Destiny 1. That's how bad that shit got.
It is funny. We had a thing last week or something where it was like the entire narrative team was laid off from this company. And I'm like, so it's like Destiny 1? Or we just had an entire plot and went, bye. Fuck the guy who wrote that. Anyways, let's write some lore cards. Chop, chop. They bring it up for the story finale, so you have to do that now. They bring up the fucking shit they...
Yeah, of course they do. That's how the game starts. Of course, and if you're having a big finale, of course it shows up.
Presumably that man who is in the thing isn't in the thing anymore. He probably dies at the end of the campaign, so I'm fucking losing it over the notion that that's relevant to a thing this many years later after they ripped it out!
I mean, you're also forgetting the other thing of there's a new expansion every year.
Yeah.
But the story, like, they can't... It always blows my mind when I hear about how many people work at Bungie.
Yeah, because it was before the layoffs, it was like 1,400 people.
Thereabout.
Yeah.
And yet, I've never, like, every expansion I ever played for Destiny was almost nothing. It felt like a new area.
Yeah. They really should have just rebuilt the engine, because every time you heard them talking about how difficult it is to make a game on that thing, you go, wow, can't wait for you to get a fresh start. Oh, Destiny 3's canceled. Oh, you're just going to make more and more Destiny 2. Oh my God, you're morons.
Yeah, no, every time. How do you have this many people working on something for so long and have almost no content? Like Genshin Impact can put an entire new open world continent.
Yeah.
Every year.
By the time Genshin Impact is done getting more content, assuming it ever is, and we don't go to a different planet or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like that game's gonna be like 450 gigs because it will have twice as much land mass as Breath of the Wild.
Yeah,
it's just insane.
Yeah, no, it blows my mind that they've been running this farce for so long. But I guess I'm done talking about Destiny.
Cool. Great. Was that it? We good? We done?
Was that everything?
I think that's everything.
God.
Okay. Get our friend out.
Every time, man.
Yeah.
Why are we so right?
I don't want to be right on this shit. God. Anyway, we should probably give Destiny a chance before it disappears.
Right.
Because that will happen.
That will happen, you're right. Man.
Great. Because we don't have enough going on this year.
It was like, maybe it'll make it to next. I have no reason to think that.
I feel like momentum will carry it into next year. I don't.
Yeah, they did announce that they were going to do more small expansions, and
there you go. See, we have plenty of time.
Yeah,
we have plenty of time. Are you? I'm sorry.
Yep. Bring out the guest, Dan. Bring out our special
We're not
guest.
even
It's time
in
for a
news!
special bulletin. It's time for a special bulletin right fucking now.
What happened?
We are not.
So Ouka Studios, who made Visions of Mana, have been shut down today. They're a NetEase studio. NetEase just like, okay, they're got your bye.
What?
I now have an unbelievably bad feeling about all those studios they opened via poaching. We're fucked.
Yeah,
all those studios are getting closed.
What in the world? It launched today. What do you mean it didn't do well enough?
Very excited for my.
I assume it had nothing to do with how it did. I assume it was just like, they fulfilled the contract we signed with Square Enix to make this game, and now they're gone.
I fucking hate modern game development. End to end. God damn it.
Why is it always like this? Don't feel positively about anything. It will only lead to disappointment.
Only an idiot would have positive feelings. Be cynical. Make your fucking smart video essay where you're like, I bet every game ever will suck. Look, Bob, we can't know that some games are going to be bad.
No one can.
It's unknowable.
You can't read any pulses. You can't.
I'm so fucking upset.
Yeah. That's insane.
Like, I'm trying to think of the upside for doing this.
Well, now you don't have to run that studio.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. They poached all these people, they opened all these studios. You make the game we hired you to make, then we shut the studio down. So
we pissed a lot of money away setting up a company.
We just do it again every time. We form a studio to make a game, and then we dissolve the studio.
I assume that NetEase did the same fucking thing everybody else did, and is like, we can spend $1 billion. We're at the infinite money. We're into history where there's infinite money for everybody. Let's spend all these billions of dollars over in Japan building all these studios. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. I guess now we got to close them all.
Yeah, it's like, obviously the profit margins of COVID will just keep going up forever. The chart, the line only goes one way, and it goes up really fast.
Every big think dimension of this year, I have stepped into the chamber to record the podcast and gone, God, I hope the industry is burning down segment is small this week. It's never not there.
Yeah.
I've given up hope on it not being there. It just seems to show up every fucking... I think we missed 1 week.
Yeah, I feel like
No, I don't even think we missed 1 week. I don't think there's been a single week.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm putting him
I
away.
hope somebody.
Yeah, we can-
I hope so.
We're gonna have to.
I hope
fucking
somebody
talk
pulls
about
out,
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I hope somebody pulls them out and it's like, yeah, we'll take those people. They made a good game.
Our special guest will be back later. Let's go to Bob for news. Bob,
Sure.
Bob, you want to?
No. Do we have to start with that?
Oh fuck!
Wait, did Chris also write it? Can we just let Chris cover it? No,
Hey Chris,
No,
Bob dropped this thing and you're
Bob,
Bob,
I didn't read that much of it. I only read that it was a Spyro crossover. Which fucking how dare you? How dare you? Crash should not be the A guy in that pairing up. This is just like Gears of War when they made the insufferable funny nerd guy the leader of the Coltrane Baird team instead of it being Coltrane. How dare you be like, we thought Crash might ride Spyro. Fuck you. How about Spyro drag Crash's ass to relevance?
Look, they already brought back Crash with Crash 4, so I guess it's from that angle. Crash is now more relevant.
Crash is now more relevant because Skylanders had been dead for like 8 years.
But the fucking Spyro collection sold as well as the Crash one. Just make a fucking Spyro
But then
game.
Crash got Crash 4. Now
Yep.
he's a big star again.
Yep.
Not big enough considering, that game that sold 6-7 million copies didn't sell enough.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear that anything Activision thinks reflects reality.
Right. That isn't the case. Yeah, so that's basically all we know. The art came out, art leaked. You see that on screen where it's got the Crash riding on Spyro. Yeah, that was a thing until it wasn't because Activision said enough. It didn't sell well enough. We're done. We're moving away from the single player games and making only Call of Duty. This makes sense. This makes sense.
It just makes sense.
It just makes sense. Everyone's right to defend them. Absolutely.
Is that the... Does anyone else want to talk about the game industry burning down?
I'd really rather not, but I think we might have one or two more stories about that.
We got to get this out of the way. What else do we got here? You know what? We can count shutting down a mobile game.
Sure.
Do we have things other than that? We have the Ravensoft thing. We should cover the Ravensoft thing as a part of this. Yeah, let's cover those two real quick. Chris?
Okay, let's see. So Raven Software has filed a complaint with the National Labor Board because Microsoft is not willing to talk to them in good faith. Basically, Microsoft keeps leaving them on red with these union negotiations.
Oh.
What?
Who could have
I'm
seen this
so
coming?
Reminder that
surprised.
Microsoft very explicitly was like, yes, we will honor
Labor
these union
unions,
things.
yeah.
Please do not shatter our spine, FTC.
What? Microsoft did the opposite of what they said they were going to do during the acquisition. What?
I've never heard this story before. It's brand new. Unpredictable.
It definitely didn't happen recently. Or nonstop.
Yeah, that court case is still going on, by the way, the appeal, and the FTC just gets to keep coming in saying, hey, they've already gone back on this shit that they said that they wouldn't do.
Cool. This is a bold strategy, and I look forward to how it pays off.
I really do think it would be funny if they lose that case and then Microsoft has to spend 2 years shitting their pants as it goes to the Supreme Court, which has like a 50-50 shot of saying we hate tech companies right now, die.
We also have some Final Fantasy Brave Exvius news, which fits in this category.
Final Fantasy Brave Exvius Global is ending service October 30th. The Japanese version will remain in service. You know, an issue that these free-to-play games, not just mobile games, but also console ones, are going to have to... I believe that if if the gaming industry had good market research and data firms, which it seems like they just don't.
Yeah, no.
I feel like if please hire me, I'll help work on the methodology of this. It seems like if you went and surveyed consumers, I'm willing to bet a lot of people would be like, I am less likely to play these games because they die and all your money goes with them.
Uh-huh.
And like the cost of maintaining a server for something this small cannot be that much.
You would think not, no.
But they don't want
Or
to
at
pay
least
even
do an
the
offline version, like you can update these games to be like offline.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Worth noting that they also took down Kingdom Hearts Dark Road or whatever the
Union Cross?
Yeah, no, specifically the thing that came after that. The thing that was about Xehanort.
Yeah, Dark Road.
Okay.
It's like it got delisted. So like these things have a lifespan. Maybe I don't think something from Kingdom Hearts was delisted this week.
Yeah, Union Cross. Like Shibuya just mentioned that.
Mhm.
Unchained Cross. That's a different thing than Union Cross.
Lo Siento.
But yeah, just stop. Like you guys are like, nobody's gonna get in on these franchise mobile games anymore. Like you've slit their throats entirely.
Apparently, Union Cross and Dark Road are one app, so they were both tied together and delisted. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Great. Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Just put them all in the same bucket.
Look forward to the 45-minute long CG movie that comes out on the next Kingdom Hearts thing.
Fuck.
What's the collection of movies like this?
That's not true. They'll have remade 2 other games by then that will be in this collection. Maybe they'll remake Recoded.
It was like, what is this even left? Oh, that Recoded, which already got a movie made out of it.
And 358 over
Right.
2 days.
Yeah. That doesn't have a remake yet. And honestly, out of all of the games that should have gotten a remake, I feel like that one was the one I was most interested
That is the
in.
one that has the most shooters.
Yeah.
You know, that isn't Kingdom Hearts 2.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, the reason why that one's interesting is because that is between God, I'm terrible with names. Axel. I was like, don't call him Lee.
That is Roxas and Shion. Like,
Yeah,
they're the 2 main
Roxas,
characters
Shion,
of
and
that
Axel.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
And Renji.
His name's Axel. I know he's just Renji to
I don't
cope,
know.
but we
He
have to
shows up
respect
to
him.
fight. He shows up to fight Xemnas in KH3. That goes pretty much like a Renji fight would go.
Okay, Axel, before you go out there, just know they can only attack once. Sora attacks once, goes to attack again. He goes, 2! This guy, he gets instantly owned. Bob, you have another note in the industry sort of shutting down.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go to that.
Blue Protocol, the game we've been hearing about for a few years now, was Bandai Namco's answer to Genshin Impact. It's ending service in Japan on January 18th.
Okay.
It's never the Western release is canceled. They were planning to do that with Amazon Games.
And it's just
Yes.
done.
Yeah.
My understanding is that they made an MMO, like it was an action-based MMO, which go look up footage of this game. I looked up actual gameplay, and it's like a guy spending 30 seconds doing double axe combos on a taper, like a tapir, like the little pig things.
Yeah.
Him just wailing on one for like 30 minutes. Thank you, Dan, for showing me that there's a channel called Blue Protocol Central that has to put up a video just saying, I was wrong.
I didn't even look at it because I'm just looking for gameplay footage. But yes, if you search Blue Protocol on YouTube, the second highest returner is Blue Protocol Central. Title of the video, Blue Protocol shutting down forever. Line break, I was wrong, crying emoji.
Yeah.
But yeah, they it was an MMO, but then that had all these gotcha systems in it because of
my
Genshin
God.
Impact.
Yeah, no.
So it just seemed like it was completely fucked up in terms of like
Time to kill.
Yeah, not just time to kill, but like monetization.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and people were telling me who played the Japanese were like, yeah, it has no content. Like, you just go out and hit guys for hours.
So it was like a Korean MMO.
Yeah.
Jesus. And then it has completely sauceless designs. Yeah,
Because
this was
create
doomed.
a character.
This was so doomed.
Yeah, I just imagine like Wuthering Waves and the Arknights one being like, "You motherfuckers, we can't put it into their brain. These can die. Let us come out first."
Once Waves came out on phone and PC.
How hard would it be to try this game out in America?
I don't know. You probably have to set up like a VPN or something.
Yeah.
Like, this is on PS5, right? It's not just PC.
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Apparently Bandai Namco is shutting down their entire online games division that also did Gundam Evolution.
Good goddamn.
Wow. I can't say I'm surprised, but Jesus. Oh yeah, I do have one more thing that's just like, really?
Okay.
It's not as bad of an industry thing. It's just like, what are you doing?
Okay.
So, Star Wars Outlaws update came out.
Yep. Game just launched. Updates are good.
Yeah, updates are great. It corrupts your old save file.
That is bad.
This is a game you can spend $110 to play early, and it corrupts your save file.
Yeah, again, like,
Fuck this industry.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also,
why should I ever buy a game at launch?
you shouldn't, especially not from Ubisoft. They just proved that. Their apology is giving you user like 100 points of Ubisoft units. These apparently can be somehow redeemed in the video game, but you have to go through their Ubisoft like Uplay store loop somehow, and you also get a trinket that you put in your ship. And like, yeah, that's enough.
Eat shit.
Yeah.
Well, what else are they supposed to give you money? That would be bad for their bottom line. This game already cost $700 million. You wouldn't know looking at the characters having a conversation, but it did. So they can't do anything to harm its bottom line. This game has to sell 12 million copies, or else Ubisoft will go out of business.
That's insane.
Yeah.
God, I'm so sick of.
Yeah.
Right. This industry desperately needs better consumer protection.
Yeah.
It really does. That's insane.
It is okay though. It's entertainment, so we will have no consumer protections. Well, I can finally put our guest away. Bye, guest. Bye. And for anyone who's like, you didn't talk about the Mana news. We talked about that earlier, and I don't want to talk about it again.
Yeah.
I don't.
Let's never talk about it ever again.
I feel like that price hike for PS5s in Japan kind of sits in the same zone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to group that in. Fucking...
Apparently, I have been told by people that this is explicitly because of fucking Black Myth Wukong. Because it is still cheaper to buy in Japan than China.
Yep.
Yeah,
so they have to raise the price again, so people stop buying them in PS5.
Yep.
Stop buying them in Japan.
And then exporting them to China. Yeah. That was a problem for years. And then it calmed down, and then I guess Black Myth Wukong came out, and then it went insane.
Black Myth Wukong like literally caused all PS5s to be sold out in China. That game has already sold like 15 million copies.
Holy shit.
That game is literally going to cause an industry shifting paradigm where everybody's now like, we have to pay attention to China now. Look forward to Assassin's Creed you play as Wukong in 3 years, assuming Ubisoft is still in business, which it probably won't be.
Oh my god.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that sentence. Like, what are we going to do? Make a shit ton of Souls likes? I don't. What's going to be different?
Pandering will be different. Hooray! Yeah, and also the price on was it PSVR 2 and the controller?
Everything. All of it.
Yeah, I don't understand why those
stupid.
jumped. Yeah, this
Jesus Christ.
man.
I bet the Japanese feel really great about the situation with the PS5. I bet they feel real pride.
I'm sure that they aren't just losing the entire.
They don't at all feel betrayed or left behind or ignored.
I really do wonder at what point, like Herman Holt, like we go entirely back to like, hey, Sony, PlayStation has 3 CEOs right now. 2 are Japanese. I wonder how long before all 3 are Japanese and Herman Hulst is off in an igloo somewhere on an ice drift.
So insane. Ugh.
You know what? The thing that sucks is that Sony is doing better this gen than last gen still.
Yeah.
Because they got the huge COVID buff, which gave them an enormous head start out the gate, and they don't have any competition this gen because their competition is dead in a ditch.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to get insane next year when they have any form of competition for the first time in years.
Yeah, they've got the
it's
most
gonna be
rope
weird.
ever.
Like it's gonna seem almost cartoonish how like from 6 months Sony will go from talking about how big their dick is to all our bones are hollow. We have to shut down 18 studios.
God, that actually would get me if Sony started doing that to any of the long-time PlayStation studios.
Yeah, that's when
I completely go, I don't give a fuck about anything anymore. Fuck everything. Unless it's Naughty Dog. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
sadly,
fucking
They all
sadly,
are kind of already gutted, it feels like.
It's so savage to feel that way, but it's like you just got done developing a multiplayer game for countless years, and then you got bullied into canceling it by people who are sex pests, ? And also not successful.
Yeah, terrible at running that exact thing that they talk about how good they're running.
Every other studio at Sony I care about. Naughty Dog, it's a little rough. Anyways, Bob, we have more PS5 related news.
Yeah, we do. This comes from Billy Coon, a noted leaker on the Twitter. We got information about the PS5 Pro. He drew a sketch of the design. It doesn't have a disc drive. That's worrying. It has the regular DualSense controller, and it's expected to be announced sometime in the first half of September.
Yeah,
September.
Some people have been reporting it does not come with the disc drive. You have to buy it separate.
Yeah, that's...
Say,
what
wasn't
it
there
seems like.
something on the Game of the Year about us not wanting to see something on...
that exact thing.
As long as it isn't $600, the prophecy won't be fulfilled.
Oh, it won't be 600. It'll be 650.
Yeah, it's going to be over 600.
Man,
Because they're worth the cockiest Sony could be.
Even I intended on buying this, but now I've really been thinking about it. It's like you better come out and be like, look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth looking much better in performance mode because we have a better TAA solution. Look at this game looking much better because we have a better TAA solution. Look at this game, it has better performance. You better fucking sell this thing, Sony.
Yeah, no, this isn't a proposition that big. Like, if this is over $600 and you buy a disc drive separate, you gotta sell it hard. You gotta have a ton of games listed immediately for no, you get upgrades right now. And you need to show that.
And it has to be a lot of games. It has to be most shit that's come out.
It has to be every fucking game you have shipped, Sony. If I do not get Returnal day one looks better, fuck you.
Yeah, every first party game, every game even released this year, you should be with every third party studio making sure that happens.
I mean, yeah, if I fucking boot Like a Dragon 8 and it doesn't look better on the PS5 Pro, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
Especially if it costs $730 through creative math.
Yeah, because this is a pro console. It should have a disc drive.
Obviously, what is the fucking notion of a professional console
that doesn't even read the separate? Is it just Wi-Fi? Do I have to buy the...
It's so professional, you have to buy a USB Ethernet port.
Yeah, you buy a USB hub because it only has one USB out.
It only has one USB out. One.
And you gotta use that for your HDMI, for your Ethernet, and for your controllers.
Yeah, this is bad. But hey, you know what lines up perfectly? A month ago or more, or all throughout the year, when we said, yeah, I would expect the PS5 Pro to leak really hard at the end of August and the beginning of September. We told people this for months, and they kept going, is it going to happen? And we're like, if it doesn't leak by then that will be concerning. But until then, calm down.
Right. Also, this thing is hideous. It's not hideous. It's incredibly boring.
It's like the same design, but you did a Wolverine cut through it.
Right, that's it.
3 or 4 claws.
Let's hope maybe anything different. Stand out a little bit. The PS4's different versions stood out more than this.
Yeah, that honestly is the thing that gets me the most. They have the most to lose with this because it costs so much. You should have made a bold fucking design so that way when your friend comes over and they see you got the Pro model,
that sits flat. Make something that sits flat. What is your fucking problem. Make something that sits flat. Oh, people made fun of how the PS4 and the Xbox One looked like VCRs. Go fuck yourself. You shouldn't be that receptive to criticism that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, I
In
think
the complete opposite direction, I was trying to figure out what the PS4 Pro version of the PS5 and like, does it have a second popped collar?
I guess.
No, it's actually, you're thinking of it the wrong axis. So think of the bottom of the unit. Okay, now sit it flat. Okay, and now imagine. So you've got those two angles coming off of the base. Imagine a third wing.
Just one third, just one more wing. Not like
it just goes up at an even steeper incline. So you got like this bracket and then an additional one. So imagine another white layer with the black front. Now that's a design that would make people go, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why they're like the PS5 gen cannot sit flat. Like that's their aesthetic for the gen. They're like, no, can't do it. It's got to fit.
Who knows? Maybe this one has a bottom. Maybe we just don't see it from this angle. Maybe they actually built the bottom, and then your friend's going to come over, and it's going to be like at the end of a GameSack episode skit, and he's going to be like, oh, wow, you have a console that sits perfectly flat. I'm so impressed by your fucking really expensive console. Wow, look at that. You didn't have to stick a peg up its ass in order to sit it down on the floor. How very impressive. I will take one of these for $730.
So does it not come with disk drive? Does that mean they're going to have a different form factor of disk drive they sell, or is this actually the exact same size as?
I assume
it will be identical.
It looks like this is because it's
Which
identical on the bottom, which is actually going to be the case.
Like, to sell this, they need to upsell people because by the time this comes out, they'll have already sold roughly 70 million PS5s, maybe even more, but. You need to upsell people. It's pretty fucking hard to upsell people if you tell them the hard drive from that PS5 Lite you already own. You're not going to be able to use that one, sweet.
You mean
better give us another
drive?
$90? Yeah, for the disc drive from the PS5 Slim you already own. Like, no.
Hey,
that makes a hard sell to a zero sell.
Let's talk about this. If it doesn't have a disc drive, what do you think the base capacity is going to be?
Right.
Rumors are 2 terabytes.
Thank you. But Jesus Christ, maybe I'm crazy. I would rather you have packed in the fucking disc drive.
Absolutely.
And give me one again.
I've owned your console for 4 years. I bought discs.
That's the insane
fucking
part.
insane.
Well, you can buy a disc. Well, you just have to pay $700, Bob.
Yeah, that's all. That's fine.
No, I'm sorry. It's $680 plus tax, so it's probably closer to $750.
Anyway, we're getting to a point in this discussion where I've been getting to a point of thinking about this where I went, man, if I wasn't planning on giving my PS5 to Tose, I would just hit the abort button on the notion of getting a Pro this gen, frankly. It just seems too close, and I went the whole last gen without upgrading, and as I said, performance on these consoles are really great.
Was a lot worse. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, performance on these consoles are fucking great. The core console, the launch console, is strong. It's compelling fucking value somehow. Thank you, PC manufacturers. In 2024, 4 years after it fucking launched. So I didn't need a problem. Is temporal AA exists.
Yeah, no, every game is starting to look like all the highest end games are now running bad and looking bad.
And I'm gonna give Tose my PS5. So it's like I get a double win,
right,
by buying this one unit. A really strong double win because Jesus, I hate FSR2. It looks so bad.
It does. It is. Like, one of the worst things that happened to gaming, like, on a tech side.
I see someone in chat, Sony is so screwed if the Switch 2 is under $500. Nintendo's not going to ship a $500 Switch 2.
Yeah, it's going to be $400 at absolute most. It might even be $350, like this original Switch. You know, that thing here's what they'll do. They'll say, here's the Switch 2, it's $350. The original Switch, every model now has a $100 price cut. Oh, look, we just overtook the PS2 as the best-selling video game platform in human history. What a shock.
So, I don't know what to say other than what I said.
Yeah.
I really hate FSR2. If I didn't, there would be no world. But hey, now I get to spend the entire rest of the gen thinking about what a gross excess of power I'm throwing at both my PC games and my console games. It's like, oh yeah, like a Dragon 8, that justifies 40 fucking teraflops.
For context, there have only been 5 games this entire gen that were like, we don't have a 60 FPS mode, we're 30, that weren't patched in later. Actually, this includes games that were patched in later. But did you know that 4 of those 5 games are Xbox exclusives?
That makes perfect sense.
Redfall launched at 30. Starfield launched at 30. Hellblade is never going to be anything but 30. And Avowed, we got confirmation, is 30. And then it came out, yeah, we're having issues with the Series S.
Boat anchor.
Yeah, there are even developers willing to come out and pretend that 30 is okay. It's just farcical. Like, that's 5 games among hundreds that have launched this gen. 60 is the standard now. It just is.
The medium was locked to 30 frames per second.
Oh. Well, that wasn't this gen. That was last gen, right?
I don't know.
I know
there was a bespoke PS5 version. Oh, that's why you thought it was last gen. It was Xbox exclusive for the tiniest bit.
Yeah.
And then it came out on PS5.
Oh, good. And it was 30 there and 60 on PS5? Or did it get an update with the performance mode? Because I'm looking at YouTube videos.
PS5, so it's a little... But, you know, it's not locked 30. As far as I can tell. I mean, that thing didn't even run well on PC. Like, I'm seeing countless people being like, I can't get it to run at 60 on a 3080, which was like the highest.
Yeah, I guess if we're just like stuff that doesn't run well and is around 30, like Dragon's Dogma 2.
But here's the thing. Frame rate, the frame rate's not real, it doesn't matter shit was always developers not being allowed to say our publisher is not giving us the time or money to optimize this fucking game, so it's 30.
Also, like, prior generations were less capable of 60 frames per second.
Yes,
like, the
that's
PS4
true.
has a very weak CPU. The PS5 doesn't.
Yeah.
I genuinely, I'm so considerate to devs, but I think we can all fucking agree, if your game does not run at 60, even still, you made it wrong.
You made it wrong. Or in the case of Avowed, Microsoft is making you push it out too fast. Like, I guarantee when that game comes to PS5, it will run at 60.
Yeah. That's like, it's obviously that with Avowed.
Like, here's the really big problem with all these. Oh, we're not sure we need, like, 60 is not that important things. All those games look like shit. They look exactly like a PS4 game. You don't have anything you're offering for this. Oh, we're only 30 shit. At least Starfield remembers if you left a carton of milk across the galaxy, except it's not actually galaxy. It's a series of loading zones because you broke the illusion and made a bad game. But like, why the fuck is Avowed at 30? That game doesn't look good. It's not going to have exciting action-packed combat. It's a Western RPG. It's going to be bad.
And the best part about all of this is the PS5 Pro isn't even going to help those games that run at 30 run at 60. It's more capable of doing ray tracing, but your bottleneck's probably directly on the CPU. Now, there are some games that are memory bandwidth locked and maybe, you know, the slightest bit, tiniest bit CPU locked or GPU locked, and it'll help those, but those are probably the exception to the rule. There's probably, like, Star Wars Outlaws? You think that's going to hit 60 frames per second on the PS5 Pro? Like in a mode that doesn't look like potato? Because even it has a 60.
Oh, wow.
It's unstable.
Yeah, of course.
But, God, that's sad when even Star Wars Outlaws is like, yeah, I have a 60 frames per second mode. Like, I'm thinking back on that, it's like, oh my God, that's even more ludicrous.
Yeah, it's like, how do you not have a mode that, like, just uncaps it and tries? Like, that seems silly.
So anyway,
yeah, like even Dragon's Dogma 2 shipped so hot. Like, by the time it's done, it'll probably be good, close to okay with VRR. Like, it's
we got to move on.
Yeah, we got it. We still have all the
we're not even done with Chris.
Oh, we're not even done with Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Let's get to the rest of your news.
Concord is a bomb. Suck it, Dan. I was afraid I'd somehow be cosmically wrong because you kept telling that joke about how I'm just doomed to not be right about this. But it peaked at 660 players on Steam, which is less than Immortals of Avium, which was 760-ish, I think.
Yeah, they let people play it on that beta weekend, so there wasn't even curiosity driving sales.
Yeah. And that's like the thing. Like, we played the beta and we're like, oh no, Chris is right. This is dead.
Yeah, this has nothing.
It still would have been really funny though.
It would have somehow, against all odds,
14 million concurrent players. You know what?
Literally the day the game came out, Valve's like, okay, you can talk about Deadlocked now.
So here's the thing I realized through the power of incredible deduction. You know what this means, right? Destruction All-Stars did better. That
insane. Game, they never charged money for that game.
No, they gave it away for free for the first month. Past that, they actually did.
Didn't they never charge money for it? Like, it never went off being free?
No,
I don't think it ever went off being free.
I'm pretty sure it was just the free game for that month that came out. But you're missing the point. The point is, more people know who Angelo is.
I think that's entirely because we're ill.
Yes. No, it wasn't $70, chat. I know, because I pre-ordered it at GameStop, and I'm like, I need to cancel that pre-order. And they're like, what is this game?
You cannot just buy Destruction All-Stars. You can only buy a digital deluxe edition. The base game is only available on PS Plus tiers.
Huh. The original announced plan after the original announced plan was that they were like, first month it's gonna be free on PlayStation Plus for that month. And I'm now curious, when did that change? Because they had a price. It was like $20 to buy the game. And I was like, I wouldn't have given them $20 to find out what was in this box.
Yeah, I think that it might even be that was always the thing of $20 actually at the single player stuff.
Yeah.
And we never did that because it's Destruction All-Stars.
I mean, I played through one of the campaigns.
Oh.
Yeah, because it comes with one.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, the point is, Concord and Destruction All-Stars should not be similar. One of these came out 4 years after a console did. You know, that thing that used to be a whole generation? 4 years. And so there's no excuse of this is a launch game that we kind of rushed. And we maybe threw a lot of money behind a kind of flimsy idea, but it's okay. You get this weird game. No, Concord's like, hey, what's up? We hired the entire populace of a small island nation to help us make gray cubes. Oh, you don't want to eat gray cubes.
Weird.
Oops.
What?
Well, shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on. Concord's dead.
It was really funny seeing people be like, "No, it died because it was $40. People didn't want to spend money on it. I swear." It's like,
no,
it died during the beta
like,
weekend, man. That's not what happened. You can't.
Foam Stars goes free to play October 4th. I didn't know they ever charged money for it. I thought they gave up during that free month.
That was also a game that was either free on PlayStation Plus or PlayStation Plus Extra.
It was on Plus regular.
It was just normal Plus, yeah.
Yeah, because I think I redeemed it, but never played it. Because, you know, it's Foam Stars, and I played the beta.
Stars, yeah.
We played.
That sucked.
Wouldn't it be so funny if it somehow takes off being free?
It'll do better than Concord. It already has, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has designs anyone could like.
6 months from now, people will be like, "Oh, Foam Stars, that piece of shit Square thing with the
Splatoon
weird
bubbles.
Splatoon things." Yeah. 6 months from now, people will be like, "What the fuck's Concord?"
Yeah, it's sad because it's like Foam Stars is a much worse video game than Concord. If you just take away all aesthetics and you're like, a game I would play, Concord easily. Concord plays like a game I'd ever want to play, unlike Foam Stars, which just sucked up and down in every way.
I'm gonna have to say too close to call for me because I like some of the matches I did in Foam Stars. I can't even really say that about Concord. That's the Itsuno news, which tonally ended up segueing us perfectly into the industry burning down segment.
Okay, should I take it?
Yeah.
take it.
Well, one moment. The efficient needs to show up. There he is.
Oh my god.
He's here. We can
Hit
start
the music.
the segment.
They didn't have one. They never do. No plan.
So, Until Dawn remake, unnecessary remake developer Ballistic Moon announces significant layoffs ahead of the game's release. It sounds like basically shut down. I have to wonder if the plan wasn't for them to do more unnecessary remakes after this, and they looked at pre-sales and went, "Oh, we're not doing that. Shut them down."
So here's the thing that fucks me up. This is, if I'm remembering correctly, a Sony studio, I believe, to make this remake. This is not the original
I think it was
devs.
A studio.
Yeah,
yes, it is not the original dev.
So they get one shot to remake this game. The game isn't out.
one of the most pointless games to remake ever to begin with.
They have
The game looks incredible, and you can just buy it on the PS4, and it looks great. It's a movie.
The game isn't out for a month.
Yeah,
so
it's nowhere close.
Pre-sales must have. I honestly wonder if it's not just going to come out in some maybe perhaps from a certain press sneak fuck. like some Sony guy going, yeah, every one of these we remade a PS4 game thing's fucking bombed. Every single one.
I know at very least for The Last of Us Part 1, it did not do anywhere near as well as they wanted. We had sales data on that showed that.
Which is
I'm willing to bet that they looked at maybe they had 3 pre-orders for this. It's like, no, I just went and bought the original.
Yeah, if you had the thought to go play it, you bought the original.
Until Dawn isn't like a megaton. Like The Last of Us couldn't succeed at this. The Last of Us on top of the TV show. What did you expect people were gonna? How much is this? Is this $70?
I didn't check.
I have to look.
Right?
60. It's only 60.
It's only 60.
60 is too much for a game that launched almost 10 years ago.
What are you talking about? I'm pulling up Until Dawn on a PlayStation Store. It's only 20. Yeah. In fact, it's included in my PlayStation Plus Extra.
Are you serious? Why would anyone buy this? Well, no one did.
Right. Well, no one did.
I hope that they have learned to never do this again, and I hope they cancel that Horizon remake before they announce it.
Let's just all agree never to remake PS4 games again.
If your game, who's going to line up and give you more money so the textures in a game that's already 4K 60 are better?
Jim Ryan's legacy.
Yeah,
at work here.
Yeah, it sucks that all these people are laid off. It sucks even more that they were even put on this project. It was doomed to begin with.
Somebody whose fault this is not going to be punished for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he quit Sony.
Hey, there's still one for quit. They let him say he quit.
Yes.
That's a benefit you get once you're a CEO. For example, I believe... considering how Fair Games goes, perhaps Herman Hulst will also, quotation marks, quit Sony.
It's the end of the sex robot skit from Whitest Kids You Know, but it's them play testing Concord. They pull the camera out, and Jim's next to him, and he's like, "What did we learn here?" And then the other guy goes, "You're fired, Jim."
I feel like we need the burn after reading ending, except where they actually learn.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Stop remaking PS4 games. They look great. We keep arguing that some of them look better than modern games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we added temporal AA to make it look worse. $60, please.
It's even funnier because, reminder, the original Until Dawn's made on the Decima engine. And the remake's made on Unreal, so they have to pay Epic a cut.
They have to pay up, and it's going to just look worse. Because
I mean, they fucked up all the lighting.
Yeah,
In my opinion, it looks worse.
Yeah,
this actually, to me, looks like an Arkham situation where it's like, you just banged up all the fucking lighting.
And that makes perfect sense. They switched engine to something way more plain and generic, like the Unreal. It's from Decima, which is that thing made for Horizon. Best Stranding, and all these other really cool games. What is... Why? I could have at least seen it as like, oh, this is your project to train this team to use Decima.
And then you fired that.
And then, then you fired.
Yep.
What an industry. Incredible.
What an industry. And this is the thing where, like, Chris, a moment ago, you were talking about how our modern tools should be able to make 7th-gen scope games, but faster. And honestly, I'm starting to not buy it. I'm starting to buy that technology has literally regressed in our ability to facilitate and manifest art in a computer space.
By modern technology, I mean Unreal Engine 4, not 5.
And that's the thing. Like, it feels like all of this somehow regressed a little bit because
I don't think that's true, because indies that can now properly leverage these tools are whipping ass and being able to make bigger scale things without more people all the time. This is very clearly a brain disease at the highest level.
Anyways, Jim Ryan's lucky he didn't get executed. In the game recorder law,
there's still time. Rocksteady has been hit with layoffs.
You don't say.
It's unclear the extent, but pretty severe is what it seems to be. Like their entire QA department, for one.
Wow, you don't need that, do you? Oh, you do? Weird. I wouldn't have guessed. We probably shouldn't even credit them.
The key word was starts layoffs. Begins layoffs.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious where this is going.
You know, I said this on Twitter, but I'm gonna say it here. I'm really getting sick of how giant publishers act like they're doing us a favor by making single player games, and if one even slightly underperforms, we get this big influx of think pieces about how maybe single player games are on the way out. No single player game has ever lost as much money as Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, or Concord, or Redfall, or Anthem, or Hyenas,
or Gotham Knights,
or Multiversus, or Gotham Knights.
Yeah, no, they're just infinite numbers of these failed projects that cost millions.
Like Suicide Squad, I think they said it lost $200 million.
Yeah.
I'm not even surprised.
Surprising.
Not at all. The optics of that game were always grim. Like, since announcement to release, it was always just, this isn't going well. And they kept going with it.
I wanted to talk about something real quick. Because I think it's relevant to this notion of mine that modern technologies haven't, like, they've made things weirdly more complicated. I saw a dev post on Twitter, multiple tweets long, where they explain a problem that shouldn't exist.
Okay.
So, 3D object in a video game, okay? The texture is an animated GIF. The idea is you want to see the thing, the object, the wall, scroll a thing downward. That's all the GIF is. It's an animated texture that's moving. Here's the problem. Textures don't have motion vectors, so you know what it's doing. It's disappearing because the temporal AA cannot figure out what it's trying to decipher.
It's almost like that should not be built into anything by default.
So he then spends something like 5 tweets in a row explaining how to solve a problem that never should have existed in the first place. Because, for people who don't understand this, temporal AA guesses what the pixels are on screen using pass frame data and motion vectors, but the object isn't moving. And you'd be surprised how much of art is literally this exact thing. This is why you can't see rain as well in video games nowadays. This is why you see noise patterns and things that don't make any fucking sense. All just so you don't have a jagged pixel on the screen because it's too low res.
Yeah, as I've been saying for years, make your game 720p.
I would prefer it, frankly.
Just don't put any other effects over it. As long as it's a clean 720p, I'm happy. I am ecstatic.
Yeah, so Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of modern game engines can't even not work with that. Like from
Right, that's why you
listening
need to use
devs.
Unreal Engine 4 instead of 5. You can't. You can't have temporal AA.
I do wonder because I think so as I understand it, and I stress this is the level I'm coming in at. DLSS is the normal temporal AA solution from NVIDIA. DLAA is when you disable the temporal AA part. Basically, but then you use normal anti-aliasing just to remove a little bit of the jaggies. The reason, as I understand it, that most games do not support all of that, they only support the DLSS and not the DLAA, is because their engines cannot turn off the stochastic nature, the temporal nature of itself.
Right.
Anymore.
That's sickening.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's like you've built in this thing that just makes the game look worse in every way.
And the thing is, like, your average person who's a casual, like your tech person will be able to explain to you why it looks bad. Your average person will just look at it and go, why is it so blurry? Why is it muddy? Why can't I see stuff?
I think there has been this weird, and thankfully I've started to see a lot of developers and industry people point this out, but it's like, there was this mindset until I feel like almost to like 2017, and that's where it started kind of turning around, and we're in a much better place now. Whereas like a layperson doesn't know shit. Like they couldn't comprehend that you can tell if something is wrong even if you don't know how to describe it, which is how a lot of amateurs are. They can feel a problem. They can see a problem. They can realize there's a problem, but they cannot put it into words.
Right.
And you probably shouldn't disregard those people. One, because your product will be bad. And two, because somebody might come up and give them a reason for that thing that's totally fucking wrong. And then you now have to fight against disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, someone can have a soup and say it's bad and not be able to articulate like, oh, you burned these herbs and garlic somehow, you monster.
Yeah, why does this fast food taste bad? And then a chef will say they didn't clean the oil recently enough, so it's bitter and tastes bad.
Uh-huh.
There was a dev that I was watching them talk. They're like, some guy left me a Steam review. It said for an early access game, it was like, fuck you, asshole, this part of your game is bad. And I looked at it and thought, no, it was something stupid. He was like, fuck you, asshole, this part of the game is unfair. Fuck you, or whatever. And he's like, and I looked at it, it wasn't unfair, but he was right that it was bad, so I took it out.
Yeah, it's old writing advice when you send anything out to pre-readers is always listen when someone tells you something isn't working. Just ignore them when they tell you how to fix it.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this tastes bad. Something that you should take into consideration. This tastes bad because it needs more X. Are they a chef? Then probably don't take that part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking...
Yeah, somebody in chat brought up Call of Duty being 60 frames per second. That's one of the things that made me so seethingly angry about that frame rate isn't real phase. Where it's like the most mainstream shooter in the world is 60 because it's better. Everybody who plays games can intrinsically feel that 60 is better. There is no reason to be trying to argue this other than, and this is what it is. This is what it is nowadays. It's like our publisher is making us ship 6 months early. We don't have time to get a performance mode ready.
Yeah, and from the journalist angle, they see it as unsympathetic to the devs, or they might, they get a sick win by owning the gamers, which happened a lot more in like 7th gen game journalism, where owning the gamers was like from then into 8th gen, like a cornerstone of Kotaku and many other people's.
It was paramount.
Yeah, it was like, how can I get some views? I should just tell these people that frame rate and input latency doesn't exist and
that they're wrong for caring about it.
Right. And yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, like, Battlefield was on the PS3. They had big Battlefields on the PS3. How'd that do compared to COD? Oh, right. It didn't do well because it was 30.
Right.
Weird. When the PS4 came out, they started to try to aim for 60 with Battlefield. Do you think there's a reason? Oh, and weird. Every version since then has been trying to lock down 60 or has locked down 60 on console. Strange. Why would they do this if it didn't matter?
Nintendo's entire MO is using underpowered hardware, and if there is any way that they can move heaven and fucking earth to get something to run at 60, they go for it because they know it's so important to game feel.
Yeah, and like they're working with so little that they're just like, turn off anti-aliasing. Transparencies are a quarter resolution.
Right.
We will not give up frame rate.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, this just has to, I feel like somebody needs to do a video about this. I don't, like, it's certainly not me. Maybe Dan's the guy who does a video about this. We need somebody to compare. Here's a 30 frames per second on PS4. It looks kind of acceptable. Here it is on PS5. It looks like unbelievable dog shit because of temporal AA smearing fucking everything.
I mean, Visions of Mana, I'm playing on a 4090 and 4K, and when it cuts to 30 frames per second for the cutscenes, the temporal AA is still just projecting a sword on the entire mountain in the background. Because it doesn't have enough temporal information to correct that.
I played Darksiders 2 and Darksiders 3 at 30 frames per second on PS4. Not great, but tolerable. I spin the camera in quality mode in quality mode in any PS5 game, and I feel like I have a fucking head injury. They aren't the same things anymore. And there are so few 30 FPS. This is how I can tell all those motherfuckers who say 30 FPS is fine aren't playing at 30 FPS. Fucking liars. Fucking frauds. 30's fine. What's the last game you played at 30, motherfucker, that wasn't a Nintendo game? I bet your ass has that shit set to performance across the board. Fucking shut up.
So about why Mark Cerny is so bold as to say, like, resoundingly people want 60 frames per second. Do you think the PS5 data came back? And then the thought that we have this data of how many people play in performance mode versus quality, and somehow people are greenlighting Unreal Engine 5 games that are running around 30 frames per second featuring, God, what is it? What is that insane? It's like Black Panther or Captain America? Is that the...
Oh, God, I keep
the one
forgetting
that's
that's real.
in like World War II Germany or something?
It's got the worst name ever. It's like Marvel. Captain America and Black Panther.
God.
Game.
There was there's some big Unreal Engine 5 game. Oh, Metal Gear Delta will not have 60 FPS.
What?
Is that...
Yeah,
No.
that's Unreal Engine 5 and is using all the bullshit.
Oh my God.
It'll have an uncapped mode, but I think they said don't expect more than like 40.
Oh my God, now I need to see it in action.
Now I no longer want to see it in action.
I think for a while, I think there was something came out like EA was pushing for Dragon Age to only have 30, and they were like, no, we have to have a 60 FPS mode.
Why? Because it's an action RPG. Okay, why? Somebody get this man out of the room.
This is just...
Ugh, God, so stupid.
Yeah.
What a stupid generation. We invented a problem. We finally solved GPU performance and CPU performance. Then we went, what if we fucked everything up for no reason?
Well, we need to keep chasing higher and higher and more untenable things. We just do.
No.
That's just how it is.
No.
Get more people on there.
So about why Kingdom Hearts 4 is worrying, because I looked at Kingdom Hearts 3 and I went, this fidelity is great. I'll take another one of these, please. And they said, well, Unreal Engine 5 is right over here. Wouldn't it be cool if it was really high fidelity? I'm like, no, it'd be cool if you shipped in the next 4 years.
Yeah, it would actually suck if you went higher fidelity than this, honestly. I want more areas, more things that happen in the game, not did you somehow higher fidelity.
I didn't look into the legitimacy of this. Bob, did you see the leaks from the development of Kingdom Hearts 3?
No.
Allegedly, there was a Cars World in development at some point in time.
Car Sword would be so good.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Such a nightmare. But yeah, like I would like games to be lower fidelity so they could have more things in them because there's only so much time in the world.
You know when gaming was like its best? The PS1, PS2 gen, when we could just make games. Quickly get them out within 2 years at most.
What a concept.
That was insane.
Honestly, like, this'll never happen. I would become the biggest Sony fanboy in the world, even after everything we've been through, if this happened. They need to just say, you have a 60 FPS mode for compliance. This game has a mode that gets to 60, or you don't fucking ship on our box.
It's like for pretty much most games, like, oh, we didn't get it running at 60, then you're not done.
That's certainly how it is this gen. We have, like, what has stomped its foot in the ground and gone, no? Hellblade, Gotham Knights.
It's okay, though.
Everything else.
It's okay, though, because of non-critical journalists and horrible tech bros heading these companies, these people who are unable to have taste in the realm of art. We are definitely getting Unreal Engine 5 super high-tech powered games that will make Immortals of Avium look performant. We're sitting right at the verge of that. That Black Panther game,
even Immortals of
Avium
held 60. Like, you're gonna come in worse than that.
Well,
it tried. It tried.
It certainly tried, but
You're right.
But yeah, no, they're gonna be locked 30.
I'm sorry, Amy Hennig. They're putting you in the fucking gallows after that Marvel game comes out. That shit ain't moving. That's gonna be. We talked about how no single player game ever lost as much money as Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. If I had to bet on one, it would be that Marvel game.
Yeah.
I felt bad for a while that Amy Hennig has had to live with the ludonarrative dissonance cloud hanging above her. But frankly, I'm more concerned about the bog witch curse that just keeps putting her in the worst possible
Amy Hennig should not be working on franchise slop. Somebody please be like, hey, Amy Hennig, come make whatever game about fallen angels and time loops you want to make.
Fucking please just let Amy Hennig go make an original IP. She has been cursed her entire career to not get that outside of Uncharted.
Yeah.
Because for anyone who knows, she was making Soul Reaver, and then they went, this is now a Legacy of Kain game. She went, oh boy.
Well, at least that's vampires, so that's kind of in her. Man, they should have gotten Amy Hennig to direct Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Oh, yeah.
At least then it might be interesting.
I've just been sitting here like, they greenlit and made Concord. But Amy Hennig can't get one original IP.
No. Well, because it wouldn't be a live service game, so why would we make it?
For the rest of time, we should just hold up Concord's reported budget as, man, you know what we could have done?
Anyway,
do we have a report on its budget?
There have been rumors, but I haven't seen anything that's been credible.
I stand by that. I think that it should become industry standard that you have to release your fucking budgets like Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we should know what games cost. There's no reason to hide that information other than to try and ruse investors who don't look closely enough at sheets.
And of course the news we've been talking about the whole time in this episode, Concord is going offline. People are getting refunded. All the copies are disappearing from the world. Nobody wanted it before, but now high demand. Racing copies go for $1,000 on eBay.
Jesus.
This shit is not coming back. The fact they refunded all of it, you wouldn't, even if you were going free to play, I feel like the move would be like, we're coming back. If you bought it, you get all these skins and shit for free. Because people, first of all, not that many people bought it.
Right. No,
they were probably really invested in the.
I think it was 12K.
It's like 25,000. 25,000.
That's combining digital and physical.
Platforms.
Yeah, 12K is physical. Or 10.
You can call Sony customer support and they will refund your physical copy.
Okay, I was wondering how they're going to deal with that.
Like, this shit ain't coming back. I don't even, like, there's nothing they can do. There isn't a move they can make. With Multiversus, the plan was transparently, okay, we'll try and relaunch, we somehow botched our launch, because at least Multiversus had enormous players initially, and then it fell off super fast. Or you have like Crucible, which I don't fucking know what their plan was ever with Crucible.
It did better than Concord when it was doing things, but doing better than Concord is like a really low bar.
That doesn't mean literally anything.
But like, what are they gonna do?
Here's the thing, though, Chris. Okay. If you had any of us, the four of us, in the room with Concord before it was shown to people, we would have known this is a problem. So obviously, we can't speculate on the room of people who pushed that game out at $40.
The funny thing is, we have relatively credible information that Sony leadership began immediately pulling their collars after the second reveal with the Guardians of the Galaxy trailer, and like, oh shit, this might fucking tank.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah,
then how could you not?
Like apparently they had it. Apparently they had it at like the Summer of Gaming events, and it was like one of the least visited demos in the entire event.
Oof.
Yeah, and that's like they put it front and center of that show, so they have to have known. They have to have been able to see. Oh, nobody cares.
People know and they hate this,
yeah,
or they don't know about it at all and never will.
Right, and that they let that still go out and launch is incredible. I guess they had already committed to everything at that point because they only announced this game fully like that until like 3 months before launch.
Yeah,
this
which is
game
insane.
Made so little money that they could have probably canceled it a month before it came out and came out financially ahead. Well, since they're refunding everybody, absolutely. Canceling it at any point would have made them more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that secret level shit isn't going to help them?
No.
God, that's going to be fun.
God, I cannot wait until it leaks how much Sony paid to be in that. It's going to be like, yeah, we spent almost the entire marketing budget on that.
Even weirder, it might be in exchange for Kratos, right? They're like, oh, we'll give you Kratos, but you got to give us this other thing, which is weirdly enough the vibes that PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale also gave off. The deals made in that era where it's like, oh, you can get the good thing, but you need the twisted, terrible version. Yeah.
I just don't believe they're not gonna throw good money after bad and like replace the roster or do something to retool it.
That's too expensive. Like the characters are too high fidelity to just go.
But if it works, they'll make infinite money.
No way. I don't think so. I think the fact that they built their own studio for this and spent so long is the only reason it shipped. That and it was hey, what a fucking shock that Bungie went around and got Sony to cancel all these service games, and the only one they seemingly didn't push Sony to cancel is the one made by ex-Bungie people.
I can't express in words how much that's upsetting me.
Yeah, that's insane.
Because that's objectively true.
Yeah.
That is objectively what occurred.
Chris is not being exaggerative at all.
Everything I said was factual.
That studio was founded and the game headed by former Bungie people.
Yeah.
And all the other
people are
ones
saying this game was greenlit 8 years ago. No, the studio started working on it. Sony started funding it about 6 years ago, and then they bought them about a year ago.
Yeah, the studio was, I believe, founded maybe 8 or 6 years ago. Or no, it only started to exist 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So they literally haven't been making it for 8 years. But it sounds like the people in charge, the founders of the studio, were literally interested in making it 8 years ago when Overwatch came out, which, oh, wow. Really? When Overwatch came out, you got interested in making it Overwatch. That's really cool. So you want it? It's like the person where you're like, how did you come up with this?
Completely cold.
How did you come up with this? And you see their bookshelf behind them with fucking like One Piece and Naruto on it. It's like, no way, I couldn't tell when he had the Chidori thing and his eye did the thing that you were a fan of Naruto.
But don't worry, Concord. I'm sure you'll do better once Marvel Rivals is out.
I feel like there is some potential for them to try and release this again as a free-to-play, but I don't even know how. Like, that can't be successful.
That is the only move they can try.
Right.
That is the only move they can try, and it's the only... but I don't even know if they will. Like, it would take time and money to retool it. And they'd probably fuck up the monetization, because a big part of Concord's thing was like, we don't have egregious monetization because we cost money, which is the correct move.
Right, and then getting people to then pay for these skins, for these characters that they hate already, and the skins look even worse. So is that going to happen?
Here's what I would do. Okay, in their situation, here's what I do. I don't expect them to do it, but they should, and I think we'd be on a good timeline if they did it. They look at all the assets, they got everything they make, and then they're like, so you're making a single-player game now. We're making a video game, a shippable video game in this universe because we wasted so much time making it. with these characters because we wasted so much time making it, and we're just gonna do fun story game. Just grab whatever we can have these characters with these immaculate models just show up halfway through the game. And
Like,
every
make
interview,
a single player game. Yeah, no. How many maps are in that game? That's how many bot matches we're gonna call a campaign.
do the Ratchet.
we
Deadlock.
talked about this. We talked about this last year when they started canceling this things. Like, I'm excited to see what they pivot these. It seems like they're not going to do that. Every company's just going to be like, no, full speed ahead. We will try and jump the canyon. Like, it seems like even the pivot into being a single player thing is now beyond them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like ideally that's what they would do. Do I expect them to do it? Probably not. But ideally you would try to pivot this into, we're sorry we made a universe and all this shit to just give you the most limp fucking campaign possible. We are redesigning the characters. We're working with a publicist and a marketing agent to make our characters likable at all.
So many missteps here.
Countless. Anyways.
On a similar note, Sony internally has high confidence in fair games. Did you know apparently that is also an extraction shooter?
Oh my god, what?
It is a Payday-like and an extraction shooter somehow. That is what seems to have come out in the past week.
Okay.
Yeah, that came up in earlier stuff, and I was like, I thought Payday wasn't an extraction shooter. I don't know well enough.
Man. But they can't make a Last of Us multiplayer. No.
They have to
One
show
that
this
was
game.
apparently really done.
Because it feels pointless to really speculate it about it before they actually show us the game.
They need to, like, this doesn't work with multiplayer games.
What
like
doesn't?
Like this, we're going to like actually reveal the game 3 months before it's out, and then we'll let people try in a beta 1 month before it's out, and everyone will hate it. We'll still launch it. It's like Overwatch was in beta for years before they released it, or at least a whole year.
No,
it
no,
was.
I think that was only a few months before launch.
I do remember,
it was
the
closed
Overwatch
beta.
I do remember Overwatch betas like being big events every time they happened. Let's see. Yeah, Overwatch's marketing cycle lasted almost 2 years. They almost immediately started publishing videos introducing the characters. Like the month after it was announced, they started doing that on YouTube. And it was in beta for about a year. Not quite a year, but closer to like 9 months.
So when is the actual release? Because I'm seeing October.
May 26th. May 24th, 2016 was when it actually came out.
So it looks like they did the beta at the tail end of the prior year, in October. And then they brought back the beta in like... Oh, right. So they did October, December, February, and then there was a gap, and then they did it right before the game came out.
Right.
So it was months. It was still like 9 months.
Yeah,
it wasn't 2 years.
Yeah. But yeah, a huge amount of actually letting people in there, seeing what's working, understanding what they like about it, and showing off the characters. Like, they didn't do that for Concord at all, because they kind of, maybe it's because it had such a null reaction when they showed the initial reveal trailer.
Yeah. No, it's bad
I don't
out
know
here.
what their actual plan is.
Like, with Concord, even my plan of make a single player game is risky, because while the universe might be interesting, the characters are bad.
Yeah, nobody likes them.
Nobody likes the designs of these characters.
Yeah,
what the fuck are they thinking? We're talking fair games too.
They're just lining up to do it again. Like, they just want to jump right into the meat trasher.
Literally, I think Sony's risking losing the console audience at large with their focus on this shit.
People love them for their single player things.
Like, I genuinely wonder if Sony realizes that Concord doing this bad is now a massive millstone around the neck of any multiplayer game you try to release.
I'm sure the Fair Games team realizes that.
Like,
and then the
not
president
only that, but the fact you
down.
folded. Yes, the fact
Yeah.
they folded so fast. Maybe financially the correct move. Maybe on some spreadsheet, probably the worst possible one to get people in on fair games. Like, you can say, "Oh, it's a different game," all you want, but people are already talking about it in the same breath as Concord. Like random, like the internet masses are already doing that.
Yeah, because
like
otherwise they don't know what fair games is.
Right. It's
Like, you've
it's
already
next big things from Sony.
You've already, yeah, you revealed it for the first time in that same direct as Concord. Like, you put yourself in a downhill position already.
Very funny then, thinking about it, that allegedly, according to their earlier plans, it was supposed to launch by the end of this year, right? So there's not enough time for people to even forget Concord.
Oh yeah, what?
Yeah, allegedly they were gonna ship fair games by the end of the year. I thought was the earlier leaks and stuff.
Maybe they'll show it off at the PS5 Pro reveal event that's next week.
They absolutely would have if this didn't happen with Concord now, right? They probably had a part of the Concord. They probably had Concord in that presentation to some extent, just to be like, "It's our latest game. We got to show off how good it looks on the Pro."
Oh my God.
And now they're probably like, "Oh my God."
Yeah, like that game's not even like when they took it down. That message, that huge article they put up, has nothing about its return. There's no implication. There's no promise here.
They deliberately like refunded it, so if they just go, "It's dead," they are on the hook for nothing.
I find this especially funny because imagine you're the dude who did the update for Concord to run on PS5 with the PSSR technology and look great, and then it gets pulled down today, and you're like, "What was I even doing? What
worry.
did I do with those weeks of my life?"
Don't worry, that's what all of them are saying after 6 years of their
Well,
life.
I mean, here's the thing.
The
My brain
really
tells
fucked up part
me
thing is,
it might not be someone in the studio, even in like Global Technologies from
that's-
Sony. And they're just like, fuck me, I guess.
So, a thing I saw, because let me be clear, I completely blame the executives for Concord. At some point in its development, it should have been canceled. And to be perfectly frank, with the secret level shit, like that tie-in, with how hard with the weird, they seem to be having a lot of weight in Concord for some reason. I don't believe for a second that executives weren't up their ass constantly.
yeah.
But I saw a lot of people be like, it's the devs' fault too. Why didn't they quit? I'm like, because they didn't reveal it until 2023, so there's a 7-year gap in their fucking portfolio until they revealed that game.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least the game came out, so now they can go, "I worked on Concord," and then people in the industry can go, "I'm sorry."
Yeah, we need to stop having these we don't reveal the game until right before it launches sort of things.
I don't know. I feel like it's not a huge problem for single player stuff. Obviously, it's a huge problem in the mind share of a fucking multiplayer game.
Right.
I feel like the marketing play now that Nintendo seems to have understood is, here's the game for the first time. It's 3 months. We're going to shove it down your throat for 3 months until it's out.
Yeah.
You will remember it exists and buy it. Because there's been a lot of cases where not me, because I do a fucking gaming podcast that I'm doing right now, if you didn't know.
What? You're doing that in the middle of this?
where people go, wow, that game looked really cool. Whoa, it came out? I didn't know that. I missed that it came out.
That's true.
Because it's just this little drip feeds of marketing over like 18 months or a year. It's like, go 3 months and like every 2 weeks, be like, here's a trailer, here's an interview, bam, 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 bam. While the constant interviews around Square Enix projects I find annoying because I don't want to know that much about the game, it certainly keeps it in the news and is valuable from that angle. Unlike Concord, which nobody knew came out. They re-revealed it 3 months ahead of time and nobody knew when it was fucking coming out.
I just sit here and go like, it's too complicated to talk about. Yeah, I don't, like, the thing is, with Sony, we don't have the same faith we have with Nintendo. Nintendo shows you the games that are coming out over the next 9 months to a year, and then you go, okay, great, cool, that's great. You have confidence there are games next year. Everyone's like, the PS5 has no games, and this has been the worst stretch in the PS5's history as COVID and other factors backed these games up way into the distance. Where it's like Death Stranding 2's next year. Dick all came out this year from Sony, but Astrobot and multiplayer games. Assuming Fair Game ships, that would make it Concord, Helldivers 2, and Fair Games. And Astrobot. And that's it. Astrobot, the only single-player game. Astrobot has to hold the weight of the world on its shoulders like it's God of War Ragnarok. Except for that shipped in the same year as Gran Turismo 7, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had like bookending the year with those. Yeah. It makes it feel like the industry is dying because we don't see what's coming.
Right.
And
also it's dying.
It's dying, yes. It is actually dying.
We literally cover every fucking week a new studio getting shut down, a new studio getting absolutely fired. Like just 90% of the staff.
Mm-hmm.
We can't even... I think the hardest news to take since last week's big thing was the news about Ballistic Moon. Just getting their studio gutted before the remake of Until Dawn comes out. That's the point this industry's at. Even the cynical people can't stay employed. Even the people making the most bog standard corporate-driven projects cannot survive. We are so fucked. Oh my God. Anyway, we should move on.
Yeah, sure.
We've got...
Should we just start with everything horrible?
We should start with the PS5 Pro, for sure. Which, honestly, should count for the industry burning down category of our news
I
document.
had it in there at first, and I was like, you know what? Maybe
there's-
put it on the outside of that, just in case.
Should I bring out our guest, our special co-host right now, though?
Yeah, we'll just go
Yeah.
right into it. So sure.
Okay, let me just see where he is. Oh man, that's when you know it's bad when you revealed a new console when it fits in our industry burning down segment. Anyways, here we go. There he is. There's the guy, and there's the sound. PS5 Pro was announced finally,
$780 United States dollars.
and it's worse elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, America got the least washed.
Mm-hmm.
It's appalling that Sony's just like, no, we'll just kill Japan. We don't need shit to sell in Japan.
So let's
That's
do
one of the biggest gaming markets, but we don't need it at all.
We're going to go detailed on this, but let's briefly get to it. It's 9 minutes. It should have been way longer. It should have been way more detailed. They did the worst job possible selling this thing.
Mm-hmm.
They made images too hard for people to compare. They didn't show fidelity mode on both, like for 30 frames per second, what that might look like, because they can't show third-party games because it might throw them under the bus a little for their base PS5 versions. So, reminder, Sony has not shipped a fixed 30 frame per second game, so they have no games to show that for. What they do show is, hey, here's the fidelity mode that was 30 and now runs at 60. So then people screen cap that and go, that looks the same. And I go, yeah, because it has half as many frames. That's the point, is this one runs that mode at twice the frame. That doesn't show up in a still image. So for whatever reason, they did the worst job humanly possible showing off the difference.
Yeah, they're like, hey, check out these PS4 games. Here's The Last of Us 2.
Here's The Last of Us Part 2. Wow. It was 1440p before. Now it looks way better. Insanely bad presentation, and it costs $780 for the unit and the disk drive. I'll let them keep this stand notionally as, like, not every console can orient in two ways. But holy fucking shit. You can't sit there and be like, this is our pro console. It has no disk drive.
Yeah, that's crazy. Chris,
Yeah, not only that, but like for Dan, or who is the most likely people to upgrade? People who got in early.
Yes.
What do people who got in early not have? Your fucking detachable disk drive, which you know is the best-selling version. This is just a pathetic attempt to squeeze, how much does it cost to produce that Blu-ray drive? Like 20 probably? 30 maybe?
I would guess it's $40. That's still half the fucking price.
Like, I said this on my stream yesterday, but I need people to understand. I bought a PS4 Pro I bought a PS5 at launch. I own a PSVR 2. When my launch PS5 died, I didn't even have to think about replacing it. I am the audience for the PS5 Pro. If it was slightly less of a rat fuck in any way, I'd buy it. If they pack it, if they just ate the cost of the disk drive, like it comes with the disk drive, I'd buy it. If it was slightly cheaper, I'd buy it. If they had a less total dog shit presentation, I still might buy it. They're like the Hillary Clinton campaign of gaming consoles, where it seems like they're failing on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's literally that bad. Go ahead, Agro.
The people started making comments at the beginning of the PS5 generation that, Sony's going back to PS3 era Sony. And I had to believe that a lot of those people didn't actually remember PS3 era Sony. This was the moment my blood ran cold, and I realized, oh shit, they think they're invincible.
Yeah, we're there again.
Uh-huh.
And this time they have no competition to teach them otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because
they have their consumers, which happily taught them wrong with Concord, and I have a fucking feeling it's going to teach them wrong with this PS5 Pro.
this is going to sell worse than the Portal. That's gonna happen. The price is too high. It cannot do better.
Yeah, the price is ludicrous.
I don't know that this will beat the Sega CD's numbers. I cannot get over $780.
Mm-hmm. And
Also,
you aren't even able to tell consumers what it does.
Yeah, you can't easily and effectively communicate exactly what it does, because your average person, here's the thing, everyone on this podcast is absolutely this type person where I go, hey, the point of the new console is it runs this fancy mode at 60 frames per second. And every person on this podcast would go, well, yeah, I just select the 60 frames per second mode and deal with the worst quality image. It's fine.
And they know that. They were like 3/4 of people do this.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the presentation, which drove me crazy.
If there was any positive outcome of this presentation at all, it was we know. Now they said that. They said it publicly. I can throw that clip at people if I have to. It's like, but what does it matter? Like, these dumb motherfuckers, it's like, yeah, everybody gives a shit about frame rate. Nobody really cares that much about fidelity. We better make a $900 fidelity box.
Yeah, the fidelity is already plenty high. People don't care anymore. We've already surpassed what people care about.
I want to talk about the weirdest angle of this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They knew it'd be a bad look to have the same amount of storage as the base PS5, but they left out the disk drive. So it's 2 terabytes of storage. Dumbass. Yo, dumbass, I have your root PS5, your launch PS5. I have storage installed.
Yeah.
I'll take it over. You fucking upgraded that and left out the disk drive. I don't have a disk drive. I have the launch PS5. What the fuck are you doing over there? If you had the choice between cutting a terabyte of storage, which barely costs anything, and who knows how much 1 terabyte means to me, maybe I have an insanely huge hard drive, SSD rather.
Right, and they even made
maybe I have a 4 and 8 terabyte. That's a drop in the fucking bucket compared to that.
Right, they made it perfectly so you could do that. They didn't have a thing where you take out the old hard drive and put in a new one. They had a just expandable slot so you could put in more. So that, of course, can easily go to a new system.
So what the fuck are you doing adding a terabyte but not putting in a disk drive? Is this because you need to move disk drives? Is that it? Is that the whole reason?
Yeah, it's easier. They need to move disk drive. But I think it's honestly just 100%. If we do this, we can trick these people into never buying a physical game again.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. You're not going to trick those people.
It's literally the okay, so there may be 10 people in the entire continental United States who are both the demographic for a $700 console and have no disc games. 10. Because you're literally leaning into your enthusiast consumers.
Yeah. No, this is for the pro consumer, the person who's on top of this.
Like, I don't think any of the smug analyst dipshits, which, by the way, some of them are like, I expect it to sell exactly as well as the PS4 Pro because I don't fucking understand different numbers. The PS4 and the PS5 sold about equally. This will surely be the same thing. But we always see that, well, this much is digital, this much is digital, this much is digital. So, hey, dumbasses, do you realize that the number of purely digital consumers are probably pretty low, and that 50 to 60% that they say is now digital are all like it's like a rotating wedge.
Yeah, it's just
the disc version outsells the digital spice so fucking much. I'm willing to bet money, a lot of money, that every single person who owns a disc PS5 owns at least one disc game, even if it's a PS4 game.
Or wants to play Blu-rays. Because it's not just about playing games. It's about being able to play DVDs, Blu-rays, 4K Blu-rays.
Mm-hmm.
That's a function of this fucking system, in case everyone forgot.
Right.
Real quick, we can dig in more on this as we go. I want to just start driving the car through the details, right?
Okay.
We'll stay on the reception side for just a moment. This is Sony's most disliked console reveal on YouTube.
Now, I assume that's not even close.
Yeah. Undoubtedly. Industry analysts say the lack of competition led to the higher price of the PS5 Pro.
No shit.
Obviously.
I don't even really agree with that at all.
When your competition sells as well as the Wii U, no shit.
Worse now.
That's true. Oh my god.
Yeah, there isn't competition. So they can do whatever. And this is what happens.
I'm seeing someone in chat call for a boycott. You don't need a boycott that demands rock fucking bottom. We did a poll and our enthusiast fucking, like, we have well over 300 people fucking watching our Sonic stream. And we're like, genuinely, are you getting a PS5 Pro? Vote yes or no. 2 people. On this podcast, I think 1 person is getting it, and it's me. Which, reminder for people who don't remember, Tose is getting my PS5. We literally waited an extra year because the Slim wasn't cheaper.
Yeah, which is...
The idea was I was going to buy her Slim, and then it wasn't cheaper. And now I'm like... Bleh. So anyway, I have that many caveats and mechanisms to justify me because we get to make content out of it. Doing a PS5 Pro. I don't know if anyone else is getting it. Do you know if you...
I don't know.
The fact he's on the edge said something, because you got the PS4
I got the
Pro
day
at launch.
one. No hesitation at all. I wanted that really badly. I don't know.
I would not even pre-order it because I have a sneaking suspicion that this thing is going to do so badly that even by the beginning of next year, they'll be like, we package this drive with it, like we just bundle it.
Oh yeah, there will be some sort of price cut on this by the end of next year. I would put money on it.
Right, and I don't think the trading value of the PS5
I don't think it'll
down.
be a hard price cut. The first thing I think that'll happen is be like, we're giving you a break and bundling the disc drive with it. Please.
Right, and that's effectively an $80 price cut. That's a big price cut. This thing 100% is Sony PS3 launch hubris. And you know what happened at launch? They had a revision within 9 months that allowed them to cut the price insanely.
Yeah, now you might have seen some stupid posts about inflation, perhaps from one Jeff Keighley. But I would like to say if you actually read the posts, even adjusted for inflation, the PS5 Pro, especially when you take the disc drive into account, is still more than the PS3. The thing that was so overpriced, it totally blunted Sony's momentum from the PS2 and gave Xbox oxygen to live.
I'm doing the poll again, since this is now Big Think Dimension.
Right.
This is us talking about this. This is hyper relevant. All the people in chat are here for this exact thing. And also, if you're on YouTube, feel free to comment.
Also, to everyone out there posting inflation statistics, bro, it's not about the specific dollar amount that this costs. It's also about how much every fucking thing else costs right now.
Yeah.
When this launches and when the PS3 launched were 2 very different times economically.
It's true.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking insane. Absolutely fucking insane. People know how much I've been praising the importance of getting cheaper consoles for years on Big Think Dimension. So, the weirdest part is like, I believe at some level they want me to believe that it cost anywhere near that to produce this. And that just seems fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe that.
No, it's impossible. And if it did, you should eat that cost and pass it on to the consumer.
Yes, because you're retaining the enthusiast consumers.
Heck, you're not even putting the disc drive in. I'm going to have to buy from your digital store if I don't buy that. And that's all profit.
So we have the poll going right now. The three options are yes, I don't know, and no. And that's running for 10 minutes. We'll check back in on that. So that's sort of the reception end of this. Let's talk about the technicals and the more interesting parts. So as we said before, it has PSR technology, which PSSR, PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. Basically, the idea is it's a hardware-based temporal AA solution that looks a lot better than FSR2 and seemingly also much better, or at very least is vastly more performant than Unreal Engine's built-in TSR. It will make the games look sharper. It will hopefully mitigate artifacting. We're looking forward to seeing more.
I would love
images.
to have seen that
examples
at that 9-minute presentation.
That was the point. That was the point of your fucking presentation, and you missed it entirely. They tried to do zoom-ins on things and like Ratchet and stuff, and they did the worst job. Like, amateur YouTubers do this exact level of job of showing the difference between versions of things.
Yeah, it was
just like,
the lowest tier of what you could expect from YouTube.
Literally the lowest tier you could expect from a total scrub YouTuber, and this is Sony's official marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking insane. Fucking insane. They're like, check out the differences between these two images, and they put them in a tiny box.
Yeah, they don't even fill out the screen. What are you doing?
And I swear to God, we'll have to see when the unit comes out to be fucking certain. But the zoomed-in shots have sharpening artifacts like you would expect from bad video editor upscaling, because they either didn't record it at full chroma res, or they didn't upscale it well. They just let the video editor upscale it however way they wanted. The full screen images don't seemingly have any ringing artifacts at all, which you should be able to see it in that as well if it's caused by PSSR. But we don't know. We don't know 100% for certain until more info comes out. Sweet fucking God. Anyways, it's 45% faster and better at rendering just normal video games. So even your normal games that have a high frame rate mode, or just in general normal games, will render better and faster if it's not CPU limited.
Did you see the CNET video they put up?
Let me get to the end of this,
Okay,
because
sure.
holy hot damn, is that a whole bullet in this, basically. The memory is 28% faster, and because of them strapping in system RAM, it has more RAM accessible to the games, probably to power the PSSR. The pisser, sorry, the pisser.
Don't pee on your $780 consoles.
It's
don't do
got
it.
that handled. It's already full of piss.
Yeah, it's got plenty.
It has 2 to 3 times better ray tracing, Bob's favorite thing.
Yeah, great.
And then the 2 terabyte storage I was talking about earlier. That CNET video, Sony's marketing is run by the devil.
Yeah, I don't...
Because they have successfully fully, like Chris was saying, Hillary Clinton marketing campaign.
Yeah, they upload that thing at 30 frames per second. Had dude, I don't think he even played a video game before. And then they let him go around and look at these things on a TV.
He literally says in the video, before you could only run 1080p games at 60 frames per second. And on the PS5 Pro, you could run at 4K 60. And I'm like, that isn't remotely what they said at any point in time, sir.
Yeah.
This dude's an unreliable narrator about any detail of this machine.
Yeah.
And yet, he had the exclusive.
Yeah, it's exclusive with CNET. Who cares? Why would you ever use CNET?
So weirdly enough, one of the things announced in that video and they acknowledged it is that Gran Turismo will have like 2 modes, I think, where it's the game now has ray tracing in game, which cool. Like it looks so much better in those replays that have it.
Yeah.
So it's cool that now the game looks like that. That's dope. And then it has an 8K mode.
Why? Why would you?
Polyphony Digital. What is your damage?
Of course they would do it. No one else on Earth will.
Kazunori Yamauchi's like, but I need it for my 8K TV.
Right, like they got 1080p working on the PS2 or 1080i.
1080i, yeah.
Yeah.
Which it wasn't really rendering at 1080i, at least it was outputting at 1080i.
They were able to put it on the box.
They were.
That's the reason they're doing it with the 8K. It's also not going to be 8K. We know that.
Well, it's going to be 8K. In as much as any game right now is 4K.
Yeah.
Basically. Literally, the funniest thing about 8K TVs, if you don't know, and you should know this, if you take one thing away from this podcast that has nothing to do with Hyper, specifically the PS5 Pro, remember this. 8K bombs so bad, they don't even put leading imaging technologies on it anymore. Your highest end OLEDs do not have, that's not on the 8K version. The 8K versions do not have the QD OLED like Gen 2. They do not have the MLA technology. It's done.
So the whole point of 4K was the resolution that is supposed to be the resolution that old films are at, right? Or is that just 1080p?
Okay, so
it's complicated, I'm sure.
It is super complicated, but film is high enough fidelity where you can do a full chroma resolution 4K scan, and it will fill that information entirely. Any higher in
Can
this
you do that with 8K? So no, the fact that you made that face is no, and we can't even consistently get actual 4K games. What the fuck is the point of anything approaching 8K? Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
I have a 4090 and I can't. Like, there's no way I'd play a game at 8K on it, even using DLSS.
Yeah.
I'd much rather just play it on 4K with better performance. Fucking insane. Fucking insane.
Dude,
fucking insane.
Well, I think the absolute core problem that gaming and every industry, a lot of industries, especially tech ones, are starting to hit is we need to find new things to sell them. Oh fuck, we've invented everything that should ever exist.
Right.
So now it's an endless march of juiceros as we try and find something new.
And on top of that, it used to be marketing and product development and stuff when it first started getting mutated and weird and perverse. It started chasing numbers that didn't matter. You can see this with like the Pentium 4, where it's like they literally designed the entire architecture to clock its clock rate really high because they know that sells. It's like, oh, this clock rate's higher than this clock rate. I'll buy this. Here's the thing. They ruined their CPU architecture doing that. That's why the Athlons were better. But we got worse than that even. Mm-hmm. There's the modern era we're in where we're mutating it to be numbers on the back end that consumers don't even see that we need to game in order to get a win. Like all these services and things that are like, hey, we had a higher number of people who logged in because we made them.
Yeah, because we have entire like multi-layered systems of management that don't know what the fuck they're doing, but know how to look at a metric sheet.
Yeah. So things have gotten completely fucking insane. So of course we're faking 4K, and then we're faking 8K, and then we're faking higher frame rates.
I don't want to be here anymore.
We got to keep making like we've not accepted that we can no longer brute force improving the user experience with tech improvements, and we haven't really come around to the idea that we have brain drained the entire industry with mismanagement and fire sailing these studios. I know we've said it a lot, but goddamn, we are gonna crash.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So the most doomed thing Sony can do now is stick to the original plan and launch a PS6 in 4 years. Because, fellas, no one's noticing the difference with the Pro, except for me. But you can't just be like, our core demographic is Dan video games. You can't do that.
No.
You need to, the PS6 needs to be a thing that makes everyone go, wow, look at this. Wow, look at the graphics. I can't believe like how good this is. And a lot of people, whether genuinely or disingenuously, couldn't even do that with the PS5.
Yeah, no.
They would look at Demon's Souls Remastered and be like, looks like it's just a PS4 game. Just like
here's
there's a lot
the
of
thing.
shit there, but,
If somebody really wants higher fidelity than the PS5, they probably already have a PC that can do that. Frame rate is a totally different issue than fidelity. I could like if they were just like, yes, every game has a 60. There's only fucking like 4 that don't already. They couldn't even feel. There's like a dozen games. They could They could make like 3 games go from 30 to 60 and fix squishy performance on like 7.
But the best part is they can't do that because a lot of those are CPU limited.
Yeah, they can't do it, but there's not even a potential.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like this, the number one problem, the Sony games all run at 60, except for Returnal, which both doesn't run at a locked 60 and has terrible temporal AA. And that is the one game they still did not confirm, because everyone gets so aggravated when I point this out. They didn't promise the things at the beginning of this presentation were going to be a PS5 Pro supported. That's the part where they're sucking the PS5's dick to show how strong it is. They still have not confirmed Returnal for an update. They're insane. That is the one game that should have gotten hard confirmed. Because it's the only one from Sony that has a problem running.
Yeah, it is. Also the only one on Unreal from Sony?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because obviously like
they haven't shipped anything from Sony Bend or any of the other studios, and the Until Dawn remake doesn't come out until next month. Yeah, so like it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. All of this is fucking insane. By the way, the poll finished. Are you ready? With 224 votes, 96%, no. 3% is 8 people saying, I don't know. And rounding to the lowest number, 0% is one person who said, yes.
We got him. We got the PS5 Pro
The
buyer.
PS5 Pro buyer has logged on. And
found one.
That's the thing. As I keep saying, if I wasn't intent on giving Tose my PS5, so that way she has a console of her own, which people don't realize, like, literally I play games for a living. Every Friday we have to go live with a game that might be on the PS5. Very high probability we're playing it on the PS5. I have to play games for prep for Game of the Year and also talking for this. Sharing a console like that is hard because you're constantly like, we have to fully shut down the thing and she wants to play it in her room, her rec room or whatever, her like project hobby room. She doesn't want to play it out here. You don't understand. There's a lot of value to that. And I still have to go, well, yeah, but like, technically I'm still spending $280 extra over the price of a new PS5.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for me, because of my eyes and the way they work, my enhanced vision, yeah, I'll notice the PSSR thing. But you're fucking loopy if you think normal people will notice, which is why I'm excited. Because when the PS5 Pro shows up, we are absolutely doing a swap technology stream. Well, I guess the flop is the PS5 Pro.
Yeah.
Where we're going to have 2 TVs set up. We're going to have both consoles routing to a Switch. And I'm going to change which one we're looking at. Bob and Spiff will not know which one we're looking at. Only I will know. So you two and the audience get to see, is this good? Which one's the good looking one? And how good does it look? I'm so excited because everyone came out of this conference going, bro, I can't even tell the difference.
If it is not noticeable, I will be incredibly upset because I think that a lot of these games that use FSR look hideous.
They
and
do.
I can see it within a second.
I mean, we even got to the point where Digital Foundry's own fan base is lighting up their comment section and their Twitter replies going, what the hell are you talking about? Star Wars Outlaws looks like garbage.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Because it's so blurry. It's like noisy and then smoothed over to be less noisy and blurry. Cool.
God.
We have a few confirmed games. Here's the way I expect our stream to go. I will notice and I will appreciate it. And I will still go, $780 is too fucking much.
Yeah. Because as you said before, this is an invented problem.
Yes, fucking FSR2 is an invented fucking problem. Render your shit at a lower resolution.
Like, I keep waiting for the Scooby-Doo gang to show up and like, oh, Old Man Jenkins invented FSR2 to sell pro consoles.
I expect Bob to notice the difference and still just feel awful, right? Because he doesn't get to give his PS5 to someone else. He has to trade it in or sell it
and hope
for the
that's
money
enough
to mitigate the cost of a Pro. And then I expect Spiff to maybe not even be able to tell.
Yeah, Spiff probably won't be able to tell.
Spiffs are good. I'm not going to give a shit at all. He's in chat saying that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And like, that's the thing. I can't expect people to give a shit.
Right.
I can't reasonably expect. And
they have the metrics. 3 out of 4 people don't.
No.
3 out of 4 people just choose performance mode, and they probably don't even think about it.
Because the crazy thing is, check this out. People like it when games feel good. You know how Nintendo games generally, if they can run at 60 frames per second, there's a reason. They're using the most constrained hardware in the industry, and even they still just go, throw out anti-aliasing.
Yeah.
It's fine. We need to keep the frame rate higher. Here are the confirmed games for the PlayStation 5 Professional at $780 this November. Alan Wake 2. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Wait, that comes out before then? After then?
It's in November. I don't know when.
Do you remember? Demon Souls, Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Gran Turismo 7, Hogwarts Legacy, which they showed that in the PS5 Pro enhanced part, still doesn't run at 60. That footage they showed was 30.
The only third-party game they give any time, and it's Hogwarts Legacy. What is wrong? The worst presentation they could have made. Move on. Sure.
Horizon Forbidden West, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, The Crew Motorfest, The First Descendant, and The Last of Us Part 2 Remaster. These are the only confirmed games.
The First Descendant does run terribly and look awful.
This probably won't solve that.
Probably won't, but that has a ray tracing mode and a frame gen mode. So we'll get to see the incredible masterclass it turns into now.
Absolutely fucking insane.
The Assassin's Creed is November 12th, so
it's on top of it.
Yeah, it's right on top of it.
Yeah, okay. I'm excited for the Gran Turismo update.
That means I'm probably going to be playing Assassin's Creed Shadow on the PS5 amateur, and you'll be playing on the Pro.
Oh yeah, we'll switch to me, and I'll just be so professional.
Yeah.
Not even Final Fantasy 16. That shit came out last year. No.
Yeah, no.
Man,
No?
you intend to get Shadows at launch, Bob? After Outlaws, when I sure fucking wouldn't.
Only for a stream bit.
We got to do the flop swap where we change between the two protagonists, because you can do it either way. Which, depending on how easily you can switch, maybe we just do that on the Pro and then we can switch. We don't know though.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know how easy it is to switch between protagonists. Let me look at that list. I'm glad Gran Turismo 7 supports it. I'm glad that I'm right to have waited this long to play Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, because the number one thing everyone kept saying that was critical and negative about that game is the image quality is ass.
Yeah. Yeah, you swing the camera, it just looks terrible.
Thank you, FSR2.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would hate it if you were just rendering at a lower resolution. I want to see Spider-Man 2 on it, but that brings no joy. I am excited to see Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart on it, because that's a great video game.
Yeah, and like those games already look great. Like
they look stellar.
There's almost nothing wrong.
I saw someone using this fucking week of, like, the worst takes in the world are coming out because the PS5 Pro is expensive.
Right, so we have to get...
We have people who are like, the PS5 isn't even that strong. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. That thing looks insane.
Mm-hmm.
No matter which way you split it, these are some of the most gorgeous games to come out in the last 4 fucking years. And then The Last of Us Part 2, which didn't even actually come out in the last 4.
And they say there are like, what, 50 games total, but they won't tell us them.
They won't tell us the 50 games. They can't hard confirm.
Why not tell us? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
I am going to be livid beyond belief if Sony is so out of touch that's like, here's our sizzle segment for this state of play. We go through them.
Yeah, every angle of Sony's marketing for years has been terrible. They are terrible at communicating with their customers, and they seem to not care. They seem to be like, oh, everything they're selling, so we don't need to try.
They're terrible at the method of communication, and then they're terrible at crafting the message.
Mm-hmm.
These are two different layers here, and they're fucking up massively on both. Like we just said, they don't even realize they should be communicating the retro games.
Yes.
Nintendo's literally doing it. How have you not figured this out?
It is not that expensive to make state of play like things.
They have a podcast they're running. Did you know that they still run a PlayStation podcast?
What?
I found this out because as I'm looking at the PS5 Pro article, it's on the right margin of their website. Let me pull it up again. It was like episode 496 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't fucking know. The official PlayStation podcast, episode 493, The Joy of Astrobot. I'm going to click this. Yep, that's just a thing they do. We probably have better views than it.
Probably. They're not letting anyone know because it's a thing that they're trying to advertise.
Yeah, this article on their website, which reminder, it came out a week ago. It came out 6 days ago. 31 likes, 2 comments. Them posting this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so dog shit at this?
They seem to have such a negative view of what they need to do for customers and just for fans. Like, they don't want to interact at all. So I'm surprised they run that podcast.
Yeah, I thought they canceled it years ago.
That seems crazy because that's something you do when you actually do have, like, good communication with people.
I didn't even know that podcast was still running in the PS4 era.
Right.
It
feels crazy.
But yeah, this sucks. This price sucks. This presentation sucks. The core technology of this thing, valid mostly because it removes PSSR. But also, yeah, I mean, it would be neat to not have such a low resolution 60 frames per second mode.
Yeah, that presentation's insulting.
It's so disgustingly bad. It's infuriating.
Yeah,
it's like, repugnant intellectually.
Give us $780. What for? I don't know. Just do it, man.
And it's like they needed to cut Mark Cerny into these weird sound bites instead of just doing the long explanation he did for the road to PS5, which, reminder, is how the PS4 Pro went last time. They had a whole event. They had journalists come out. They had an hour-long thing they did explaining HDR, 4K, checkerboard rendering, etc.
Yeah, why not have a lot of journalists there instead of one CNET guy? Why is it like GameSpot or IGN or like real video game covering things, not CNET?
So my thought here, and I'll call my shot, is that John Linneman has posted these mysterious images of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, seemingly.
Yes.
I don't think it came from the video because it looks too nice. It looks too crisp.
It does.
I think they reached out to Digital Foundry after it went so fucking bad, and Digital Foundry went, dude, what are you doing? I wouldn't doubt that they're currently working on a video of some sort.
They absolutely should.
Digital Foundry shouldn't be working on a video for Digital Foundry. They should be working on a video Sony puts everywhere, like, please let us re-roll this.
So here's the amazing part. I'm following Alex Battaglia on Twitter, and he tweets an image of a Horizon screen grab. He also has that's really high quality. He goes, hey, any colorists out there, which, by the way, audience, I am a credited on an IMDb colorist. I've color graded award-winning short films. Anyways, so I've legit
color graded wars, you know.
He asks, so just any colorists out there, how do I get my footage to match up with this footage? And I'm like, that is a bad HDR to SDR LUT. That is not a look. They just grabbed a LUT off of a fucking package website because they had recorded HDR footage and then told it, yeah, convert it. That is literally what it looks like. It's oversaturated. It's over darkened. It's over contrasty. It looks like shit. It looks worse than our streams of HDR games look. Holy fuck, dude. How did they fuck it up this bad? I don't know. So anyway,
as I said earlier, Sony should really be getting Concord vibes right now and just trying to figure out why and how they can fix it. But I don't think they will. I don't think honestly, that they're not receptive to anything these days.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, is this some weird situation where everybody just failed upward and now there's like layers and layers of incompetence bedrock that have to be chiseled through one at a time until like the board goes, wait, what the fuck are those guys we put in charge doing?
Every Sony Europe person fired.
Hey everyone. They have a high quality version of that presentation on digitalfoundry.net for patrons.
Right?
How did they get that, and why isn't that out for everyone?
I don't know.
Why does Sony not have a really high quality version of that so people can tell what it looks like and do their own screen cap comparisons and shit?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes after that YouTube stream ended. I went, wait, why did I not hear anyone say that? There's a downloadable version of this video available. Like, what the fuck?
What the hell is going on? Can I contact Sony, get the high quality version, and put it up on our Patreon? Put a link in the description. Be like, sign up now on our Patreon, and you can also download it. Make a new tier. It's $3, and it's like, download that one Sony event.
You too can experience Sony's marketing department's incompetence.
In high definition. Yeah, it's even got a good bit rate. It's like 59.7 megabits per second, H.264 4K.
Wow.
Insane.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing over there? Anyway, at some point on this podcast, I have to cease talking about how angry I am about the PS5 Pro, but I frankly don't know how I'm supposed to do that. I'm really looking forward to that stream. I am really looking forward to our stream of having both consoles hooked up on the same game on both and figure out what the fuck is worth the extra $280.
Yeah.
The only philosophical question I have coming out of this, okay, is the indignance I hear from a lot of PC people over the higher performance thing being that expensive when the PC GPU market is as fucked as it is.
Right, like that.
Like the 4090 is $1,500, and that's one component.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for the non-liquid cooled version. Like, as people pointed out, there are boutique high-end versions of products elsewhere, like iPhones and iPhone Pros and whatever. And I don't know. The gap is so big here. Right? The gap between the PS5 being $500, which it shouldn't be in 2024.
It's already way too much.
And the PS5 Pro being $780, because once again, 700's a lie. That's a marketing trick. That's not a full fucking console. Is fucking nuts. That gap is so huge.
Yeah.
Like, notionally, at some point, I agree with the idea there should be premium consoles, sure, whatever, as long as they don't have, like, because we couldn't fix the frame rate problem for every game. That would require a vastly better CPU, and then devs would just make their game for the vastly better CPU, and it would barely run on the core model.
Sure.
You need to hew close to the original on that end, so that way you don't have that problem. But like the PS4 Pro, I didn't have a problem with that. Xbox One X, I didn't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, those were a lot closer to the price of the other things. And now those other consoles are already seeing price drops.
I mean,
something this one never got.
I mean, one, that is true, the price drop thing. But two, I actually don't know that for the One X versus the One S. It might actually be that.
The Xboxes aren't even real.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's only one Pro console before this, the PS4 Pro. But no, seriously, the Xbox One X price, I believe, was $200 more than the...
It may have been.
Right, but that would only be $200. And it's true, and no one bought it. Every retail employee I've ever fucking talked about how the One X didn't move.
Yeah.
And this is going to be even worse.
Yeah, it's like the One X without a disk drive.
And even worse, like, it's the One X without a disk drive, but it's all shoved up $200.
Yeah.
Because while that may be the same price difference, that's taking you from $250 or $300 to the One X at $500.
Mm-hmm. But
this isn't going from those numbers. This is going from $500 to $780.
Yeah, no, when you start going this high, it is like, yeah, that's almost a whole month of rent.
Yeah, you start just literally pricing entire segments of your consumer base out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this sucks. Absolutely dog shit. What the fuck were they thinking with any of this? But hey, here's good news. I hear the value of the included controller has gone up recently. Aggro, would you like to tell us about the DualSense news?
Oh yeah, in further, what the fuck are they doing? The DualSense controllers, it doesn't seem like they announced it. It just sort of happened in a bunch of major retailers and on Sony Direct. It costs $5 more now. Fuck you.
Yeah, what?
It's $5 more in the US, £5 UK, and $10 dues Australian.
Why?
The price is going up. The price of the controller is going up. The price of the console isn't going down. The price of the Pro is ridiculous. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, no, this is just Sony being like, we can drain them. We can suck out all the money. Nothing can stop us. And it's like, why
I mean, a lot
do
of
you
the people
think
that got into gaming in 2020 can just get out, and you can cause a market contraction and bleed to death. Like that is definitely a possibility, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Or all those people can just go to the Switch too, which according to some rumors might be shown within the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, we are getting to that point where if it's going to release sometime like even Q2, early Q2 for next year, you'd probably announce it soon. Within 6 months.
So yeah, here's what we need. We need prices to go down. We need the PS6 to come out no time, anywhere near now, because Sony's sole focus should be driving value.
Yeah.
We should be dropping the price of this console. We should be shipping games with more moderate scopes and more frequently.
And they want to sell this console. They don't have any video games coming up. The games
we're talking about Wolverine is the only announced thing, right?
And Death Stranding 2, if you want to count that.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 first-party Sony games that are officially, and fucking fair games, which guess what? That's Concord 2, motherfuckers. That ain't taken off.
Nobody's like, oh, that looks great. Not one person.
No.
Guess what, Sony? When you piss people off, they're less amicable to you, and that translates to being less willing to give your fucking service game a shot.
Yeah. No,
It's all connected. These things don't exist in a vacuum, Sony, which I think you're going to learn brutally and harshly over the next few months.
Right. You've already lost a lot of people's faith with what happened with Concord. Like anyone who did buy in on that it's over. They're not coming back for another.
You just dropped the worst performing first party Sony game ever. Like that doesn't have that didn't shake your fucking faith at all.
Yeah, and then you wait like 2 weeks and announce the most expensive box ever.
Well,
didn't somebody say it beat the 3DO?
I don't know that it did. It probably does on the label, the raw numbers.
Fine,
right?
the most expensive Sony box.
No, the most expensive, historically relevant box.
That's
because the 3DO is technically not really like no one was like, oh, the console wars, the tides are turning. It was the 3DO. Guys,
we sometimes we sometimes are unfair to the Steam Deck by comparing it to like actual portables and consoles, but putting it on its punching way to the 3DO, it clears the 3DO. 3DO sold like 1.5 million units.
There you go.
Which I would bet will probably be somewhere around the lifetime sales of the PS5 Pro.
Yeah, once again, there's no way this is selling as well as the PS4 Pro did.
Yeah, for context, guys, the PS4 Pro, Sony sold like 16 million of those. Do you think they're going to sell 16 million PS5 Pros?
No.
I don't.
No.
Yeah, that's a
that
lot.
price is too fucking high.
Yeah, I saw people already doing posting. Like, doesn't matter how much they price it for. They'll sell out day one. It's like, I don't think so, man. I really don't.
There needs to be somebody in that executive suite fucking panicking. And you need to walk out into your office, find who's panicking, and promote that person.
I'm willing to bet that at this point, they're just trying to make the best of, oh God, Jim Ryan ruined everything. That is my hope. And that this trying to fix Jim Ryan ruined everything will be Herman Hulst must go, which I hope happens in the next 6 months. I really feel like that will absolutely happen once Fair Games bombs.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. People are saying the 3DO price adjusted to November 2023 is $1,473. The 3DO was very fucking expensive.
Yeah.
And incredibly irrelevant.
Yeah, the only person I'm ever aware of who owned one when it was contemporary, even through the internet, is one of the GameSack guys.
I knew a dude that was near Bob's house growing up.
Okay.
He was in the dicer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. He's like, check this out. And I'm like, this sucks, dude. Real bad.
So that's even more expensive than the Neo Geo, right? Because Neo Geo is also insane.
Huh.
I don't know.
They're pretty
Adjusted
close.
for inflation.
Yeah, because the carts are
Yeah,
insane.
it was
on
more.
Neo.
It was more. Neo Geo was $650.
Okay, yeah, but
Okay.
it's the carts
You
that
were
are insane
basic-
for that, where it's like $200 for a game,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
depending. Yeah,
Which I did know a guy who had that.
that's true. Was that the same guy?
No.
Okay.
No, that was someone I met at my job at GameStop.
Oh, I know who it is.
Yeah, of course.
That's the guy who was like, yo, check out, I got the Hong Kong version of Demon Souls.
Yes.
Why is Demon Souls on this PS4 Pro list?
What
What the
PS5
fuck
Pro
can you-
and you can
what the
make
fuck
the
can you
fidelity
do to
mode
Demon
run at
Souls?
60.
I forgot I even had a fidelity mode.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
so
looks
did
really
I.
nice. Well, that'll be one of the games. That'll be one of the games.
That will
where
be
we
one
get
of them. I will
our
be able to
stream.
point this out on every game if it isn't a Sony game.
Well, here's the thing. We would have to compare the performance mode
Right.
and then the PS5 Pro running fidelity mode at 60 frames per second. That's how we're going to have to do it. And I'm sure it's going to be.
It's going to be so noticeable. I'll be blown away. Although I didn't ever get blown away. I didn't ever see a problem until
It's going to
FSR.
look. It's going to look so good that Spiff's going to be like, I love Souls games. I'm going out to buy a PS5 Pro right now. I need this in my life. That's how good it's going to look, Bob. And you know it.
Yeah, I'll. I'd probably feel sick to my stomach if I did buy it.
Yeah, no, this is giving me 4090 vibes.
Yeah, I'm like, that's.
Where I just
You know-
felt
you know
like
what'll be-
shit.
Unless
You know what
GameStop
would be
has
the
incredible
fu-
trade-in value.
Every person
There's
I know
no
with
way.
every person I know with a 4090 feels immensely remorseful and like vomiting. Like basically every person I've ever hey, we own that graphic. Like I bought it for video production. They bought it for other things that needed that. You know, Nvidia keeps RAM starving their fucking GPUs on purpose, which is another element of what makes it so hard to do comparisons between the PS5 Pro or the PS5 regular and PC is every fucking graphics card with the raster performance anywhere near, like in the proximity of either unit, has way less VRAM. Oh my God. So it just looks like shit because of that. Anyway.
You know, the funniest possible outcome of all this.
Real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't pull up to the point. The point is, the PS5 Pro is so expensive. That's the reaction you're going to get from your consumer.
Yeah.
That is a bad space to be in. Anyways, go ahead, Chris.
Just imagine if they do that state of play and they're like, we're the dumbest company to have ever lived. This thing has full PlayStation family backwards compatibility and we just didn't talk about it.
That is entirely possible. I've been thinking about that every time we
Just
railed on the
imagine.
back of that.
We'll come in. Everybody will come in. I'm buying it, but why'd you do it this way?
Yep.
Why'd you not say it?
Yeah, it would instantly do that.
Yeah.
And yet they aren't.
Yeah, they can't say anything about it. They have 9 minutes in which they will say nothing.
If they were like, the PS5 Pro is so powerful, it can run PS3 games even, and then they did back compat PS3 games, even then, I'm pretty sure a number of people would be like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go.
Right. But
You
they
just
At
have
least
to
it
buy
didn't
the
have a
separate disk
fucking
drive
use
for each
case.
generation.
God, yeah.
Like,
That's the thing. The thing of it is, there's no way this would happen. It doesn't have a disk drive. It's just them admitting, nah, never. What are you saying, Chris?
Nothing. Just grotesque upsetness. Fuck Sony.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they
It's
really
horrible.
just over the course of the last 4 years or so proved that, yeah, no, we're doing everything wrong. They have the worst version of everything we could do.
And it's like, oh, because you're cocky? And they're like, no, because we're that stupid. We're that negligent. Because the thing is, like, the PS3 era Sony was cocky, but they didn't constantly make fucking mistakes like this. Like, they cut the price massively within 9 months.
Yeah, they seem
This
to have
Sony's like, isn't it based? I raised the price of the controller.
Yeah, they're like that. Sony had their finger on the pulse, realizing that they suck, and people knew that.
Right.
They don't.
For some reason, they don't have that mechanism anymore.
No.
And that's the thing. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, the PS5's been a great console. Every game runs well on it.
Yeah.
You're trying to sell me a Pro unit for an insane price on the console where everything runs really well on it. You better hope I give a distinctly on the spectrum scale of a shit about image quality.
Yeah, since I already played True Rebirths, the only thing I could even look forward to is if they update that Samurai game from Capcom in mid-year.
Oh, Kamigawa?
No. Kami something else. Pass of the Goddess, whatever that is.
Isn't it Kamigawa?
No,
Chat?
it's not Gawa because that's
Kinitsugami!
yeah. Because there's a whole new game plus to go shoot, and that game has terrible looking like upscaling artifacts everywhere.
Yeah, so maybe that.
Maybe that. Who knows? They're doing Dragon's Dogma 2, but they don't list that.
Hey, Aggro, is there anything on this list that excites you?
That would require me to entertain getting a Pro.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, why would you?
You don't
Like,
have...
I would love to see Ratchet and Clank Unleashed, but not, $780.
Yeah, and it feels like more and more industries are realizing, wait, physical media is really profitable for us. What are we doing? Like, apparently music CD sales are going up. We're seeing a lot of different anime Blu-rays and stuff selling well. People have physical media they want to watch in this. 4K movies sell. We can't just pretend they don't. And the pro consumers would be the ones who want that.
Yep.
It's so frustrating.
They just couldn't eat the $40 or whatever to include into the base unit.
Which is
Couldn't do it.
baffling.
Impossible.
It's so professional.
So professional of you. We need to move on.
We do.
We do.
But just know, even moving on, this fucking news hangs over me and all of my engagements with gaming and with chat and everything. Because you remember that tweet I made where I said, I swear to God, the PS5 Pro better not come out 2 weeks after Silent Hill 2's remake. The sole purpose of that game existing is a fidelity boost. And then no, it's a whole month.
Yeah.
Joke's on me.
Yeah.
And it's $780.
It's okay. It's just in time for Assassin's Creed Shadows. You're so excited for that one.
I'm really glad that at one moment in time, I need to start caring about Silent Hill 2's remake, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I guess we have to do the stream for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I'm sorry, damn, you can't wait for Silent Hill 2 remake.
Yeah, you can't wait on Silent Hill 2. You also can't wait on Dragon Age. I'm sorry.
We're going to play Dragon Age. It's going to look like we're playing mud.
Hey, what are you playing? I don't know. I can't fucking see anything.
Yes.
Does anyone know a single game that's shipping after the Pro? That's a PS5 game?
Other than Assassin's
let
Creed
me check.
Shadows.
Because I can't name one. November
Which is
and
the
December,
problem.
to me, seems like all Nintendo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Anyone?
we don't even have stuff for her in the future.
Let me
What,
think.
Pragmata?
Let me-
No, this year.
Yeah, no.
Not inevitably.
Right.
This year.
You definitely need it for. Oh God, there's fucking nothing.
Lego Horizon Adventures.
That's
Thank
is
you.
that-
Thank
that's
you,
gonna-
That's
Dave.
a fucking Switch
Are
game.
you, is that even that's after November? What?
It's probably like the third week of November.
Oh
or
my
I don't
something.
think. I don't think.
I thought that was
that's the
October.
case.
People are saying Fantasian. Fantasian is gonna have PS5. Oh man,
Uh-huh, sure.
I'm so excited.
Is that even in I thought that was last in October.
This is
Lego
sad.
Horizons doesn't have a fucking date yet.
What?
Okay.
That
All
must
right.
be next. That will be. They're gonna show. Oh, you motherfuckers! It's
Oh,
gonna
that's-
be at State of Play next week.
Totally.
So exciting.
It's true. Astrobot is getting DLC.
Yeah.
So-
the
I mean, I was
Oh
just gonna
well,
play.
look at this immaculate game that's already fucking glistening like a jewel.
It'll glisten even more, and
Somehow.
and I'll
it
appreciate.
doesn't even have a fidelity mode.
No,
So it's like, what's it gonna do?
it's gonna look crisper. That's it.
Okay.
It's
it all
gonna
looks
run
great,
the same.
but
By
all
the
right.
way, I rebooted the game and it stopped having that issue I told
Uh-huh.
you about, where I
Yeah.
collected every bot in the game and it started hitching regularly at the crash site.
Yeah.
I rebooted it, fixed it. So that was just like, hey, you played the entire game in one go because you used rest mode, bro.
Yeah, which you still get weird issues like that sometimes with rest mode.
Is Slitterhead out before or after? I don't know.
I don't know if that got date. Yeah.
I know it has a date. I don't know what it
Okay.
is. It's either October or November. I don't think that was a December game. Oh man. No, Slitterhead is November. Great. Awesome.
I'm sure that'll take advantage.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh,
small
yeah.
game made by a guy who was like, I'm getting out of Sony Japan, so I don't have to make as big of games. And that then's going to be huge and just immaculate and look incredible and just push fidelity even farther.
I'm excited for how it'll affect Astrobot because they don't even need to do an update. It would affect it because of the higher GPU stuff. Like if it could lock 4K fidelity at all times, it'd be like, oh, it looks even sharper. Thank you. Then I would notice.
That's like that's something, not something I would notice.
No, probably not.
You know, that's really worrying. Of like, man, how many games will I even just not notice?
I am so excited. I'm so excited. We should also get Tosh in. It should be a panel of you, Spiff, and Tosh. And Aggro should drive all the way up here and then kill me for my PS5 Pro. Let's get to the rest of the industry burning down.
Oh, great. I love that.
Unity is finally going back on their runtime fee.
I need
paradigm.
someone to leak numbers. Press sneak fuck. Get somebody to give you how bad this went.
We actually have pretty good indications because Game Jams ask, like they have hundreds of people, hundreds of devs, dev teams or dev individuals participate, and they have metrics for how many are made on each engine. They immediately saw a massive capsizing of Unity's share to go straight to Godot. It happened in a single 6-month period.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
So yeah, I think they became aware of that. Here's the problem though. They raised the annual fee for both Pro and Enterprise versions. Unity Pro for users with $200,000 of annual revenue or funding is increasing by 8% to $2,200 per seat. Enterprise users with $25 million of revenue or funding is increasing by 25%.
The
That's
MiHoYo
huge.
tax.
Yeah,
That's purely a MiHoYo tax.
that's huge. That's insanely large.
Yeah, I am waiting for MiHoYo to bust their teeth and if we just I feel like I don't understand how this company can go, yeah, we're changing the contracts we already signed. We can just do
yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's yeah.
Well, technically,
I feel like there was this weird understanding, even this mutual understanding, even 30 years ago, that companies had to pretend that laws applied to them, even
Right.
if they
Yes.
didn't.
Mhm.
They couldn't let the people.
Well, Adobe
Yeah,
started doing it
understand.
so everyone else can do it.
Right. Then we started shifting into our cyberpunk dystopia. And then that's one of the main features.
Yeah,
that's what it it's a feature.
We just delete all government regulation because why would you have that? That would slow us down.
That would make us less agile.
Who
You gotta be
your
more.
ham has to start killing people, otherwise you're not really living in dystopia.
Yeah, look, if we're not agile enough, we can't act like Microsoft this week, who cut 650 gaming jobs.
Mm-hmm.
According to Phil Spencer, it's the mostly corporate and support roles. Other sources say specifically those roles at Activision Blizzard.
Oh, that thing he specifically said he wasn't going to do.
What again? Can you believe it, guys?
If only someone could get to the bottom of this. Maybe we can get Batman, the greatest detective, to the bottom of this fucking mystery of whether or not this is going exactly as they said it would.
You're understand because we said it would.
Sure fucking is. So look forward to the PS5 Pro being the worst selling PlayStation hardware. No games are canceled and no studios are closed.
They have
How
to
many
clarify
are
that.
left?
Yeah, right. They have to clarify this whenever they do that massive layer of firing. Good lord.
Considering that every game Xbox manages to get out is either on fire or half done, maybe Phil Spencer doesn't know which people are important and need to be kept. Maybe that knowledge is beyond him now.
It was never in his domain.
Right?
We forgot to cover this as a part of the Sony block, which we're not used to having a Sony block for the industry's burning down segment, but they really fucking knocked it out of the park this week on a marketing side, on a consumer side, not a dev side, but ex-Sony executive, I believe it was Sony Europe,
Surprise.
says those affected by layoffs should, quote, drive an Uber.
And that was the least offensive part of his statement. The follow-up was, or go hang out on the beach for a year.
Yeah, go find
Yeah.
a place to live for a low cost
Uh-huh.
and live off of the beach for a year. Go to the beach.
God.
just not work for a while until the conditions get better on their own. This wasn't our fault. You need to stop being so uppity and angry about us burning down an entire industry with our fucking incompetence.
Yeah, I saw other articles coming out of like two people going to like various devs who've been fired, and a lot of them are just moving on from the industry. They don't
of course.
anything else, literally anything else.
That was a problem in 7th gen and 8th gen a little. And it was nowhere near this tier of on fire then.
Right. No, this is it. This is part of the crash.
Yeah.
Right.
The mass exodus of talent is a problem.
They haven't figured out, some of them started to come around to the idea that, okay, you have to produce enough games to make people want to buy your box. But you're making people not want to buy your box, and you're making people not want to make your games. I don't know how you think basic commerce works, but if you don't give people a reason to give you money, you don't get money anymore.
What? I'm entitled to that money. That's why I'm charging rent on the console.
The money's gonna keep flowing in. Why would it stop? It's been going for years.
I'm an executive, and I don't know how the fuck my job works, but I looked at a metric sheet, and it said that using contractors was cheaper than actually keeping talented employees who have been in the industry for years and know what the fuck they're doing. So I hit the button that did that, and billions of jobs must die.
Speaking of billions, jobs must die. Lost Boy Interactive lays off 139 people. They made the Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and helped on Diablo 4.
But those games bombed, right? Take-Two definitely didn't put out like a statement being like, or not? Is it 2K? 2K definitely didn't put out a statement like, Tiny Tina Wonderlands did so much better than we expected. Holy shit, it sold so well.
You do bad, you get fired. You do good, you still get fired.
Yeah.
Because
You work on
firing
something you
people-
care about, you get fired. You work on the most cynical corporate slop, you get fired.
Yeah, fucking Until Dawn remake.
Yeah.
Bye, you're fired.
Doesn't matter.
But
Now,
look at how
nothing-
low our overhead looks on the sheet now.
Yeah, everybody's just firing because everybody's firing. That's it. There's no
Yeah.
actual reason that leads to these decisions. It's just a bunch of people in the room being like, well, what was it, a Mexican gold mine? Sounds great.
It's okay. We can just hire random people next year, and it'll be just as good.
Yeah, they didn't have any notable skills.
I don't understand how to
everybody
do
is-
their jobs, so they must be fungible, unlike me, who is very
yeah.
smart.
Yep. Everybody is fungible except for me, the CEO. Nope, everybody else can go. I'm good.
Man, this industry every week.
Like, we need unions and we need bricks traveling at radical velocities, and I'm not sure which one I want to start happening first.
Yeah, this is insane. Absolute fucking nightmare industry at this point.
Yeah. It feels like beyond repair.
And then Annapurna Interactive's entire staff resigned.
That's cool and normal.
Yep. All we know at the current junction is that they were in discussion with Annapurna Entertainment. That is their parent company. You know, Annapurna Entertainment does movies and TVs and all kinds of shit. They were in discussions to spin off to be an independent entity and not a subsidiary of Annapurna Entertainment. Negotiations fell through, and they apparently really fucking fell through because every single member of Annapurna Interactive resigned. Executive, employees, everybody. Everyone.
Yeah, totally normal. Very.
They do not make games, for the record. They publish games. So people trying to post games they've made, no, they publish those. They are a publishing company.
Which, of course, makes me worry about anything that they're publishing that is not out yet.
Yep.
That's always a big worry with this stuff.
They have said they are going to honor every contract they already have, even though developers are like, I can't get into any contact with the studio. Every single one of my contact points are gone, because how couldn't they be?
Right.
1 second. This is way too funny. A chat member says, "Holy shit, my godfather was trying to get me an entry job there." Oh, wow. Good thing you didn't get into the game industry is a sentence I could say to you reasonably confidently because of how it's been going for 9 months straight.
Silver lining, it appears there may be some openings.
Yeah. No.
Like, they all resigned at once. This is that rare circumstance where I can go, I'm sorry that happened to you. Good fucking job.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, this is almost the silver lining of the entire segment, right? Where it's just like, okay, cool. They didn't let the fuckers get away with it.
Right. Whatever it was probably bad.
Gonna scream. Yeah. I just feel like screaming. And this is the thing that you, Chris and I were talking about earlier. Our fucking hobby, you know, our joy, our love of coming here and talking about video games every Thursday is just being slowly ruined by every week for 9 months straight.
I wanted to be excited. I want to be excited. I don't want to be think, wow, I hope nobody had their life ruined this week.
Yeah, and every week.
For what?
Every
9
week.
months? 4 weeks a month? It's just been every week this year. We haven't missed one.
We haven't.
And somebody said we missed one because we literally didn't get the news in time. Like, it literally happened as we went live.
There was the thing is, though, it started like in December or November last year, though. And we've been seeing it every week.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we literally every single fucking week. And it doesn't stop.
Never. Even if they have giant gaming events like E3 and other things, you'd think that they'd stop for a week to, like, try and get people to ignore it, but never. There's always something horrible happening.
And now there's horrible things happening on that end and the consumer side. The price of everything's going up, and everything gets worse. Let's see. In chat, 12,000 layoffs since January, average of 47 people losing their job every single fucking day since January 1st.
Great.
And that's what I'm talking about.
I definitely don't feel myself developing a stomach ulcer every single time we talk about this.
Yeah, and then, like, Ubisoft doing so badly, probably going to see thousands of jobs lost there.
All at once, like
Ubisoft
7,000.
Ubisoft is you doing so fucking badly. I really do think we're gonna wake up, probably because the universe fucking hates us, on a Friday, and they will just go, yeah, we laid off 8,000 people. Yeah. Here's these 25 Ubisoft subsidiary studios that are all gone. Guys, Star Wars Outlaws sold half as much as they wanted. They had to slash sales expectations by like 45%.
You're going to wake up to an Assassin's Creed game legally owned by Spirit Halloween.
Yeah, like, they better... Assassin's... And here's the thing. They're probably expecting Assassin's Creed Shadows to sell as well as Valhalla, and it's not going to. How could it? It's not coming out in 2020, and it's only on 3 platforms instead of 5.
Anyway, let me put our friend away.
Maybe we keep him out for Flappy Bird.
Yes, let's do that right now, actually. That counts.
Okay. Hey, Flappy Bird's coming back. You remember Flappy Bird? That was so long ago.
That was
I hope there was no weird story about the origin of that and the man who didn't expect to blow up as much as it did for concerning tones and reasons that he seemed afraid of. Anyways, hey, Flappy Bird's back. I hope that's not equally tainted and concerning.
It seems like they wrestled the rights to Flappy Bird away from the original creator, Dong Nguyen.
Yeah.
And are re-releasing it with new game modes, characters, and progression, which I'm sure.
Reminder that remember that he originally took this down because he was like, I created something people are addicted to. I can't sleep at night leaving this up. I have to take it down. It never even had ads. People were like, he gave up on millions of dollars.
It sounded like the success of this caused a major problem in his personal life. Not even just people are addicted to this. It sounded like the financial success of this was a concerning thing to him specifically. Anyways, they wrestled the rights away.
It seems like it wasn't even wrestling. It seems like they just got some technicality, like he abandoned it, so we can just take it.
So anyway,
they somehow got the rights. Now this new one's being made by the Flappy Bird Foundation.
Yeah, I expect to find out there's some weird NFT company in like 3 days.
Yeah. So Bob,
This seems like the kind of thing that they're going that like it's going to come out. They're all scumbags. One of them is going to be liable for something criminal, and then this will collapse, and we'll never hear about it again.
So Bob, what can we expect from the return of Flappy Bird?
new game modes, characters, progression, and massive multiplayer challenges.
Peter Molyneux making it?
I guess. I can't even imagine this actually doing well, even if it didn't have all these weird caveats. It's like, yeah, Flappy Bird was a big thing over a decade ago.
Multiple people are confirming right now the dude running the company is an NFT guy.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. This, yeah.
And even if he wasn't, he'd still be an NFT guy. You know what I mean?
I think we're finally out of the industry burning down segment.
Okay,
yeah.
Get out of here. We've got news.
We do.
Yippee!
So much.
He's already
Man, we don't even have
reverted to being a gray block in preparation. Okay, there we go.
We don't even have to bring out the special guest this week because we already talked about the one horrible thing.
Oh, that's true. One moment. People are going to be so sad. They look forward to our guest. I don't, because it means we're talking about the industry's burning down segment.
Yeah, we didn't go much into detail about that.
Yeah, because that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand what exactly that means and how insanely tied to how fucked we are it is. But Microsoft is doing a $60 billion stock buyback in the middle of firing thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah, this literally just means they're giving $60 billion to the investors, to the stockholders. Did you know that when did they make stock buybacks legal again? Was it fucking Reagan?
I hear it's Reagan, Satan's emissary.
Basically everything comes from Reagan. So yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, except for Glass-Steagall, that was Clinton. Everything else was Reagan.
Yep. So
this is illegal because it's transparently a form of market manipulation. But what if we just let you do it anyway?
Guillotines.
What could possibly go
bats
wrong?
To kneecaps, every step up to the guillotine.
Anyways, that's it for. No, dude, we're good. That was it. That was the only industry burning down news. That thing from that was last week.
Yeah, the thing with those with the alleged layoffs from Activision Blizzard was actually last week. They just the way these labor notices come out are staggered in such a way that it missed last week. Like it came out days later.
And for anyone who doesn't know, yeah, it still sucks. And yeah, worth noting again this week with specificity. But worth noting it is. So anyways, that was last week. Get out here. Okay, thank you. We've got news. And guess what, everyone? Guess what? The industry is fine for 1 week.
We did it.
We did it.
1 week.
No one's been executed. No studios were shut down. Hundreds of lives saved.
It's only September 26th. Nothing's bad.
First week of the year. Did you know 9,500 layoffs have happened so far this year?
But it doesn't matter. For 1 day of Big Think, we're fine.
Oh, it feels so good, and we actually have other news that gives me hope for the industry even a little bit. This is the most positive Big Think dimension in months.
Oh, what a. Thanks, buddy.
I know somebody who's been going through all our Big Think dimensions in order to like hear things evolve, and they're like, "You guys were so unbelievably positive on everything until next gen exclusive games started coming out. That was when it all went south."
No, it's true, because they're like, well, we got to make a game that can't run on the last gen console because now we're able to do so much more, which means we have to make sure this game doesn't run well anywhere.
So smart.
What? You know my favorite games this gen are actually cross-platform or cross-gen, like Gran Turismo 7. I mean, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is next gen exclusive.
Yeah, that one's good.
It's great. That's my fun segment. That's my news.
Should have been industry burning down.
Oh, hey, we can do that next.
Oh my god.
Because that's right, we didn't escape it this week.
Nope.
That song doesn't seem right.
No, it
Wrong
does.
one.
He's happy that it's on fire this week.
no!
He's become the Joker.
I'm starting to become more happy as these motherfuckers just keep saying we will never learn. Literally nothing but us being bankrupt will teach us. And like
I know.
at that point, you've made your circumstances clear. Why should I hope ever better for you? Like you decide you chose this. Hi-Res Studios, they made Smite and Smite 2, and I think Paladins. I think that's also theirs.
I think so.
Has had an undisclosed amount of layoffs. We don't know more than that. You shouldn't have made Smite 2. Like, that's still in development. They're developing Smite 2. And it's like,
I was wondering.
Valve is over there making Deadlocked, which even if it isn't great and doesn't do, like, Valorant numbers like some people think it will, is still going to kill Smite 2 deader than shit.
I mean, it's teaming up with Smite 1 to do that effectively, unless they completely shut down Smite.
Yeah, that's always a weird part of these games that never end. Like, how do you make a sequel?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And the second one, Ubisoft employees are going to strike after Ubisoft went like 3 days out of the week, you got to be in the office. Our investors are crying too much that we own too much property. So you have to use it, even though that makes no fucking sense. And union and the French Union of Video Game Workers was like, we authorize a strike. So I think it's October 15th to 18th. That nobody's supposed to work to like teach Ubisoft they're serious.
Good.
Like, you motherfuckers better roll this back.
Good luck polishing up that Assassin's Creed coming out next year and polishing up the Star Wars game. They said they were going to polish up. I'm not sure if you saw that's their official plan.
Yeah, no, they
want to sell way more copies during this holiday season.
Let's spend more money on a game that's now the butt of every joke and dead. Like, I get that it's sad that you have to accept that, but
look, we already committed to make the DLC, so we have to.
You literally can't, like, nobody's gonna give a shit. I need to. So this is a minor aside. Like, I mean, it's related to this, but it's also ties into another thing. So, you know, Elon took posting to Twitter away from consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's gonna see that your game is fixed.
No. Yeah, because you aren't going to do another whole marketing cycle for that.
Yeah, it's over. And I will. The thing that isn't directly related is, I need people to stop saying X game wasn't marketed. The amount of marketing hasn't changed. The difference is you are now no longer seeing clips of people playing the game on Twitter because they can't do that anymore.
Which means it's in the marketing interest of every game company out there to rally around and make a social media platform that's cross-platform to post images to, or just support Blue Sky.
I can't believe that like Sony or anybody hasn't done anything. Like, not even just Blue Sky. There's Threads.
Yeah, no, there's been lots of competitors. You think that they should be out there jumping on the chance.
There could even be like some way to circumvent Twitter and be like, here's your bank. There's an app for the bank. You can pull it off the bank onto your phone and put it on the app.
Technically, like, you can do that on PlayStation, but that adds another layer, so nobody does it.
Yeah, so like,
yeah, it's
I honestly wonder how much of all these games underperforming this year and some of last year are just that. Because Scott Strichert, who was the lead of localization on the Yakuza titles for a while, was like, yeah, clips of Yakuza 0 sold that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that is why Yakuza became big in the West again, for the first time.
Yeah.
So I just wonder how, like, if people could post clips of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, would that game have underperformed?
Yeah, that's a good point, because there's a lot of joy in the mini games and side stuff.
In the mini games and all the character interactions and all this shit, and nobody could see it because you can't fucking post it. I have the ability to do that because I own a capture card that is hooked into my computer that the thing I'm playing on is almost always plugged into. But I'd have to open OBS, I'd have to hit record, and most of the time it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the PlayStation, the PS5, PS4, and PS5 will save like the last 2 minutes of gameplay.
Oh, they can save. Oh yeah, like they can save up to an hour or some shit. Yeah, it's nuts.
So if something really cool just happened and you want to share it, you can.
But it's a pain in the ass now because you can't just post it directly to Twitter.
Like, I'm gonna be real, Sony. You either need to go get with Blue Sky and Threads or suck Elon Musk's dick. I don't want you to suck Elon Musk's dick, but That's better than you doing nothing.
Right. It looks silly to have a button on your controller, the share button.
It does nothing
Yeah,
now.
basically does nothing now. I can now take pictures and then look at them for myself.
Which is valid, but still.
Mm-hmm. It's called share.
I'm sharing it with future me.
Right.
Also, Chris, I don't think you covered this. The large amounts of their employees went remote during COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually had one more bit of news, which we can hit up. And it's not the same industry, but it is in a sorts very. Hey, HoloLens?
Yeah.
The Microsoft augmented reality headset that was so good, they made an exclusive Conquer game for it.
Mm-hmm.
This is real.
And
I am not making this up. We have shown the picture of baby Conquer before. Do not make me do it again. Okay? Okay. They updated Windows and completely deprecated any support for that thing. It's fucking dead. The entire initiative for head-mounted displays, VR headsets, and whatever that was directly through Windows is dead as an initiative. They literally pulled the games for Windows Live again. But for hardware! Burn them down. Burn down Microsoft.
yeah, at least with this, it didn't ruin any other games. It just
broke millions of dollars of equipment.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Yep.
Well, look on the bright side. Seems like Google's about to be split up. Maybe that'll happen to Microsoft too over the next couple of years.
It really should. God, they need it.
Man, fuck them.
Yeah, no, it
That's
sucks.
insane. You know how much a HoloLens cost? One moment. Let me look up how much.
At least $3,000.
Yeah,
At least.
That shit was expensive as fuck. You know,
It's okay. Just have your Windows not up. Oh, they only update now? It's forced?
It's forced update.
Oh, no.
And we break shit all the time.
Oh, my God.
HoloLens 2 cost $3,500.
Jesus.
Fun fact. Still being sold on the Microsoft store.
Oh yeah, they
Criminal.
said they're going to continue selling it until they're done.
Criminal.
So there was this thing this week where the new high tier iPhone is like Apple's cutting the order because they're not selling as many as they expected.
They're down 12% year over year.
Do you think part of the problem and the reason why everything has feels like it has hit this wall and it's now shaking apart is there's nothing like? How do you make a better phone now?
You wait more than 1 year in between models. You want people to feel something when the new one comes out. You wait more than 1 year.
That feels like we've hit the point where there is nothing that can be achieved in 1 year anymore. So all these industries that set themselves up to need yearly releases or they go out of business instantly are now fucked. What is Nvidia going to do in 7 or 8 months when the AI bubble pops? Other than go out of business.
Other than shit their pants?
Man, I cannot wait.
Did you see that OpenAI is now doing the Microsoft thing where they doubled all their prices because they were selling it like 10% of what they were actually spending.
Oh,
so they basically were like, we're doubling our prices now, and this is like price crank 1. There's going to be multiple more.
Yeah, of course.
God, it's going to be so interesting to see which companies were true believers in AI because they can't pull that out of their new structure and die.
Did you see when Apple backed down from their giant investment in OpenAI?
Yes, they did. In OpenAI's last funding run, Apple went. Obviously, they signed an NDA and looked at what OpenAI had cooking for the next year and went, no thanks.
The funniest part is, what was it? ChatGPT is what's integrated into the iPhones. Is that right?
I don't remember.
I think so.
But they signed a deal where they basically got that for free.
Yeah, and ChatGPT had its price cranked.
It just at the last
Nvidia
second.
and Microsoft still threw in a bunch of money, though.
Oh yeah, because their money isn't real.
Microsoft is giving OpenAI like billions of dollars of cloud credits.
Yeah, and they
which
also
let their shit work at all.
And they also keep announcing whenever they add a new feature, Microsoft then later announces, "Oh, hey, we have this new feature for Windows," and it's the same feature every time.
Man, I noticed that none of those AI things have launched on the iPhone yet.
No. Wonder why.
I wonder why.
It's a real fucking mystery. Anyways, we need more than 1 year in between phones because guess what? There's not much else to do.
Yeah,
more than 1 year between phones, more than 1 year between graphics cards, more than one year between CPUs.
And the more radical thing, possibly, actually, no, I'd say the more normal, but maybe you think it's radical. More than 8 years between consoles. I don't think people are lining up for anything over $500 4 years from now. And I don't think anything you can sell for $500 4 years from now will be truly compelling as a hardware proposition.
Yeah, not when you just released the newest thing at $700, right? $780.
So
I really
need you to wait a couple more.
I feel like maybe we're gonna get, because we Xbox keeps pretending it's gonna make a portable, and Sony probably actually is. So I wonder if we're gonna hit this paradigm where it's like consoles are only for enthusiasts. Normal people have the portable version that is just the last thing, but portable.
I mean, we definitely will hit that to some extent, but enthusiast in this case makes it sound more niche than it is, I feel.
Enthusiast is in like the most enthusiast half the market.
Right. Exactly. That's how I would put it, because I don't see a day where the portables, because Sony's working on a portable. Mm-hmm. We have chipset stuff that looks like that. I don't see a day where the Switch 2 and that eats so much into the ownership that a PS6 is untenable. But I do see the triple.
PS6 is $800.
Well, yeah, they can make a PS6 that's just flat out untenable, but I'm talking about that making it such, not if these portables exist, Sony won't commit suicide in the corner of the room for no reason. That's not my statement at all. So I don't know. I see consoles as its own market. We were just talking about how the Switch doesn't, like, third-party games don't sell as well in America on the Switch as they do in Japan, or as they used to. And part of that is because the experience can be so much worse than those offered elsewhere, whether that's PC or console. So I don't think we'll hit a point where it'll be truly niche enthusiasts. But yeah, like 50%, 40%, maybe, yeah. Because Moore's Law is fucking dead. And for some reason, Epic's making an engine that'll run on barely jack shit.
Yeah, it was like Epic's going to change that by ruining everything.
Yeah, bro, are you telling me Megalights is going to run on the Switch too? Will it look right at all when it does that? Do you promise? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I need to see someone try to get Megalights running on the Switch 2. Reminder, the Switch 2 hardware was locked down, according to sources, in 2022. It is already 2-year-old hardware. It hasn't even shipped.
Yeah.
They got to stop doing this.
It hasn't even been announced.
It hasn't even been announced. By the time it comes out, it may be 3-year-old hardware.
Yeah.
Reminder, it is lacking, the actual chips are lacking some of the innovations made in the 4000 series GPUs. I've owned a 4090 for 2 years now. God, what a weird situation. Anyway, let's go to Bob for news. Bob?
Sure.
I'm going to put away our guest host.
Okay, good.
And
good.
his hellish flames.
He doesn't need to be here. We got to talk about Death Stranding 2's TGS event.
Let's see.
Should we just start with the bad news?
Sure. Let's get our friend out. Chat, this is not a joke. Our friend died.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
All that's left is fire. The fire died too? I won't soon forget this.
Okay, well. Tencent and Ubisoft are floating a partnership to take the company private. Basically, Tencent will give the Guillermo family the cash to buy up all the shares and take it private again, which would probably help. I'm sure the company would truncate a lot because of this, like, contract really egregiously, and they'd probably fire 10,000 people. But not having to be beholden to the lowest class of humanity, parentheses, investors, could only help.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think there are very few situations where cutting investors out of your decision-making process wouldn't improve everything in the world.
Yep.
We don't know who, but somebody did insider trading with this info. We still don't know who, but somebody bought 200,000 shares of Ubisoft 30 minutes before they revealed that they were floating this, so the stock price spiked. I genuinely wonder if it might not come out that this isn't true at all and is a fake story that was planted to juice the stock number, and somebody goes to fucking jail.
Oh no.
Because this is the kind of shit you go to deep jail for.
Yes, 100%.
So cool how much of the economy is based on this absolute hokum.
I know. Isn't that great?
Speaking of shit that's absolutely fucking fake.
Uh-huh.
Roblox. So Hindenburg Research, an investment firm that they short sell. They be like, we're shorting this company. Here's our research on why it's about to die.
Mm-hmm.
The only company that they have released a report on this about that did not go down in flames is the one that is basically held up entirely by the Indian government. For every other one, you go to their Wikipedia page and it's like, Hindenburg Research released this report. Then half their executives took cyanide pills and the other half was arrested. The stock fell 90%.
Yeah, they are straight up that door-to-door Grim Reaper meme.
Jesus.
So they released so much shit about Roblox. It is so fucking long, weak, and granular, we can't even cover it. Basically, the bullet points are: Roblox has been unprofitable for 5+ years. They lost over $1 billion last year. All of their metrics are fake. They go into how, like, if you go to any Roblox resource, the kids are mostly talking about how many fake accounts they have that they use to juice themselves and other people because Roblox pays you for engagement in your game rooms. They talk about how Roblox encourages people to make idle games and then uses that and then claims that time as like active time that players are using it.
Oh.
They have claimed that Roblox has accurate numbers on unique users that they use internally to make decisions and then give their investors fake bullshit numbers of just accounts.
Right. Of course.
They also go into how Roblox is like 50% pedophile by mass.
That might be a problem. Just maybe.
They just show like screenshots of like children literally posting like, I'll turn tricks for Robux. Like, we can do erotic roleplay for Robux. Or like just pages and pages of games that children clearly should not be playing that are entirely about pedophilia that the Roblox makes no attempt whatsoever to keep from them.
So, do you think this is the inciting event that causes us to get weird sweeping legislation for online access to things?
Yeah, probably. I think this will definitely contribute. They were also like, Roblox outsourced all their moderation to Southeast Asia a couple years ago. They're paid basically nothing, and there's not nearly enough of them.
Wow. That's the first time I've ever heard that about a tech company.
So yeah, like, it definitely feels like, and their stock hasn't totally tanked yet. Usually that doesn't happen because another thing that happens, this quite literally happens with almost all cases where they've released a report like this. The Department of Justice goes, yo, they're doing what? And immediately like gets involved.
Wait a second. So you're saying they're doing this deep investigative journalism in order to profit? That means capitalism is working, baby. We did it. We
Yeah.
solved the justice system through the stock market.
This is the perfect example of a capitalism, the cause of and solution to, and
All
then
of
further
life's
cause of
all of life's
problems.
So isn't it so fucking cool that every company clearly decided that the future was turning themselves into Roblox? And it's like, Roblox doesn't make any money.
Yep. They keep
They
doing
just
it.
lose money.
They keep
Hey, Tim
doing it.
Sweeney, how do you think that Unreal Engine for Fortnite's going to go?
It's
How
going
do
to
you
be
think
so
that little
good.
plan's gonna go, my
I didn't
man?
even talk about the interview because it was not necessary, I felt, after talking about the other parts. And the interview came out a little bit later, I feel like, after the event. But hey, did you hear any of the things they said about what would define Unreal Engine 6?
No, I'm going to
Oh.
assume it's bad. Is it?
Oh,
Is
it's
it?
so
We're shoving
nightmarish.
AI generation into it from the get. Like,
No, it's
you will
far more
can have it
relevant
generate
to
assets?
what we just talked about. They literally want to make Unreal Engine for Fortnite and the core engine to merge into just anyone can make anything in Unreal Engine. We're trying to turn it into almost like Dreams. They want
Unreal Engine to be a platform.
They want Roblox. And they not only do they want to be Roblox, they want to hook directly into others. They want all of these other systems. They're like, we see no reason for you to Fortnite and Unreal Engine for Fortnite and all these other big service games to become the metaverse that Unreal Engine 6 will be. We will define Unreal Engine 6 by the point at which it is usable by a normal layman to make things.
They're so washed. They're in trouble.
Yep.
Like, dude, this isn't good. Like, Roblox is the we exploit child labor company, and they still cannot make money. This is like if Lockheed Martin came out and said, somehow we lose money on those government contracts.
How does this keep happening?
What the fuck, man?
I don't know. Tech companies are incredibly good at just fucking up.
We're gonna the moment this AI shit falls off a cliff, we're gonna see some shit.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely think Silicon Valley is gonna become a wasteland because I don't know if we talked about this. The Department of Justice is like over this Google ad. She's like, break them up.
Oh yeah,
They need to be broken up. They need to be split up.
Uh-huh.
So
And
imagine
they
the
need to.
world where Google split up, AI's dead, so there's no big hope for these huge tech companies to like buoy themselves up with the infinite money engine that they're dreaming of fucking having that isn't real and never will be. And then remote work decentralizes tech.
What a world.
What a fucking world indeed.
It would be nice if these companies got broken into small enough pieces where they stop being able to dream of creating the ecosystem and go back to just making products
Making
and
a
selling
Yeah,
them.
that work. You know, when you have a monopoly, you don't have to try. That's kind of the reason that those are supposed to be illegal.
Yep. So what I'm going into next is incredibly related to what we're talking about, but it's not the game industry burning down. So we're gonna wish our friend farewell. Goodbye, old friend. Get out of here. Anyway, okay. So hey, year over year, the iPhone did like 12 or 13% worse at launch week. Already credible rumors are coming out because, reminder, it did not ship with Apple Intelligence that, hey, they are moving away from the annual model.
Hooray!
We're about to crack that fucking nut for smartphones. We're finally going to stop having the perfectly annual phone. That is what the credible rumors are saying right now.
Next.
Oh, believe me. If NVIDIA somehow aces the 5000 series, they will be bucking the trend of the entire industry. So the next topic, information has just come out about the new Intel processors. The reviews are not out yet, but all of the information about the new Intel processors literally say there is no performance gain. There are efficiency gains. Hey, everybody, you know what this looks like? All this shit happening? Looks like Moore's Law is fucking dead.
Yep.
Looks like you guys should stop rushing out product on a regular schedule for no other reason than you can. Oh my God. We just had AMD ship CPUs that weren't meaningfully better and in some cases were slightly worse. And now Intel's doing it too. The main advantage with them is they will stop cranking the voltage so high to get those performance numbers. They're having to come clean. They're having to sober up. Holy crap, you guys. This world we're entering, where the Department of Justice is talking about breaking up Google, where Intel's shipping CPUs that aren't better performing than the last ones AMD is too, and Apple is sitting here going, oh boy, maybe we should stop shipping phones annually. Amazing stuff. The funniest part to me is when I read the article from the man who's leaking it / talking about it, he did not seem to understand because he's like, what are you talking about? Their other products aren't annual already. I'm like, their other products aren't the iPhone. No one's looking at Apple Watch and going, this one thing will define their entire stock. Which, oh boy, that's not going to go well. So yeah, I'm very excited. We still don't have the Apple intelligence in the new iPhone. The entire thing they're marketing is about, basically. They have weirdly enough, a marketing campaign also ready to launch or already airing, featuring the girl who plays Ellie in The Last of Us using her phone. I saw somebody tweet, I believe this is in the beta for Apple Intelligence. It summarized their girlfriend breaking up with them over text. It said, what's her name? Is breaking up with you. She wants her things back. That is the worst way to get that information possibly ever. Thank you, tech industry. Let's move on. Okay. I think we're good now. I think I can return.
Should we start with the industry burning down?
Let's do it.
Why is he always smiling? What a sicko.
I think something broke in him.
It's been happening for so long, I understand.
So, this shit has finally hit Japan. Bandai Namco has canceled numerous projects, including a contract project with Nintendo.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is fucking nuts. That's not good.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, and is reducing its workforce. They are not firing people yet, but are doing the very Japanese thing of, we're going to put you in an empty room with no tasks until you resign yourself.
Yeah. Fuck off.
I can't imagine quitting a job like that. Holy shit.
I'm like, fucking play chicken with me, motherfucker. Right? I'll get bored doing nothing. You fucking severely underestimate my capacity to do nothing.
I'm sorry. The smartphones exist now, Japan. It's over.
You know who also wouldn't blink? Would never blink, would just spend forever in that closet, just doing nothing, staring at a corner? Jin Karya, because he would constantly be coming up with plans. He'd be like, I got this. I'm going to get back in good graces. Every week he would have a new idea. He would execute none of them and just sit in that room getting paid.
Just as like normal.
I mean, it seems like a lot of Bandai Namco shit has just been doomed lately. Like, I can't imagine that Sandland game sold especially well. I don't think One Piece Odyssey, that turn-based RPG One Piece game they made, sold especially well.
It's worth noting, one of those canceled projects is a One Piece game.
Yeah, that was also a nuts part of this.
Right.
That ain't normal.
Like, they have Unknown 9 that's going to come out tomorrow, and we'll be discussing how many Concords it is next week, I guess.
We will.
I bet it's going to be half, maybe a quarter of Concord.
That's a quarter of an Immortals of Avium, because they're pretty much equivalent.
Yeah. Literally no one on Earth even knows what this is.
It's true.
But yeah, like, I don't know. I'm curious. I hope somebody leaks what the Nintendo thing was, because I'm curious.
Yeah. Same.
Like, I don't even know what it would be.
It better not have been Ridge Racer.
It better have not been a new Smash. It better not be either of these, or otherwise I think you're coming for me personally, and I will defend myself.
I don't think a fucking Smash is getting canceled. I think we're safe for that, unless Nintendo's like, you're so fucking incompetent, we're taking it from you.
It could have been a Smash for the Switch too, and at some point they just went, what do we... Like, literally a port of the latest Smash to the Switch too, and they're like, what are we doing? Oh, well, fuck this.
Yeah.
They saw how bad Until Dawn went, and it scared them.
Riot has laid off more people and put out a really weird press release that basically goes, my shirt that says we're not slowing down development of League of Legends is prompting a lot of questions already answered by my shirt. It was very like, well, we're laying people off, not for any monetary reasons. We're just streamlining development and building a new future for League of Legends, which maybe translates out to me that maybe the fucking party's over. Maybe this crash is going to be taking down some titans people thought were untouchable. I don't think Riot's going to collapse, but I think they're going to take a knee. I think a lot of companies everybody thought was invincible are going to be taking a knee over the next couple of years.
I mean, they did already cancel every one of their side projects except for that fighting game that's mostly done.
Yep. Like, I mean, it wasn't even that long ago. They were like, yeah, we're completely starting over development of that MMO.
Oh, God.
Like, you won't hear about it for multiple years.
That's not a sentence you want to hear in 2010. Let alone now.
2024.
Right?
Ubisoft is rumored to be sunsetting XDefiant after Season 4. Executive producer Mark Rubin took to Twitter and said this is untrue, to which I say, he didn't know.
Right? Like, I didn't know my store was closing a week before it was.
Yup.
Yep.
Like,
Companies
I feel
don't
like,
do that.
Like Black Ops 6 is going to release, XDefiant's player base is going to go from low to non-existent, and they're going to in support of that game. Like, it's so fucked up because there's totally an opening in the market to compete with COD.
There is.
One, you have to have really good game feel, which none of these people fucking consider crucial.
Right?
And I think you have to resist the Fortnite-ification that COD has been undergoing. Like, I definitely think there's a group of boomers who fucking hate these license deals being in COD. They hate the weird ghost gun skins and shit like that. You need to appeal to those boomers who think it should all be like Modern Warfare 1.
Yeah, the problem is it also needs a single player campaign because to a large extent, a lot of those people, that exact market who would think this online shit is cringe, they want to play through a bombastic movie.
Yeah, and then they can do some multiplayer afterwards.
Right.
Yeah, just make a horrible campaign where America is the good guy and the borderline socially unacceptable to make the villain nowadays group is the antagonist. Have the main character wear like a Punisher mask as they shoot guys, but to get some of that Army of Two energy in there.
Oh man.
And
Army 2
Don't
should come
Nod.
back.
It should.
It should. Don't Nod is looking to lay off 69 employees and pausing development of 2 unannounced projects. I guess Banishers didn't fucking take off.
No, they did cite that did not do well, and neither did
The climbing game.
Yeah, the climbing game.
Jusant?
I think that's right.
Yeah, the fact we
Yeah, I'm
both
trying
said
to
it
think
means
like, well,
it's
I
true.
don't think I can't imagine that any Don't Nod game has done especially well since Life is Strange.
You know what the problem
like
was?
a decade ago at this point.
The problem was renaming to Don't Nod as 2 separate words.
Obviously. It's sad 'cause that Jusant game was easily the best game of theirs I'd played. That game was really cool. It just came out in the middle of a bunch of other things, so I didn't buy it.
Including one other game doing the literal same thing.
Yeah.
How do you end up? I don't know. I tell you what, there is just some ether out there that people pick up on, a vibe or something. And then since some processes can take very similar amounts of time, they all just end up at the same place. Like, remember that one fucking summer of gaming where we just fucking had 2 different Cyberpunk Taxi games premiered at the same event?
Yes. That was rough.
God, 2020 was so rough. It hasn't been that rough since, thank God.
Oh, yeah. This is the Workers' Union in France. STJV, which is, you
Le
know,
Syndicat
des Travailleurs et Travailleuses de Video. Le Wokisme.
they are super upset at the company, and that's why it says they're looking to lay off these people. I don't think they can just yet. I think they're trying to work through some paperwork to do it.
Good.
Yeah. Can you imagine countries having like worker protections?
Right.
I can't imagine not being treated from birth like a fungible product.
Okay, where do we go from here?
I will go next.
Oh, wait. We should go. I think we should include the God of War story in here.
Okay, sure. I was still trying to read that, but if you read it, go ahead.
Read it.
Okay.
So they're restarting development on
On the
that God
TV
of War
series?
show, on the God of War
Oh.
TV show announced for
Okay,
Prime
okay.
Video. They're hiring a new writer's room because the showrunner and executive producers have all left. Sony and Amazon want to take the series in a new creative direction, but who knows what that would be. Do you want my suggestion, Amazon and Sony?
What's your suggestion?
You should cancel it and make it a movie, because God of War should be a movie, not a fucking streaming show.
It's true.
Yeah, even if you stick with the modern one.
Here's the best part. Just make it a trilogy from the get. Pretend it isn't. The first one ends the same way the first game does. Turn the second game into 2 more parts. Gold! I have made you wealth!
Honestly, since we never really talked at length about that God of War Ragnarok DLC that has story, and since they seemingly just want to fucking whitewash the original original trilogy Kratos, just fucking start there and make this part of that, since you decided you just wanted to paint like a whitewash brush over those games.
But no, that we need to do the 3-parter of the modern series and then a prequel no one will enjoy.
Ugh. Man. But yeah, like God of War original trilogy 1 through 3 would make a really good movie.
Yes.
You'd have to really 1 is really just a mix of 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because no one separates that.
See, here's what you do. You have a 5-minute long epic opening thing that describes the plot of 1, and then you start at 2. It's like that edit of the Star Wars prequels that combines all 3 into 1 movie, and all you get of the Phantom Menace is like Qui-Gon Jinn getting killed.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm getting us out of the industry's burning down segment. Here we go.
Yeah, we're done. We're out.
We're gone. See you, buddy. But unfortunately, we're not safe. Banjo-Tooie is coming out on Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack in 8 days. I feel like we shouldn't end the podcast with the industry segment. So are we?
Okay.
I think it's time. Here we go. The industry's burning down segment with your host, Depression.
Let's go. So the team behind The Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown has been disbanded. The game missed sales targets. Ubisoft also was afraid that making a sequel would cause the original to stop selling, something they've never been concerned with once before this moment.
Well, they had that thing happen with Rabbids, and that broke their brain forever.
Well, yeah, that had nothing to do with Rabbids or anything. It was literally just you shipped 1 game in the launch year of the Switch.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna. You know how we had like the people couldn't deal with the COVID thing? I think we're going to have a people can't deal with there not being a Switch 2 launch year buff. Because I think that what's gonna happen with a lot of people is, especially if Nintendo fucks them over, which I think they will. I think Nintendo could be like, we're lowering the price of the original Switch, and here's our new value line of all these Switch games that sold a bunch.
Yeah,
so
actually,
a lot of those sales will just be the Switch first-party games they missed that now run better and look better.
Yeah, what was it? There was some evidence leaning into the Nintendo spinning up a value.
Yeah, there was
really?
it's like you can't buy Dread anymore physically.
Huh.
Like that they aren't getting copies anymore, which leads to some people like maybe they're starting like a Nintendo Selects type line.
They really should. They really need one.
Which again, I could really easily see Nintendo being like, Switch 2, $400. Switch, $200. Switch Lite, $150. And here's our value line of our games that have already sold so much.
And I'm like, Sony, huh?
Bye.
Yeah.
This, of course, is being piped to Herman Hulst through a monitor in the dingy room he woke up in, being conveyed to him by a Mario puppet.
I planted an explosive in your brain. I think Herman Hulst's sweaty looking like Tom Cruise at the beginning of Mission Impossible 3 works for me. I don't know.
The rumor is the staff are now working on a Rayman remake, Beyond Good and Evil 2. I don't think that's coming out. And the next mainline Ghost Recon. You're doing another one of those? You didn't fucking learn?
Always.
Has any of this Tom Clancy shit hit since Rainbow Siege?
I don't think so, which is crazy because they used to be able to rely on this stuff.
Yeah. They used to have brands, and then they kind of didn't worry about the quality that those brands implied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, they're so
and they
fucked.
they morphed all of them into open world nonsense. Like there's the Division and Ghost Recon are both open world, and they're both Tom Clancy. It's like, yeah, you're kind of overlapping yourself now.
Like they canceled Frontline, which was a service thing. Then Extraction, the Extraction service game with the black goo came out and already is dead. I guess Wildlands did okay, but that was 7 years ago.
Yeah, that was the first open world Ghost Recon game. There was a second one after it.
But yeah, Wildlands did good though, and then Breakpoint did not, which makes sense. That's one of the worst feeling games I've ever played in my entire fucking life.
Yeah.
So, Bob, you know how I was like, man, I wish our friend back in the Niceville area who was really into Silent Hill, I wish I could see his reaction to Silent Hill 2 remake.
Right.
Bob, if they finally make a Beyond Good and Evil 2 and it's fucking dog shit because Ubisoft is going bankrupt, I'll fly him in.
Oh my God,
I need to see his reaction. That bad. Because he's also huge. Sorry, I thought this would be obvious. He's a huge Beyond Good. Surprisingly, the person who's a huge fan of Silent Hill 2, huge fan of Beyond Good and Evil, of course. Or a complete liar.
Ubisoft confirmed they are in early stages of some sort of Rayman game, and Michael Ansel?
Michelle Ansel.
Michelle Ansel is consulting on it. Hey, how about you port a really nice version, like the PS2 version that exists, of Rayman 2 to modern platforms?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I hear Sony has an emulator.
You can keep Rayman 1. Keep Rayman.
No.
Or you can, I mean, I was going to say, like, first of all, like, Rayman Remake, you already fucking remade that. That's called Rayman Origins. Remember? That's why it's called Origins? Because it's a remake.
What?
The first game.
God. Yeah.
You could update those games to use higher resolution assets, because I can't imagine you don't have those in a higher resolution.
I don't know. Sounds like it might end up like Beyond Good and Evil and whitewash everyone accidentally.
They're sprites. I don't think that can happen.
They'll find a way. What was I say? God damn it. Oh, we really have. I'm gonna put the blame solely on me. Neglected to bring up any of the PS5, PS2 back and bat stuff and how that's been going. They actually completely fixed a game. Like one of the ones that was broken, and they added trophies.
Which one?
So, fucking Siren.
What?
Siren.
Okay.
Siren. Yeah. Because that's Sony horror. It's Sony owned horror. So chances are they're going to make their way through Ape Escapes eventually and other things, which is good.
They should be promoting this.
They should
doing it all at once.
I shouldn't feel responsible to communicate to our viewers who like PS2 games that Sony is putting out good versions of those PS2 games. You should know from them.
Yeah. Netflix has shut down its AAA Studio. It made nothing. Joseph Staten was here. He's gone now. Hey, remember this every single time, every other week, which is what it feels like now, which someone's like, here's our AAA studio led by industry veterans. We're immediately going into making a AAA game.
Yep. It never goes well. Never.
Because, hey guys, guess what? AAA development now, assuming everything goes perfect, which it won't because you're fucking stupid. Remember, everybody's forgotten the 5 Ps. But takes at least 4 years. Realistically, probably 5. That's too long for modern investors and executives to let somebody cook. They're gonna be like, "Why aren't you making money? Go away. We're gonna cut your throat right fucking now." No way. That isn't what happened with Netflix.
Yeah, the only pass that anyone gets is if they're making a live service game, and even
because it could be infinite.
Yeah, because it could be infinite money. We don't know.
I don't think Joseph Staten's gonna go fucking back to Xbox, considering he literally went, let me fix Halo, and they went, no.
We have people in chat pointing out they already delisted Ape Escape 2 and Primal. So that's what
Fix
they did
them.
for this
Fix
before
Ape
they
Escape
fixed
2.
them. So.
I will be there immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. I'll
And
do another
you
playthrough.
Pay however much you have to pay to get us the American version of Ape
Yes,
Escape 2.
please.
Yes, I love the
Please.
Pokemon dubcast.
It is
in Ape
great.
Escape. It was great. Fantastic. But yeah, no, this Joseph Staten shit sucks.
Yeah. Every
he
time.
had to go to Netflix.
Falcom is considering the use of AI to translate their games. They think
No.
they can use machine translation to do a first pass to
You
speed
can't.
up on localization time.
Damn it.
I want them to try. It'll be so fucking funny. I want them to announce they are opening their Western branch because no American publisher will publish their machine translated piece of shit. Also, it's digital only. Also, it no longer has a dub because no voice actors will work with them.
This continues to be the stupidest manager-brained idea that exists.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll save a lot of money by letting the computer do it first, and then having a human go back and
Go over the
also
entire
do it.
thing. Yeah.
Only they're now working on something that's just wrong, and they don't know how it's wrong because they don't have real text. So if they do have real text, then guess what? They have to actually translate it themselves. This is infuriating, and they give the reason of getting their Japanese and U.S. releases closer. It's like everybody else figured it out.
Yeah,
Everybody.
everybody else in the entire industry.
It can be done.
Like, fucking Atelier games are day and date now. A giant fucking unstoppable studio, Gust.
Yeah, we can't compare it to Gust.
But the CEO of Falcom literally said people resisting AI were like the people who resisted the Industrial Revolution. It's like, no, they're not, because of the machines that were built in the Industrial Revolution will exist in a year.
Yeah, I mean, they work.
Yeah, they do a thing.
They make a product and it is proven.
Like, nobody, it legitimately feels like these executives, even the ones of smaller companies, haven't even looked at this AI stuff. Like, they haven't actually perceived, oh, it can't actually do any of the things that I think it can.
Mm-hmm.
They literally think it's magic.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Falcom was partnering with somebody for like a tabletop game based on Trails. And then it was like, yeah, all the art in the book is all art, promo art so far has been AI shit.
Are you fucking real?
Mm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, but I don't think it's going to happen just from the angle of, like I said, is like, I don't think Falcom's going to be like, well, we'll open our own publishing branch and not have voice acting and not have a physical release so we can do this. I feel like it will stop before then because thankfully they are small enough that reality applies to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll run through the hammers once. Like they'll run
they'll
into
get
the
hit in
field
the
of
mouth.
rakes. And then
Yeah, they'll run in the field of rakes and get stymied, unlike bigger companies which can just roll through that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they actually
yes.
somehow pull out one of these to release, dude, these guys were hammered to death for these
Ys
8.
For Archaeozoic big holes.
Yeah. What do you think machine translation is going to get them?
Because you'll
And that
wish
game-
it was Archaeozoic big holes.
Right?
And that game got to have voice acting, which again, like, what are you gonna get John from? Like, your ass is gonna be back to John from accounting. Like, so many of the voice actors from these games are so vocally anti-AI.
Right.
Mhm.
Like, and you already pay them basically nothing because you don't use fucking union actors
Right.
because you're anime adjacent, which means you don't have to pay people. So it's like, fucking give it up, man. Give it up, bud.
This next bit of news, I was hoping it wasn't what I thought it was. And it is. I was like, God damn it. Hey, Chris. Go ahead and take it away.
NCSoft is reorganizing the company and doing layoffs.
Why would Dan?
They canceled Project M
That's
and discontinued development of an already launched service game, Battle Crush. Project M is like an action adventure. It looks really fake every time we've seen it.
Yeah, it looks insanely fake.
I know that would have been
Right. It would have been great to actually play that tech demo they made.
It's such a nightmare, like David Cage meets Quantum Break nightmare.
Yeah, it is very David Cagey, but a third-person shooter. Like, what kind of creature would it have been?
It would have been great.
Oh yeah, I also shoot this in here. Did you know they launched a brand new game called Throne and Liberty with Amazon Games as the publisher earlier this month?
Like in a different region, right?
No, you can buy it on Steam. It's $20. It's an MMO. It has no sub.
It's sequel to Lineage 2, one of the most one of those really ancient, well-known MMOs.
I know people who play Lineage, and they have not once spoken of this thing.
Oh no,
Right.
the game is free. It is entirely free to play.
Oh,
I can't find any gameplay on any of these videos on the Steam page.
Yeah, I found some gameplay.
There we
on
go.
YouTube.
There's some.
It looks
Yeah,
very
this looks
pretty.
bad.
Yeah,
It has mixed Steam reviews.
but it's got good graphics.
Right.
Cool. I really wanted Project M to happen. I was laughing so hard when I watched the trailer. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. But no, apparently there will be no going in this industry.
No, absolutely not. Even though this is NCSoft, one of those giant companies been around, feels like forever, from Korea. I thought that they were just making infinite money off of their MMOs, but I guess not. I guess the financial reality set in.
I guess. And that's it. We're out of the industry being on fire segment. Okay, bye. Bye, friendo. I really don't like that guy.
No.
His smile unsettles me. What an asshole.
Should we do industry burning down first?
Let's do it. Oh, this is a game industry trick or treat. How spooky. This fucking segment. Hey, Chris, what's up with the game industry this week?
So, Concord is dead forever. They're not bringing it back as a free-to-play game. They're not going to try and launch it again, which ultimately is the correct decision.
Right.
It'll just be really funny when that CG thing comes out in a month.
I'm not even sure.
They might be able to pull it. I don't know.
I feel like they should.
They should.
I feel like at this point, Sony will be like, just take it out. We're sorry.
We're sorry. God.
This came with the shutting down of Firewalk and Neon Koi. Neon Koi had nothing to do with fucking Concord.
nothing.
For the record. They're
Yeah.
a
They were
mobile
just in
studio.
the blast radius.
Yeah,
They were like one of those studios. Sony's like, oh yeah, we got these mobile studios. They're making mobile dedicated games. It's gonna be so good.
Yeah, they were making some mobile action game, and
Or we're never gonna see it.
Yeah, just to destroy it.
I think they were allegedly making a console game as well.
Huh.
Maybe just cross both.
Oh
like
no,
Genshin.
it was AAA mobile. It was supposed to be a next gen AAA shooter for mobile.
Oh.
Wonder
That's
why
a
they
thing
ran
that
into
exists,
problems
right?
there.
Yeah, that's the thing that definitely is real.
Outside of Fortnite and PUBG, yeah, totally.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Man.
I
It's-
bet no one at that studio was surprised.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
probably not.
Firewalk, the
it's-
other one, maybe.
Yeah, that,
Yeah, them maybe, but like, guys, I keep seeing people say it's a shame Firewalk didn't get to make the game they wanted to make. It's like, guys, they were a studio created by a third-party company to make Concord for Sony. They were not like an organically produced studio.
yeah, they were nothing but this weird thing to make an investor-driven monstrosity.
Which I would
And
like
that's
to note, like most people when they make a game, don't get to make the exact game they wanted to. Concord, weirdly enough, seems like the executives, the higher up on the team and stuff, they got to make the game they were confident in. They shouldn't have been confident in it.
Yeah.
but like we're gonna get, I feel like we're gonna get a lot of stories over the next couple of years of these lab manufactured studios. We're making a AAA game with outside investors. Look at these veterans we have that were kind of in leadership roles, maybe, of games you've heard of, from companies you've heard of, that we get every other week for the past 2 years.
Uh-huh.
I feel like this is just a preview of all of those just bombing.
No, I'm sure the ones that Jason Schreier wrote about these industry vets setting out to have a smaller team and use generative AI to fill the gaps will go perfectly fine.
In the statement where they announced this, they said, we'll take what we learned from Concord to our next service game, because we will not stop ever until Herman Holst is gone. Which better be soon.
Which I believe I was hanging out with you and Spiff when I said the statement of, this is like having to give up your children, and in the announcement you lost custody, you go, don't worry, this will not impede my gambling habit.
Right? Like, we'll take what we learned from Concord to our next service game is a contradictory statement.
Right.
If you'd learned anything,
There was only
be
one thing to learn. There's only one thing to learn from Concord. And copyright prevents me from just putting up a clip of Burn After Reading to showcase what you should have learned from Concord. But we're just gonna have to keep pretending until Fair Games comes out and does exactly as badly. Because guess what, guys? It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like maybe something attached to a big brand like Horizon has a little bit of a shot, but none of these original service games Sony ones are ever going to take off now because people are like, well, it won't be there in 2 weeks. Why should I buy it? Why should I get invested in it?
Did you know that having creatives make a thing, that means that creative at very least wanted to make that thing? If you get creative people in the leadership roles and the decision-making positions on a project, that means at least a person who's interested in the soul and spirit of a thing is the reason it got made, so it's for anybody. But it's when it's you work backwards from, we want the big game. You don't get that.
Yeah. No,
You're making a game for no one.
Yeah, you make it appealing to literally no one. And that's what Fair Games looks the same thing. Of like,
it does,
that looks like it
Uh-huh.
has even less personality.
I mean, it's got the AI monkey mask.
It has the AI monkey mask, and then Atones from Watch Dogs, a game that failed
3 times.
3 times. Yeah, 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it is weird how it does have a Watch Dogs 2/3 adjacent, 2/Legion adjacent vibe.
Yeah,
Because that's a horrendous vibe.
it is. Like, guys,
And,
some
like,
things
guys,
land
I-
on their face.
I hate to break your heart, but like, Payday 3 is rapidly getting its shit together. Like, the Payday 3 beta is kind of turning in respectable Steam numbers now.
So you want them to ship it faster, right? You want them to release Fair Games in the next 2 months? Is that what you're leading towards?
that would in the sense of pulling a plug is better long term, maybe. I was more saying, it's too late already.
Right.
Much how like XDefiant fucked around too long and missed their window. You fucked around too long with Fair Games and now missed your only window for success.
It sucks that they couldn't make the studio into something that could actually work on something they want to work on, something that could be good.
Right.
Instead of just firing all of them. That's like awful.
Yeah.
They should have been able to figure out something. Instead, it's way easier to just fire them.
Yep.
Well, that's it, though. We're good, right? We can move out of the industry burning segment. You don't... Does anyone have anything else they wanted to say about?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what that Microsoft news one of the pod lords brought up was.
It
the
was
facts.
just that Natya Sadella got a $30 million raise despite all the fucking layoffs.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And also, they're investing insane amounts of money in OpenAI, but now they're at ends with them because they're like, oh no, we should get more out of this deal. And it's like you give them 17 billion, was it 71 billion dollars, and you like it was smaller than the amount for Activision Blizzard, I think, and I'm just like, what? And that's enough to fire fucking everybody. You spent that much on a pretend product that has no end game. But anyway.
Uh-huh.
Well, AI has to be real or else Silicon Valley will collapse within the next 5 years.
That's true. I'm leaving.
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. Well, I'm leaving the industry burning down segment. Anyway, that's it for the news. We're done.
There's one more section.
What? No,
there's a whole segment.
Aren't we already in that section?
It feels that way, but
Desmond, get out here! Fuck! Oh, he's fucking dead!
Yeah.
Whatever.
Chris, do the fucking segment.
I actually wrote this down this time.
you
but-
wrote those
Yeah,
down?
Bob can do it. I didn't write down shit.
God damn it.
So Tequila Works is filing for insolvency, which is basically bankruptcy.
Who's Tequila Works?
Tequila Works made Rhyme
Oh.
in Guild, which
Oh.
apparently came out like last year. And did you know they made one of the 12 billion League of Legends games?
Oh.
And that was
Man,
their
those
final
were sure a
game, and that
mistake
killed
for
them.
everyone.
Yes. So they did a ton of layoffs last month. Yes, we missed that. And now there's like, that wasn't enough. We have to just close down. This sucks.
Yeah.
Not much to say about that.
Okay.
It just sucks.
Let's move on.
Embracer is always
Somehow.
Yes, they have returned. Wasn't it just like last week we were talking about how Embracer doesn't exist anymore?
Like, chat, why are you
I mean,
saying
they
Embracer's
functionally
dead?
don't.
But they are divesting the mobile developer Easy Brain to sell them off to a digital entertainment firm called Miniclip, which is Tencent.
Okay.
And somehow this magics them up $1.2 billion. And the Embracer is now more stable.
Cool.
And this Easy Brain developer, which is
Stable for them to do.
more crime, I assume.
Backflips.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. Get out of here, Desmond. Oh, right. You're dead. Somebody get that gravestone out of here. I hear we have news.
We
Is that
do.
true?
A little bit.
Slander.
Let's go ahead and start with let's see. We can start with first segments. Let's
Oh,
burn the industry down.
Oh,
let's
no.
just start with it.
Jesus.
Hey,
Oh,
what's
no.
going on? Who's covering
Oh,
this?
we do have one thing. I'm the one who put that in there, so
Let's
I guess I
go.
can do it. So Sony is in discussion to buy Katakawa. That's a huge fucking company, like $3 billion of revenue a year big. They own a shitload of anime studios and also Spike Chunsoft and also FromSoft and also magazines and also fucking everything. This is reportedly, potentially, a move by Katakawa to stave off being acquired by Kakao, a Korean megacorp, which is like the same, like kind of like a Korean Tencent.
Mm-hmm.
But Katakawa's owners have reportedly been interested in selling for a while, and apparently they're like, yeah, Aniplex is really good at shoving a rocket up IP's asses and shooting it up to the moon, and we'd like to get our shit in on that. So if we're owned by Sony, then that could happen. This is still in the very early stages. Most people are like, yeah, the Japanese government is going to try and null this somehow. But who knows?
Yeah.
I believe the image of Dan Video Games and some very deeply mentally ill people's brains is supposed to go, well, this is based actually because it's Sony.
God.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
No, every time they absorb a company like this, it's bad. Like,
Mm-hmm.
they did this to all of Crunchyroll and all Right Stuff, and most of those things got worse.
Right, and so much of Katakawa is its anime industry. Like it's really close between that and games. So absolutely, this will just be a continuation of that nightmare.
Yeah.
Oof.
Big corporation, corporate consolidation's always bad for consumers.
Whoa!
Always.
Did you know the batting average is 100? That's it.
That's it.
That's the segment. Goodbye. Get out of here. I don't want to see any of you anymore. You heard how his tombstone was there, but he's also in the thumbnail.
Look, we didn't take down the tombstone after we brought him back to life.
Oh, right. We got the Dragon Balls.
Right.
It was so easy, I forgot, because we have that radar, and we just went, well, shit, just drive over there and pick it up. There was no fun adventures. It comes off as a lot more fun in the anime.
It does.
You know, they're like, oh, there's a dinosaur. Oh, there's a village, and they have a bad guy, and I gotta... No, it was really just driving. A lot of driving. Holy shit. Okay. I want to do... That should have kickstart... Let's do it.
Oh God, just doing it.
We're just. That's right. The industry's burning down.
Okay, let's go. I
me.
wrote down, I think, all of these. I think every single one was me.
I think I add one in there.
Oh, I think you added the Tencent one, probably. Because I don't
Probably.
remember writing that.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Somehow, let me get this right. Somehow, Ben Judd has returned.
Is there a Fortnite event?
Ben Judd, being the dickhead who was in charge of Dangan Entertainment, involved in the Mighty No. 9 Kickstarter, involved in localization at Capcom back in the aughts with Ace Attorney. I don't know his other rap sheet. Dan, you know a lot more about Ben Judd than me. Shit talk Ben Judd right now.
Ben Judd is the person who oversaw both Mighty No. 9 and Bloodstained getting their Kickstarters done, and both campaigns seemed completely unaware that Kickstarter would take a cut.
Also, they both had an insane amount of feature bloat.
Yes.
That ruined their dev.
All those
development.
stretch goals nobody wanted that took years to put in. The thing that delayed Mighty No. 9 for over a year itself, the online battle race mode that doesn't exist anymore and was never a good idea. Yeah, that was a great feature. Anyways, yeah, Ben Judd. He's the voice of Phoenix Wright. In the original.
Yeah, the originals. Not even
When he
in
yells
Marvel Capcom 3.
objection. Oh, and one time, because he was in Japan, he thought it'd be real cool to let loose the N-word.
Yeah, that was the thing that seemed to actually get him pushed out of the industry. The other shit people didn't seem to care about too much.
Yeah. It was like, this guy's okay with me saying it, I'm sure. Because he's underneath me, I think was the deal. And it was like, he's not. All right. So anyways.
Ben Judd has been named in a lawsuit alongside Dangan Entertainment for unpaid production funds for Penny Blood. That is the Shadow Heart successor, part of the Armed Fantasia Penny Blood double Kickstarter. That's pretty fucking funny, because Ben Judd isn't supposed to fucking be involved with Dangan Entertainment anymore. He resigned in 2019.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's what they
apparently,
said.
this lawsuit is alleging that he is still at that company.
That's what it looked like when we covered it.
Right. When he first resigned, it sounded like, oh, he's not actually resigning.
Yeah.
It
which
had
we
a
covered
lot.
that, which is fucking bonkers. And it's still the
So
case.
they seemingly did not give up Penny Blood's part of the Kickstarter money. I don't know if Penny Blood had different deals than Armed Fantasia. Armed Fantasia did not seem to have this problem. But this would make sense. They filed this lawsuit in May. This would make sense why in June, Penny Blood's like, we're stalling development while we have to try to find another publisher.
Fuck you, Ben Judd!
Yeah. Yeah,
Shout out to my other idea for the thumbnail this week, which is a One Piece wanted poster with Ben Judd that says "Only Dead" at the bottom instead of "Dead or Alive."
We got a lot to go.
We do. I'm gonna read both of these in one thing.
Yep.
Humanoid Origin, the AAA studio founded by an industry vet from BioWare that was making a Mass Effect knockoff, has shut down. Founded by Casey Hudson, opened in 2022, produced nothing, didn't officially announce a game. Worlds Untold, the AAA studio founded by an industry vet from BioWare that was making a Mass Effect knockoff, has paused operation due to lack from funding, which means shut down. Founded by Mac Walters, opened in 2023, produced nothing, didn't officially produce a game.
Hey, did you know that with all of the firings that happened in the Thanksgiving week, we are almost at double the amount of industry firings of 2023? We're almost there.
So
I feel like we're gonna hit it.
It's the shoe-in.
So I want you guys to go find every single one of these. We're a new AAA studio, founded by industry vets, making a AAA game with some sort of mysterious outside funding. Guess what's going to happen the nanosecond they try to lead pre-production and be like, let us hire 300 people for full production? Guess what's going to happen to every single one of those? This exact shit, because these investors are like, oh, it's a little bit of money, you know, and then they'd be like, okay, we got our design document, we need to staff up to actually make the game. They're like, what? How much? No, shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. 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 You know, the other day I was like, hey, Bob, the industry sure does burn down. We cover it because that feels like the right thing to do instead of pretending everything's all roses. But then some people get annoyed that we cover it. and it's upsetting to us.
Somebody
Why wouldn't it be
fucking has to.
Yeah. Like,
Oh, and
IGN isn't sitting here doing a detailed breakdown of how much the industry's on fire every week.
And for the record, I don't want to do this either, but it would feel cruel and sick and twisted to do this and not mention it, because what are we supposed to do?
To
Like,
some
just
extent,
ignore it? That's insane.
We're the only people who would.
Right. We announced when these guys formed a team.
Yeah,
we need to follow up on that.
Right now, we are in a generational moment. This is a gaming industry crash. Like, crash doesn't mean there's nothing anymore. It means all these big companies are either taking a knee, getting a black eye, or closing down. It means so many people are having their livelihoods destroyed. And you have to talk about it, or people will forget why it happened, which is probably the reason we're here in the first place. Hey, why did the first gaming crash happen? Well, there was too much shit that was too low quality and everybody lost confidence in video games. Wow. Does that sound familiar?
You know,
I wonder if we're kind of in the exact same fucking situation right now.
The most amazing part is we've made incredible tools for making games. We just made sure that everything was artistically bereft because we bloated it so much that it takes too long for anything to mean anything anymore.
Yeah, again, people are like, it just takes this long to make games. No. It takes this long to make a 100-hour open world game.
You're
just made
this
a game
long to make games. It doesn't have to, but that
If
is
you
what you're
just
doing.
If you made a sanely scoped game from like a game that was a moderate scope a decade ago, the tools are so much better now. It would be easier, but you're not. You're making a bigger game that's an open world that has all this world sim shit.
And honestly, I think a lot of these systems and these fucking modern engines probably complicate it way more than it needs to because they're trying to be dynamic, you know?
Right.
Like, there's a YouTuber out there, again, I forgot his name, but he complains about how, like, pre-baking all the lighting and all these other things, it took time to bake the lighting.
Right.
But designing an entire engine from the ground up to be dynamic when 90% of objects in a video game aren't dynamic. You're not all making Red Faction Guerrilla. I wish you were. To be clear, I wish you were. I wish God of War Ragnarok had a quirky system where I could dig into the earth. It's just a waste of horsepower. It bloats production pipeline. Everything's so fucking off the rails now, and it doesn't need to be.
No.
When you think about the art generation angle of this, it feels like we've never been more capable. Anyways, we gotta keep trucking.
Yeah, there's a lot more industry burden.
Mortal Kombat 1 has allegedly had all its Year 3 content canceled, so there is no more after. It's no more. It's over. Anything that isn't announced already is gone. That Chaos Reigns pack didn't fucking sell for shit. No fucking... It was $50 for a story about Havoc.
Yeah. Who wants that?
No one.
Coming from a game that was already horribly monetized and everybody was pissed about.
And we finished the fucking story mode for Mortal Kombat 1 and we both went, well, obviously they won't actually do a story about Havoc.
Yeah, that was just a joke.
No one wants that. They have to know no one would buy that.
They didn't. Somehow they did not know.
$50.
I'm trying to remember the characters that, and I'm like, they ran out of actually good horror movie stuff, so they put in
new
Scream.
version of Yeah, they put in Ghostface Killa, new Sector, and new the other one who are like from another dimension.
Uh-huh.
God, who the else? Conan.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
the liquid metal Terminator. Is that the T-1000?
I think so.
Yeah.
And Noob Saibot. That was Combat Pack 2.
So anyways, congrats. You've exhausted Mortal Kombat.
Right. One of the few franchises you had
I hope you're ready for the PS2 era of sales.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. The moment, like, just from the story of Mortal Kombat 1, you can tell they had tapped Mortal Kombat. Time to leave it on the floor for a while. Go do anything else.
Yeah, when we had a bunch of rangers come up and use their hand beams to reconstruct and deconstruct the time glass.
A giant hourglass.
We're done. You fucking ruined it.
it drives me crazy that Kyle Bosman mentions on his show.
Yeah.
Like the only video game IP that WB has faith in is Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they're going to keep trying to milk this. It's going to fall flat on its face again.
They gotta do an action game with the next one. They can't do another fighting game.
They shouldn't, but
I don't
they might.
know what they're going to do. Like WB's confidence might have been lost just from this because they're crazy. David
Maybe.
Zaslav is an insane person.
We gotta keep moving.
Yeah.
Shuhei Yoshida is leaving Sony. He's not leaving the industry. Sony's fucked. That says to me that Sony has some deep rot in them, or
They
he's
do.
going to a Tencent studio. But
They do.
this, when he's like, "Yeah, I'm leaving." My entire job at Sony after I quit my previous job at Sony was like helping them do smaller things, and now I'm leaving.
Which implies something.
Yeah. His whole thing was relationships
devs
with
relations.
relations. Yeah.
Anyways,
Herman Holst needs to be shot into space. Why is he still in that chair?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that we see anything happen after
I thought
Concord.
for sure Concord, like, he's gonna last until Fair Games bombs. He is fucking selling his soul, letting them get out Fair Games, and that's gonna bomb too.
so do you think he ends up at Nintendo like Gio Corsi?
Oh, Shuhei?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a good chance.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That is pretty crazy. Or he's gonna run his own firm for this and just offer
I'm
his
sure that would
services.
be either of these are great options for him.
Right. It's like I could
He's
easily see him do
gonna
his own.
join Sakurai Studio.
I was gonna say he's making his own like Project Sora thing where he just goes helps to other devs.
So this story is really complicated, but Unity is fucked. They had their new We Fuck You system.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be stalking their fucking licensees, and if you do contract work for someone else, whoever you did that work for, all of their revenue now counts as your revenue.
Yep.
So these small devs are like, we did some contract work, and now we woke up to them wanting like $40,000 a year for us.
Yeah,
From
literally.
us for our Unity license.
I did contract work for General Electric. I'm fucked.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
That's insane.
Yes.
Like,
And-
I know I'm an
here's-
American citizen when I say this, but that can't be legal.
So here's the amazing part. It's not even they want the additional money per head. They literally go, you need to spend in our market space this much money. That's how much you owe us. So in some way or factor, they have to spend $25,000 on Unity shit.
What?
Yeah, this shit's insane.
That's insane. That's literally insane.
Unity is just going to be gone in 2 or 3 years. Like, I'm genuinely waiting for Genshin Impact to just find a way to escape. To be like, yeah, we hired 1,000 people to build the Unreal Engine version of this game behind the scenes. We found a way to port shit over. We're doing it. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's absolutely fucking bonkers. You are already on your back foot. You should have been kneeling. You should have been bowing. You should have been kissing feet and begging, and you're still scaring people away. You're done.
Yeah, no, you're
It's
instead
over.
bringing out more daggers. It's like, yeah, come on. It's fine. I'm better now.
Look, I'm really enjoying this bold new era of the internet where people realize, wait, I can leave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. People are leaving Unity to go to Godot. People are leaving Twitter to go to Blue Sky, which
It turns
the
out that
person-
you can't actually boil the frog by slowly increasing the temperature. They will eventually get out.
they will just get out. I find that one comment we got where someone was like, all these people trying to force Blue Sky down my throat are so cringe. Why do they do it from a few, like 1.5 months back? Absolutely hilarious now. Absolutely fucking hilarious. They didn't see that shit coming. Which, us letting you know we have a Blue Sky is us not forcing it down your throat. However-
XDefiant will shut down in June 2025. It's already delisted.
What? I
Yeah,
thought this was a
I
rumor.
didn't see this. What?
Oh no, this happened. Yeah, this was a rumor and then it was real.
So it's delisted.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
We can't play
Maybe we can still play it because I registered it or something. And I can still play it for a few weeks before they fully take it down.
Hey, you remember
Okay, maybe I was
when
wrong about it
Nintendo-
being delisted. Maybe they left it up. Let me check.
Remember when Nintendo's like, here's Zelda 2, and it's a cartridge in the store, and you can buy it. You insert it in your system, and it adds here?
Okay, player registration is closed.
Oh my god.
Are you fucking serious?
And it seems, and it's in the game is no longer offered to available for download. Anybody who bought the $70 Ultimate Founders Pack get a full automatic refund.
Good.
Yeah.
All purchases made within the last 30 days get a full automatic refund.
It should go long.
No, it should be higher.
It should be all of the day. You should have to Concord yourself and be like, yeah, we literally lost money on this.
So I said all that shit about Nintendo just now, right? Monster reminds us, hey, remember when Nintendo was done with Animal Crossing Pocket Camp and just made it purchase to buy to play? And you just buy. Yeah. Oh, what a concept.
Ubisoft Osaka is being shut down.
They had
Ubisoft
that?
Sydney was, yes, they did. Ubisoft Sydney was hit with layoffs. Ubisoft San Francisco was hit with layoffs. All the developers from Ubisoft San Francisco are gone, but the professionals and like management and infrastructure people are seemingly being kept on at the moment. So yeah, remember like 2 months ago when we said, when the director was like, they're not shutting down XDefiant, and we all said,
He doesn't
wouldn't
know.
know.
Yeah,
He
right.
wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's right? Us, for always assuming nothing good will ever happen.
That reminds me intensely of when we found out at GameStop that our lease wasn't being renewed, and we asked the district manager, he's like, what? That can't be right. Yeah. Corporations are great.
Yeah.
Bob, what'd you register XDefiant on?
I believe on the PlayStation.
Okay. Well,
Maybe that's
hopefully it
funny you
feels
think
good on the
anybody.
controller.
It's funny you think you'll even you'll even be able to find a game now.
I don't know. Concord
Unless
had
it's like
a
Concord
lot
where
of
everybody's
games.
killing themselves.
Yeah.
So Tencent acquired majority stake in Kuro Games. They're the developers of Wuthering Waves.
It's probably bad.
Probably bad. Consolidation's always bad.
Yeah.
This is not directly news, but actually it is, because if any company falls for this, we're gonna see horrors that you can't even imagine. So this unbelievably fucking stupid study from Media Research, a terrible dog shit research firm that produces nothing of value to anyone and should be shut down with all of its staff deplatformed forever, basically released the stupidest statement I've ever heard in recent memory, which is, gamers spend more time watching videos about gaming than playing games. Almost like watching something is a fucking passive activity instead of an active one.
Weird.
So, publishers are leaving money on the table by not integrating video delivery systems into the games to deliver these videos people are watching to gamers. I will read this direct quote. I will not read the part that I said, don't say this part. Next to. Bringing video content inside game ecosystems could also allow publishers to compete in another lane of the intention economy, the report states, unlocking new revenue streams in the process. It's time for game publishers to think about in-game video as something beyond marketing alone, says Rhys Elliott, stupid fucking asshole games analyst for Media Research. By reclaiming video engagement, publishers have the potential to unlock new revenue streams like advertising and drive growth. Hey, you stupid motherfucker. You didn't say anything. You did not say a word. You said no sounds.
Hey.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think that they should introduce... Do you think that Capcom should start its own streaming platform so Maximilian Dude can stream Street Fighter into Street Fighter 6 so
bro.
you can make 0.07 cents a year?
I'm not sure if you're picking up on this. Assassin's Creed isn't Netflix. Dragon's Dogma 2 isn't YouTube.
I just need
What
to...
are you saying?
Chat, have any of you ever played a video game while you watch the stream? Have you?
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I definitely
I
don't
don't
do
think
that
so.
every
No,
Friday.
they don't.
Nobody
Okay,
does that.
okay,
That's
yeah.
impossible.
But they would. They would if it was in the game.
I
This is the
definitely
perfect-
wasn't quote unquote watching a video while I was painting a house this morning.
This is the perfect crystallization of I looked at a spreadsheet and have no idea what the fuck any of these things actually reference.
Now, my past work in the porn industry helped me bring to light that people spend far less time coming than watching porn. So I injected them with a serum that made them come porn.
For context of how stupid this is,
Related to
this
Bruce
would be
Raid or
like
not?
You put it very related to Wayne Industries. Thank you.
people spend more time watching football than playing football, so they should include the giant video boards on the field that play football while you're trying to watch a football game.
And porn.
Then football would be more like Balls 3D. Hang on, I think we're onto something here.
God! Am I not safe? Will I never be safe from Balls 3D?
No. As long as you know aggro.
God damn it! Footballs 3D. That's it. Get out of here. God.
Yeah, that was. I'll just read my last two bullets because. Yeah, whatever. FromSoft is working on multiple games in different genres. Good.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah, great.